The person who arrived was none other than Hua City's Qing Rulin, Yi Fan's former sixth sister-in-law. Of course, just yesterday at the Ren family estate, Qing Rulin had become Yi Fan's woman. The events in Yun City had already spread throughout the entire southwest and even across all of Daxia. General Songpa, the owner of the largest jade mine in Mian country, had unexpectedly lowered his profit share and granted the Daxia jade distribution rights to the Qing family indefinitely. This meant that within a few years, the Qing family would undoubtedly rise to the top of Daxia's jewelry industry. With profits reaching at least hundreds of billions, every family was eager to get a piece of the pie. "Hello, everyone." Qing Rulin greeted the crowd as she stepped out of the car, her eyes scanning the surroundings. After last night's intimacy with Yi Fan, her feelings for him had completely changed. Back when Yi Fan was still a fool, Qing Rulin had felt worry, pity, and a protective tenderness toward him. But ever since he regained his senses and rose to prominence again, and especially after becoming his woman in such an intimate moment yesterday, she now felt a deep sense of belonging. All day, her heart had been filled with thoughts of him. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had been busy with numerous matters, leaving them no time alone. When handed business cards by the eager crowd, she accepted them reflexively, her mind too preoccupied to even glance at them. "President Qing, are you looking for something? If you tell us, we can help you find it," said Kai Xian, the steward of the Su family, bowing respectfully. "I'm looking for my husband. We agreed to meet here before entering the banquet together." As the words "my husband" left her lips, a blissful smile curved her mouth. "Your husband? You mean the Yi family's prodigal genius, Yi Fan? He's waiting for you here." Kai Xian's eyelids twitched, a sinking feeling in his gut as he glanced toward the back of the crowd. That young man who had spoken to him earlier, why had he seemed so familiar? Could it have been Yi Fan himself? "Quick! Everyone, step aside. Don't block President Qing from finding her husband." The crowd parted, revealing Yi Fan standing at the rear. "Xiao Fan!" The moment she saw him, Qing Rulin's face lit up. She rushed forward, uncaring of the onlookers, and threw herself into his arms. "I missed you so much," she murmured tenderly. Holding her close, Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How did I ever deserve this? Even when he was a fool, these stunning sister-in-laws had stood by him unwaveringly. And last night, Qing Rulin, Ren Shuiying, and Qiu Wan had given themselves to him without hesitation. No matter what happened in this life, he swore to protect them, his women, with everything he had. I missed you too, sister-in-law," Yi Fan teased, deliberately patting her backside while emphasizing the title, making her blush furiously. "Ah! You're terrible. You're doing this on purpose. After last night, you still call me sister-in-law, really?" Qing Rulin buried her face in his chest, recalling how he'd always addressed her that way before. Just how long had he been pretending? This was beyond embarrassing. "Oh? What happened last night? Care to share the details, sister-in-law?" Yi Fan smirked, enjoying her flustered reaction as she squirmed in his arms. "Humph. You're awful. You got what you wanted and now you're gloating about it." The two continued their playful banter, completely absorbed in each other. Meanwhile, the surrounding business tycoons and family representatives exchanged awkward glances. Could they be any more obvious? Seriously, have they forgotten there are people watching? Ahem. Young Master Yi, my apologies. I was blind earlier and failed to recognize you. Please forgive my rudeness, Kai Xian said with a bitter expression. What a perfect opportunity to curry favor with the Qing family, wasted because he hadn't recognized Yi Fan. If he couldn't secure a partnership with the Qings, the mission assigned by the capital would remain unfulfilled. So despite the humiliation, he bowed deeply in apology. Please forgive us, young Master Yi. The other representatives who had spoken up earlier also stepped forward, bowing in unison. None of them had imagined that the unassuming young man among them was the legendary Yi Fan, the Qing family's son-in-law. Back when Yi Fan was still a fool, it might not have mattered. But now? Not only had he regained his brilliance, but the imperial family had openly endorsed the Yi family's establishment of the Grand Preceptor's estate. Such an honor spoke volumes. Didn't I say earlier that President Qing and I were close? Well, how close do we look now? With that, Yi Fan pulled Qing Rulin in and planted a kiss on her cheek. Extremely close. Young Master Yi, we were blind fools. Please forgive us. Kai Xian and the others bowed repeatedly, regret written all over their faces. Young Master Yi, might you put in a good word for our potential collaboration with the Qings? Yi Fan glanced at Qing Rulin, then replied coolly, opportunities come only once. You missed yours. If you want to discuss business with the Qings, take it up with President Qing later. For now, Rulin, let's go in. Nestled against him, Qing Rulan followed Yi Fan toward the banquet hall, leaving the crowd outside in dismay. Ugh! A fortune slipped right through her fingers. How did we not see it? Damn it, I don't even have an invitation to get inside. Might as well leave. As they walked, Qing Rulan spoke softly. Actually, there's an issue we need to resolve at this banquet. With the massive shipments of jade coming from Mian country, we'll need to navigate the territories of the 8 southwestern provinces, especially near the border where unexpected problems could arise. So, we need a powerful logistics partner. We've already negotiated with one company, but their terms were outrageous. Today, we're hoping the Hua City Chamber of Commerce president can mediate. Yi Fan frowned. How outrageous! The Divine Eagle Transport Group agreed to ship the jade for free but demanded 50% of our profits, Qing Rulan said helplessly. 50%? That's the total agency margin. They'd be taking 50 billion a year from us. It's practically robbery. But the Qing family's operations weren't this large before, and we don't have our own logistics network. Even though you helped us secure the distribution rights from General Songpa, transporting the raw jade back is still a huge challenge. Right now, Divine Eagle is the only company with the capability to safely move the shipments from Mian country to Hua City. We're stuck. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. This Divine Eagle transport was clearly exploiting the situation. Well then, let's see if Prince Jin is the one pulling the strings behind them. The ancient martial Yi clan had already formed a soul contract with Yi Zhong. For now, Yi Zhong was keeping the ancient martial Yi clan in check. The Yi clan's patriarch remained secluded in their ancestral home, relying solely on reports from the younger disciples. With Yi Zhong in place, the patriarch's eyes and ears were effectively blocked. At least for the time being, the threat from the ancient martial Yi clan was no longer a pressing concern. As for the mortal enemies of his mother's divine gate, they had yet to show themselves. At this stage, what Yi Fan needed to do was strike with full force, cutting off all of Prince Jin's influence within the Great Xia Empire and eradicating him completely to avenge the fallen heroes of the Yi clan. Don't worry, with your husband here, nothing is a problem. Yi Fan smiled faintly. At first glance, the 3 swords hanging over Yi Fan's head seemed suffocating. But upon closer analysis, tackling them one by one made the burden far lighter. But husband, this is a business matter. It can't be solved with brute force. Besides, the Eagle Group has powerful backing from the capital. The Yi clan's situation has improved slightly, but we can't afford to make new enemies now. Qing Rulan looked at Yi Fan with concern. She had already witnessed Yi Fan's combat prowess. But if he tried to strong-arm the Eagle Group into submission, not only might they refuse, but it could also provoke retaliation from the capital's elites. Moreover, other business conglomerates and institutions would grow wary of the Yi and Qing families. If word spread that Yi Fan resorted to violence at the slightest conflict, who would dare do business with them? Ha! Do you really think your husband is that reckless? Yi Fan chuckled as he led Qing Rulan into the grand hall. Guests of considerable status filled the banquet hall, and they all knew of the relationship between the Qing family and Yi Fan. They were also aware that after surviving a great calamity, Yi Fan was rising once again. The title of Young Marshal of the Grand Preceptor's estate was a clear signal of royal favor. Young Master Yi. Xia Hao was the first to step forward and bow. Recalling his decision a month ago at the Zhao family banquet in Cloud City, when he had firmly sided with the Su Corporation, he couldn't help but marvel at his own foresight. Just as Yi Fan acknowledged him, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Someone's collapsed. Quick, call an ambulance. Is there a doctor here? Help. Yi Fan glanced at Qing Rulan, who nodded. Go. Be careful. Even Lei Qianjue had willingly bowed to Yi Fan's medical skills. The fool she had chosen as her husband was truly a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Though their engagement had been nullified after the deaths of the Yi clan's young masters, Qing Rulan now felt nothing but gratitude for choosing the foolish Yi Fan. Her decision had led to this moment of triumph. Yi Fan channeled his energy and swiftly moved through the crowd. An elderly man lay unconscious on the floor, blood trickling from all 7 orifices. His limbs twitched violently and white foam bubbled from his mouth. The severity of the situation made onlookers hesitate. None dared intervene recklessly, given the high-profile nature of the event. A single misstep could invite unforeseen consequences. But Yi Fan had no such reservations. He grasped the old man's wrist, checking his pulse, and his brow furrowed. A poison goo? Had the goo sect become so active lately? Another victim of poison goo? Activating his demonic eye, Yi Fan scanned the old man's body, his expression darkening. The 3-corpse brain god goo, one of the 10 forbidden goo? Worse, the goo worms had already infiltrated the man's nerves, meridians, and heart, entwining themselves inextricably with his life force. This was problematic. Yi Fan possessed the 10,000 goo cauldron, which housed the goo emperor, a being capable of commanding all poison goo in existence. If the 3-corpse brain god goo had only infected the surface of the brain, Yi Fan could have easily extracted them without harming the host. Even now, he could still force the goo out using the goo emperor's authority. But doing so would tear apart the old man's nerves and meridians in the process. The goo could be removed, but the man would be left crippled. Yi Fan stared intently at the old man, weighing his options when Qing Rulin and Xia Hao pushed through the crowd. Recognizing the unconscious figure, Qing Rulin's pupils dilated. That's the Eagle Group's patriarch Xiong. How? Shoo. Xia Hao tugged her sleeve. Don't disturb young Master Yi. Qing Rulin nodded excitedly, unable to hide her delight. Could this be fate? The Qing Jewelry Group desperately needed a logistics partner to transport jadeite rough stones, precisely the Eagle Group's specialty. And now their chairman had collapsed right before them. With Yi Fan's medical skills, saving Patriarch Xiong would surely earn their gratitude and possibly secure the partnership. But what Qing Rulin didn't know was that Yi Fan was stumped. Force them out with the Ghost Valley 13 needles? No. The technique's power was too overwhelming, the goo would panic and harm the host. Use the goo emperor to suppress them? Still too risky. Channel martial energy? Equally ineffective. This was a true dilemma. If only there were a thread-like substance that could penetrate the man's meridians and nerves without causing damage, something that could gently ensnare the goo's tendrils, peel them away, and extract them safely. Combined with the goo emperor's intimidation to prevent the goo from thrashing, the problem could be solved. But where could such a thread be found? Meanwhile, the crowd grew restless as Yi Fan remained motionless, gripping the old man's wrist. Young man, can you handle this or not? If not, step aside, this isn't a joke. Yeah, if you're not sure, move away. Let his family deal with it. TCH. Outside the crowd, several grim-faced middle-aged men exchanged cold glances. Damn it, why did the old man have to collapse here? This could ruin His Highness's plans. Relax. The sect master personally planted the 3-corpse brain god goo years ago. No one can undo it. Humph. Look at Yi Fan putting on a show, trying to win the Xiong family's favor. Dream on. Red silk spirit body. How could I have forgotten about this treasure? Yi Fan, who had been racking his brain, suddenly noticed the faint mark on his palm and instantly recalled the 3,000 red silk strands he had obtained from Yi Zhong. This was an ancient, mystical artifact that could penetrate deep into the body. Wasn't it the perfect thread? A surge of joy rose in Yi Fan's heart. Without hesitation, he willed the 3,000 red silk strands to surge from his palm, swiftly flowing into the old man's body through his hand. Holy shit! What's going on? His hand is spitting silk? Is he Spider-Man? Don't be ridiculous. That's just sci-fi. How could something so magical exist? He's just putting on a show. Sigh. Young people these days are so impatient, always looking for shortcuts. That kid must have recognized him. That's old man Xiong from the Divine Eagle Group. He's just trying to climb the social ladder. Kneeling on the ground, Yi Fan completely ignored the noisy crowd around him. Activating his demon eyes, he carefully observed the 3-corpse brain parasites inside the old man's body. He manipulated the red silk spirit body, meticulously wrapping around the 7 parasites. Some nestled in the heart, others in the brain. Ensnaring every tendril and slowly pulling them out, the parasites seemed to sense the danger, writhing violently in the old man's skull, desperate to escape. But the 3-corpse brain parasites were deeply intertwined with the old man's nerves. Their slightest movement sent his body into violent convulsions. His arms and legs twisted unnaturally, bending into hooked shapes, creating a grotesque sight. It was as if a beautiful woman were performing an extreme yoga pose, kneeling on the ground and arching backward into a near 360-degree circle. If it were a young woman, it might have looked elegant. But seeing an old man contort like this sent chills down everyone's spines, especially with the old man's teeth chattering and eerie sounds escaping his lips. The whole scene was unsettling. What are you doing? Stop right now. If you kill him, you'll be in serious trouble. Several security guards rushed forward, trying to intervene. Xia Hao quickly stepped in, blocking them. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Is that good enough for you? The Xia family was already one of the top-tier clans in Huadu, and their influence had only grown stronger recently, after the Ma family's failed attempt to suppress them, resulting in the Ma family's complete downfall. Many of their real estate projects had been absorbed by the Xia family. Now, everyone truly understood the Xia family's power. Of course, some insiders knew the truth. The Xia family had hitched their wagon to the foolish young master of the Yi family. The foolish young master? Damn, if Xia Hao is here, then that must be him. This is getting interesting. That fool pretended to be stupid for years, and now that he's awake, he even has medical skills. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The Yi family had once been at its peak, only to plummet after the sudden deaths of their 10 great prodigies. Yet, in less than a month, they had risen again, establishing the Grand Preceptor's mansion, an institution now on par with the Chancellor's office. With their soaring influence, the Yi family had reached even greater heights. The only pity was how few members remained. In the center of the hall, Yi Fan had completely enveloped the 3 corpse brain parasites inside Old Man Xiong's body. With a sharp whistle, he summoned the Parasite Emperor from the 10,000 Parasites cauldron. Stay still. The overwhelming bloodline suppression of the Parasite Emperor instantly silenced the writhing parasites, forcing them to curl up in submission. Yi Fan continued guiding the red silk spirit body, carefully extracting the parasites from Old Man Xiong's body. In mere seconds, the crowd saw a blur. The parasites burst through the skin of the old man's hand, only to be instantly absorbed into Yi Fan's 10,000 parasites cauldron. The moment the parasites left his body, Old Man Xiong groaned, his limbs twitching slightly before his eyes fluttered open. He struggled to sit up, wiping blood from his lips. His gaze locked onto Yi Fan. His pupils dilated with shock, gratitude, and confusion. His expression was indescribably complex. Holy shit, that fool Yi really saved Old Man Xiong? Damn, he actually climbed the social ladder. Shut up. You should be calling him young Marshal Yi now. Got it? Besides, with the Grand Preceptor's mansion established, whose ladder is still up for debate. The crowd erupted again, their eyes glued to the scene. In a shadowy corner, a group of grim-faced young men stiffened when they saw Yi Fan actually revive Old Man Xiong. Damn it! Yi Fan really saved that old bastard. This messes up the higher-ups' plan to use the Divine Eagle Group to suppress the Qing family. That fool has this kind of ability? Did you see what he just did? No clue. Let's keep watching. If the Xiong family makes any moves, we report immediately. The Divine Eagle Transport Group is a crucial channel for His Highness's operations. So many classified items rely on their network. There can't be any slip-ups. In the center of the hall, after regaining consciousness, Old Man Xiong's eyes flicked toward the corner where those young men stood. His lips twitched slightly. Old sir, how are you feeling now? Yi Fan had already scanned him with his demon eyes. With the parasites gone, the old man should be fine. You insolent brat. Who asked you to interfere? I was just taking a nap on the ground. Who gave you permission to lay hands on me? I wasn't sick. Look what you've done. You made my hand bleed. I'll sue you for assault and demand compensation for emotional distress. What? The crowd exploded in disbelief. Is this old man insane? He was practically dying. And now he's blaming Yi Fan for saving him. What's wrong with him? Old Man Xiong is a respected figure. How could he be so ungrateful? Tisich. Guess he's been a lapdog for too long. No one expected Old Man Xiong to wake up and immediately curse at Yi Fan. Not only showing no gratitude but even accusing him of assault. Was he seriously trying to extort Yi Fan after being saved? Old man, this isn't fair. Yi Fan frowned, baffled by the old man's reaction. What was his deal? Old Man Xiong, Yi Fan just saved your life. Even if you won't thank him, insulting my husband and slandering his character is completely unacceptable. Qing Rulin stepped forward, shielding Yi Fan with a frosty glare. Old Man Xiong snorted, glancing at Qing Rulin before turning back to Yi Fan with a sneer. Ah, so this is Qing Rulin's husband? Now I get it. You saved me just to manipulate me into helping your Qing family's jade business. Didn't you? Dream on. The Divine Eagle Group's terms remain unchanged. 50% of Qing family jewelry's profits, or no deal. Ha! This stubborn old man actually accused Yifan of faking a rescue to force a business deal. How absurd. Did saving someone's life backfire now? Whoosh! Hearing old Xiong's words, the middle-aged men in the corner of the hall secretly let out a sigh of relief. Humph! Seems the Xiong family still fears His Highness and doesn't dare to act recklessly. Heh! The three-corpse brain goo personally planted by the goo cult's leader. No one in the world can undo it. How would old Xiong dare to make trouble? Come on, let's grab a drink and ignore them. Yet, none of the banquet guests in the hall could make sense of old Xiong's intentions. Transporting raw stones was a simple task, though there were risks involved in shipping them from the Myanmar border, and the Divine Eagle Group had indeed paid a heavy price to secure this route. Charging a slightly higher fee was understandable, but demanding 50% of the profits. This was clearly deliberate extortion. Old Xiong, you. How can you be so unreasonable? Qing Rulin stomped her foot in frustration. Just moments ago, when she saw Yifan revive old Xiong, she thought the partnership with the Divine Eagle Group was finally secured. But now, the old man was being utterly tyrannical. So what if I'm unreasonable? That's just how I am. Humph. You little nobodies think you can force me into submission? Dream on. I refuse. What can you do about it? Go ahead. Hit me if you dare. Hey. As he spoke, old Xiong leaned forward and mockingly tapped his cheek. Listen here. If any of you piss me off, the Qing Corporation can forget about working with the Divine Eagle Group. His face twisted into a sinister sneer, his tone final. Standing nearby, Yifan's expression darkened to the extreme. Feeling the three-corpse brain goo inside the 10,000 goo cauldron, he had the overwhelming urge to shove it back into the old man's skull. This damn fossil is driving me insane. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the hall. A burly figure stepped forward and struck old Xiong with such force that the old man spun several times before stumbling, a bright red handprint swelling on his face. What's wrong with hitting you, you old bastard? How dare you talk to my sister-in-law and brother like that? Who the hell do you think you are? Humph! Get lost, or I'll break every bone in your body. The man steadied himself beside Yifan. Brother, sister-in-law, you all right? If you want me to, I can crush him into paste. It was none other than Wang Fugui, one of Yifan's sworn brothers, a simple-minded brute who'd always charge headfirst into danger for him, no matter the cost. Barbarians! Shameless! Is this how you treat your elders? Where's the law? Old Xiong shrieked, hopping in fury. Qing Rulin, you're finished. The Divine Eagle Group will never work with you. Even if you're backed by the Yi family, the Xiongs aren't afraid. Shut your trap, or I'll slap you again. Wang Fugui raised his palm, making old Xiong flinch. Ah, old Xiong. Why must you be like this? An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit stepped forward, placing a placating hand on old Xiong's shoulder. Young Master Yi just saved your life. The Qings are only asking for fair terms. Why not give them a chance? That's Liang Wan, president of the Huadu Chamber of Commerce. He organized today's event. Qing Rulin whispered to Yifan, sighing. We'd hoped he could mediate, but now it's over. I never asked to be saved. Who needed his help? I'd have woken up on my own. Humph. Cooperate with the Qings? Never. Is this how the Yi family operates, beating and killing those who refuse? Go on. Kill me if you dare. Even with Liang when restraining him, old Xiong kept taunting, oblivious to the murderous aura radiating from Yifan. A chilling, oppressive killing intent surged outward. Despite the summer heat, everyone within 10 paces shuddered, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Qing Rulin, sensing Yifan's rage, tightened her grip on his arm. Husband, forget it. If the Divine Eagle Group won't cooperate, we'll find another way. Liang Wan, a martial artist himself, broke into a cold sweat. Clamping a hand over old Xiong's mouth, he hissed, Enough! Let's get you some ice for that face now. He hurriedly dragged the old man into a side room, separating him from Yifan. Catching Qing Rulin's eye, Liang Wen offered a strained smile. So much for playing peacemaker. Please, don't let this turn into bloodshed. Yifan watched old Xiong leave, then snorted coldly. Fine, I'll listen to my wife. His gaze softened when he turned back to Qing Rulin, but inwardly his fury simmered. The Xiong's have backing in the capital? Obstructing the Qing's like this? Seems Huadu still has King Jin's lackeys. After purging the Ren family's allies, those who supported the Fengs, Zhou-Ming, Zhuangchao, and other enemies, under Tianji Pavilion and Guoli's arrangements, he'd thought the city was clean. But the Xiong's serve King Jin too? Then whether we partner or not, they can't be left alive. Yet, what of the three-corpse brain goo in old Xiong's head? Shaking off the thought, Yifan reassured Qing Rulin. Don't worry, I'll handle it. If the Myanmar route's too risky, I'll go myself. With Tianji Pavilion and the newly formed Fan Alliance, expanding their commercial network was inevitable. I believe in you, husband. Behind Wang Fugue, Guoli emerged. Boss, Huadu's affairs are nearly settled. What's next? As Yifan's strategist, Guoli's considerations ran deeper than the others. In 2 days, I'm heading south to Guangxing. Time to turn that place upside down. A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. From the footage Wu Du Tongzi provided, he knew his third brother had been betrayed in Guangxing, stabbed by none other than his own fiancé's father, Shin Nanfei. Now that third sister-in-law has publicly pledged herself to me. Can she be trusted? What's the Shin family's true stance? And the map fragment in his third brother's possession, it was crucial. Ding! A sudden text from an unknown number. Second floor, restroom 3. Requesting young master Ye's presence. HM? Yifan's brow furrowed. A secret meeting in a bathroom? What's this about? What's wrong? Qing Rulin noticed the change in Yifan's demeanor and asked with concern. It's nothing. You all go ahead, I need to use the restroom. Yifan waved to Qing Rulin, Guoli, and the others before swiftly slipping toward the staircase. The moment he left, the business tycoons and guests in the hall swarmed toward Qing Rulin like a tide. President Qing, remember me? I'm old Wang. We dined together once, let's collaborate sometime. President Qing, here's my card. We have strong distribution channels in the Jiang'an region, let's work together. President Qing, my cousin is in the jewelry business, I hope you'll look out for him in the future. If not for Wang Fugue and Guoli shielding her, Qing Rulin might have been crushed under the crowd's enthusiasm. Even though old Xiong had just rejected a partnership with the Qing family, everyone knew Qing Rulin's gamble had paid off. Back at the Yi family's funeral, she had publicly announced her engagement to the foolish young master of the Yi family. Now, the Yi family had re-established the Grand Preceptor's Manor, a powerful new institution clearly backed by the imperial court. Whatever the reason, one thing was certain, the Yi family was now untouchable. Moreover, rumors about Yifan had spread far and wide. 5 years ago, he had been a prodigy, reaching the Grandmaster realm at just 15. After 5 years of apparent idiocy, he had returned with overwhelming strength. His future was limitless. If he ever reached the martial saint realm, even the imperial family would have to look up to him. Meanwhile, Yifan slipped away from the crowd, entered the stairwell, and in a flash, teleported to the 3rd floor. The moment he disappeared, 2 young men lurking nearby exchanged puzzled glances. Huh? Wasn't Yifan just here? How'd he vanish so fast? Quick, search around. The higher-ups ordered us to keep eyes on him. Unbeknownst to them, Yifan had already heard every word from the 3rd floor. Humph, trying to tail me? Keep dreaming. With a smirk, he activated his movement technique, leaped from the 3rd floor window to the 2nd floor, and slipped into the restroom as instructed in the message. As he approached the window, he noticed a rope leading down to the 1st floor. Inside the locked restroom, an old man paced anxiously, his back turned. Recognizing the figure, Yifan chuckled. So it's him. In a flash, he materialized behind the man. Old Xiong? Quite the performance back in the hall. Now you summon me here, what's the meaning of this? The old man was none other than Xiong Tianhua, CEO of the Divine Eagle Group, the same man Yifan had saved earlier. Despite the rescue, Xiong Tianhua had publicly berated Yifan, even threatening Qing Rulin as if burning all bridges. Yet now a thud. Without hesitation, Xiong Tianhua dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times, his forehead reddening from the force. I am ashamed. I owe you my life, young Master Yi. My words in the hall were a necessity. Please forgive me. After several more kowtows, he continued urgently, Young Master, I had no choice. My family is in danger. If I hadn't acted that way, they'd all be dead. Yi Fan's mind raced. So, the Qing family's partnership with Divine Eagle wasn't truly off the table? Get up and speak, Yi Fan said, his tone softening. No. Time is short. I snuck up here using that rope. I have only 10 minutes. Xiong Tianhua remained kneeling. Young Master, I beg you save my family. I pledge my loyalty to you. He then revealed the truth. The harsh terms we imposed on Qing jewelry weren't our idea. It was all Prince Jin of the capital forcing my hand. He's holding my grandchildren hostage. Worse, my entire family is poisoned with the 3 corpses brain parasite goo, a single act of defiance, and we die. But today, you purged the goo worms from me. You're our only hope. Help us and the Xiong family will stand with you against Prince Jin. We'll even divert the rare pills, herbs, and ancient martial manuals he's forcing us to transport from the southwestern border, all to you. Now Yi Fan understood. Xiong Tianhua's earlier hostility had been an act. Knowing Yi Fan could neutralize the goo worms, he was gambling everything on this secret meeting. I'll personally apologize to Miss Qing and sign a new contract, free of charge. Xiong Tianhua vowed. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Very well. Rise, I accept. Tonight, I'll infiltrate the Xiong estate and purge the goo from your family. As for the hostages, he already had 2 contacts in mind, Imperial Consort Chu Lanwei and Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan. The latter, backed by the Chancellor's manor, was the safer choice. Just as he thought of her, his phone buzzed. Ding! Ding! A series of provocative private photos popped up, nurse, flight attendant, sailor, and even a cat-girl outfit, each showcasing a breathtaking figure. A final message read, a congratulatory gift for the Grand Preceptor's manor. Delete after viewing or else. Humph. The tone was stern, yet it carried a hint of coquettishness. The person who sent the photo was none other than Ji Ningxuan, the imperial consort who had shared a life-and-death experience and intimate contact with Yi Fan the night before. As the holy maiden of the 4 great sacred lands Yaoqi Sanctuary, the imperial consort of the Great Xia dynasty, and the daughter of the prime minister's household, Ji Ningxuan had always lived a lofty, regimented life, adhering strictly to the expectations of her elders. But last night, she had rebelled. Just once, just recklessly. She had originally been sent by Emperor Ji Yuchen to recruit Yi Fan. Yet in the end, she had ended up giving herself away. He had kissed her, seen her, touched her, in her residence in the capital. After sending the photo, Ji Ningxuan's face burned crimson, her heart pounding so fiercely that she tossed her phone aside in nervousness. This is so embarrassing. So embarrassing. Ji Ningxuan, you're the future imperial consort, the holy maiden of Yaoqi. How could you do something like this? How could you take such shameless photos? It's all that deadbeat best friend's fault. She clutched her scorching cheeks, her wrists trembling slightly. The feeling was strange. Her heart was filled with unease and anxiety, yet at the same time, an unprecedented thrill. The lofty holy maiden had actually sent such a photo. Hesitating, she quickly picked up her phone again. The images on the screen were breathtaking. Clothes she would never normally wear, lace-trimmed undergarments, a revealing top that accentuated every curve of her body, exuding allure in just the right way. Even she was mesmerized by her own reflection. Sigh, what a pity. The tenderness of that night could only remain a memory. A trace of melancholy flickered across her face. Forget it. I should just recall the photo. If he's seen it, fine. If not, then so be it. Just as she was about to retract the image, a new message suddenly popped up. The photos are very sexy. I've saved them. Tonight, I'll sneak a peek under the covers. Yi Fan had actually replied. Ah, this scoundrel. How dare he save them? Panic surged through her. She was the holy maiden, the future imperial consort of Great Xia. If these photos were ever exposed, how could she face anyone? Worse, as the imperial consort, such a scandal would bring immense shame to the royal family. And what of the prime minister's household? How would they handle the fallout? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through her mind. Yet when she saw Yifan's words, that he had saved her photos, a faint smile tugged at her lips. So, I really am that captivating. Huh? Humph. And peeking under the covers? That rascal must be planning to use my photos for something indecent. What kind of indecent things? As if struck by a sudden realization, her face flushed red. She tossed her phone aside, flopped onto the bed, and buried her head in the pillows, trying desperately to banish Yifan's image from her mind. But the harder she tried, the more deeply his presence etched itself into her thoughts. Memories of last night flooded back. Yifan sucking the poison from her chest, touching her most intimate places, and all the other moments they had shared, the trembling, heart-pounding sensations. Merely recalling them made her feel as if his hands were still on her body. A single glance, yet it felt like eternity. Though she had spent years with Ji Yuchen, their bond was nothing more than childhood companionship. There had never been any romantic feelings. But with Yifan, after just one night together, even without crossing the final line, the seed of longing had already taken root in her heart. And with every thought of him, that seed grew, nourished by her emotions, sprouting uncontrollably. Should I run away from the marriage? The thought startled her the moment it surfaced. Me? Run away? But her family was the prime minister's household, her sect the Yaoqi sanctuary. Where could she possibly escape to? And Yifan, his backing was the Yi family, the newly established Grand Preceptor's residence. How could he possibly elope with her? Sigh. Ding. Ding. Just as her mood darkened, Yifan's video call suddenly came through. Ah! This scoundrel. The photos weren't enough? Now he wants a video call. What do I do? What if he asks me to change clothes in front of him? Should I agree or not? Her heart hammered so violently it felt ready to burst from her chest. The unprecedented thrill of it all made her want to go wild. They say girls in love lose all their intelligence. And right now, Ji Ningxuan was living proof. The brilliant, sharp-witted daughter of the Prime Minister, the holy maiden of Yaoqi, had been reduced to a love-struck girl, dreaming of an impossible romance. Since she was in her bedroom, she was only wearing a low-cut camisole and panties. She had initially planned to change before answering the call. But as if possessed, she decided against it. Fine, I'll just answer like this. Even though the phoenix emblem on her chest swayed precariously, half revealed, nearly spilling out. This is so shameful. Yet for some reason, she felt willing to let Yifan take advantage of her. He's already seen everything. What's the harm in showing a little more? Yifan, you're not allowed to use my photos for anything indecent. Or else I'll never forgive you. The moment the call connected, she blurted out the warning. But her tone was more like a kitten baring its claws, adorably fierce rather than threatening. On the other end, Yifan's gaze swept over her attire. The flimsy camisole barely containing her curves, the panties leaving her long legs fully exposed. Was the imperial consort always this bold and unreserved? Seeing her like this on video was an entirely different experience from their encounter in the eastern slums the night before. A wicked smirk curled his lips. Indecent things? What exactly do you think I'd do with your photos? Though he knew exactly what she meant, he deliberately teased her. You know, that kind of thing. You're so mean. Just mustering the courage to answer the call in this state had taken all her willpower. She had sworn to herself that last night's events would be forgotten by today. Yet the moment Yifan called, she found herself unable to resist the urge to be close to him. All right, I'll stop teasing you. I called to ask for a favor. His expression turned serious. The Xiong family in Huadu has a granddaughter and grandson held hostage in the capital by Prince Jin. Can you find a way to rescue them? Yes, she agreed instantly before he had even finished speaking, surprising even herself. Unconsciously, she had already been completely pu'd by her own emotions. At this point, she would likely agree to anything Yifan asked, even changing clothes in front of him, if he pressed just a little harder. Biting her lip lightly, she added, "Send me their details later. I'll make sure they're rescued." Then, with a gentle smile, she whispered, "Yifan, I'll agree to anything you ask. I miss you. The moment the words left her lips, she hung up abruptly and shut off her phone, collapsing onto the bed. Her chest heaved violently as a single tear slipped from the corner of her eye. What am I going to do about Yi-fan and me? Huadu Grand Hotel, second floor restroom. Yi-fan stared at the disconnected call in his hand and couldn't help but sigh deeply. This is a huge mess. Originally, he had only intended to tease the imperial consort. But now it seemed he was on the verge of stealing her away. Love had taken root. If Ji Ningxuan, the imperial consort, lost control and ended up bearing his child, the emperor's crown would be greener than a vast prairie. But when he thought about how the royal family had tacitly allowed Prince Jin's misdeeds, Yi-fan suddenly felt that this kind of retribution was exactly what they deserved. Humph. Inside the restroom, the anxious Xiong Tianhua watched as Yi-fan's expression shifted unpredictably. Worried, he asked, "Young Master Yi, my grandson and granddaughter in the capital. Who did you ask to rescue them?" "I just heard it was a girl. Who is she? Is she reliable?" Yi-fan smiled faintly. "Ji Ningxuan, the imperial consort of Great Xia, daughter of the Grand Chancellor's household. What do you think, reliable enough?" "Wah, the imperial consort?" Xiong Tianhua froze for 2 full seconds before exclaiming in shock, "Young Master Yi, you, even the imperial consort?" He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. This Yi-fan's audacity is beyond belief. Not only had he seduced the imperial consort, but Xiong Tianhua had also overheard her sending him private photos and acting coquettishly. Clearly, their relationship was far from ordinary. "Young Master Yi, don't worry. My ears are deaf and my eyes have suddenly gone blind. I heard nothing, saw nothing," Xiong Tianhua hurriedly explained. Such explosive secrets, was this something he was even supposed to hear? At the same time, his mind reeled with astonishment. This Yi-fan truly walks an unconventional path. If he had even the imperial consort wrapped around his finger, wouldn't it be child's play for the Yi family to maneuver in the capital? Prince Jin probably won't last much longer. The thought sent a cold sweat down Xiang Tianhua's back. Thank heavens I made the right choice and sided with young Master Yi in time. If he had stubbornly clung to Prince Jin, he might have died without even knowing how. "So, Elder Xiang, do you think this girl is reliable now?" Yi-fan smirked at him. "Reliable. Absolutely reliable." Xiong Tianhua nodded repeatedly. The imperial consort represented not just the royal family but also the Grand Chancellor's household and the support of the Yaoqi Holy Land, one of the 4 great sacred grounds. Rescuing 2 insignificant people in the capital would be effortless for her. "Then, young Master Yi, what about the 3 corpses brain god Gu and my family members?" Xiong Tianhua looked at Yi-fan expectantly. For years, the Xiong family had been forced to serve Prince Jin solely because of the lethal Gu worms implanted in their core members. Now that the Gu in Xiong Tianhua had been safely extracted, this was their golden chance to break free. "Gather all the Xiong family members infected with the Gu. After the banquet, I'll sneak into your estate and remove them. Also, prepare some cats and dogs, 1 for each infected person." Yi-fan suddenly added. While the red thread spirit body could extract the 3 corpses brain god Gu and temporarily store them in the 10,000 Gu cauldron, the Gu sect's leader might sense something amiss if they remained there too long. Thus, Yi-fan planned to transfer the Gu into the animals, keeping them alive without alerting the Gu sect's leader. "Ah, understood." Though puzzled, Xiong Tianhua agreed and prepared to climb back down the rope. Yi-fan shook his head, grabbed Xiong Tianhua's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye transported him to the first-floor restroom. With a flick of his wrist, the rope disintegrated into nothingness before Xiong Tianhua's eyes. Holy sh! Xiong Tianhua was speechless, utterly stunned by Yi-fan's abilities. This man is a true prodigy. A faint smile curled on Xiong Tianhua's lips. Had he finally chosen the right path for the Xiong family's survival? The collaboration with the Qing family had to be finalized immediately. He needed to show his sincerity without delay. With that in mind, he quickly dialed a number. Xiaoyang revised the contract terms immediately, 0-cost shipping. Then have our backup company's Wang Meng handle the signing. Second floor. As Yi-fan stepped out of the restroom, he ran into the 2 bodyguards who had been tailing him. Seeing him emerge, the 2 sighed in relief. Damn it! Running so fast, was he rushing to his grave? Seriously, it's just a bathroom break. Why the hurry? When they noticed Yi-fan striding toward them, they quickly shut their mouths, pretending to be passers-by. Little did they know Yi-fan had seen through their act from the start. "Hey, the restroom's that way. You'd better hurry," Yi-fan said with a wicked grin as he passed them. "Huh? What do you?" Before they could finish, their stomachs twisted in agony. Ah, my stomach, I gotta go. Oh God. Me too, I can't hold it. Clutching their bellies and clenching their buttocks, they hobbled toward the restroom. But their sphincters failed them. Splat. Splat. Right at the restroom entrance, they lost control. A torrent of filth erupted, the stench so foul it could peel paint. Their pants were on the verge of bursting. Damn it. What the hell is happening? First floor hall. After mingling with the business elites, Qing Rulin finally found a moment to sit at a table with Wang Fugue, Guoli, Xia Hao, and others. Xiao Fan's been in the restroom for so long. Did something happen? Having become Yi Fan's woman the night before, Qing Rulin couldn't stop worrying about him. Guoli smirked. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Nothing's wrong. In fact, I'd bet the collaboration between Divine Eagle Group and Qing's jewelry is as good as secured. Huh? Lao Gua, are you joking? Elder Xiong refused so vehemently earlier he nearly fought with Xiao Fan. He said there was no way he'd work with the Qing family. Do you really think he'd change his mind? Qing Rulin frowned. Wang Fugue chimed in, yeah. That old bastard didn't even thank Big Bro for saving his life. Instead, he acted all high and mighty. I wanted to wring his neck. There's no way he'd agree to collaborate. Exactly. Lao Gua, don't just comfort me, I need to think of another plan. Qing Rulin sighed and raised a glass of champagne. Just as she was about to take a sip, a bespectacled young man approached. I'm Wang Meng from Dahua Logistics. He handed her a document. Miss Qing, please sign this cooperation agreement. Huh? A cooperation agreement? Puzzled, Qing Rulin opened the folder. Zero commission shipping cooperation agreement between Divine Eagle Group and Qing's jewelry. Her pupils dilated. What in the world? Wait. Wasn't this Wang Meng claiming to be the general manager of Dahua Transportation Group? But why is he offering me a zero-commission cooperation agreement between Shenying Group and Qing's jewelry? Mr. Wang, are you playing games with me? Qing Rulin's face darkened instantly. Everyone in the hall had just witnessed Shenying Group's public severance of ties with Qing's jewelry. A collaboration now seemed nearly impossible unless Qing's jewelry was willing to forfeit 50% of its profits, which was out of the question. Yet, mere minutes later, a zero-commission contract had appeared right before her. Naturally, Qing Rulin couldn't believe it. President Qing, this contract is absolutely genuine. We wouldn't dare disrespect you, Wang Meng insisted quietly as he handed the document back to her, leaning closer. Miss Qing, Dahua Group was privately established by Old Man Xiang under Shenying Group. This contract was personally authorized by him. It's no trick. As he spoke, Wang Meng glanced toward a table not far away just as Xiong Tianhua happened to look over. Stunned, Qing Rulin followed Wang Meng's gaze. To her disbelief, Old Man Xiang raised his glass toward her, gave a slight bow, and nodded. Huh? Rulin was dumbfounded. What's happening? Just moments ago, tensions had been sky-high, nearly erupting into a fight. And now, in the blink of an eye, Old Man Xiang wanted to cooperate? Since when did the world become so surreal? The old man set down his glass, pulled out his phone, and pointed at it meaningfully. Ding! A second later, Rulin's phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. Miss Qing, what happened earlier was merely an act, a performance for certain audiences from the capital. My deepest apologies. The contract is legitimate, bearing my signature and the company seal. Please sign with confidence. Due to surveillance, I cannot explain further in person yet. Once matters settle, I'll personally visit to apologize. Reading the message, Rulin felt her mind go numb. What on earth is going on? Her instincts kicked in, she scanned the room, searching for Yi Fan. This bizarre situation demanded his insight. Sis-in-law, go ahead and sign. The contract's solid. Yi Fan suddenly appeared beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist. Xiao Fan, you and Old Man Xiong. Before she could finish, Yi Fan nodded firmly. Rulin was speechless. So their earlier confrontation had been a charade, a deception that even fooled her. First in Yunqian, when all hope seemed lost for her partnership with General Songpa, Yi Fan had stepped in, and the deal was sealed effortlessly as if the general treated him like family. Now, history repeated itself with Shenying Group. What can't this treasure of a husband do besides bearing children? All right. Without hesitation, she signed the contract. Her main goal for tonight's banquet, securing Xiong Tianhua's cooperation, was now accomplished. Staying longer held no purpose. Leaning against Yi Fan, she whispered tenderly, Xiao Fan. Let's take a walk outside. Though she'd become his woman the previous night and engaged in some morning exercises with Ren Shuiying and Qiu Wan today, Rulin still yearned for a private moment. With third sister-in-law Shen Mange arriving in Huadu soon and Yi Fan departing for Guangqing in days, opportunities like this would dwindle. I'm coming too. Gotta protect big bro, declared the ever-loyal blockhead Wang Fugue. Guoli smacked the back of Fugue's head impatiently. Idiot. We've got other things to handle. Since when does big bro need your protection? Guoli grasped Rulin's unspoken intentions instantly. Fugue, however, remained clueless. Old Gua, why hit me? We don't have any, MMPH. Covering Fugue's mouth, Guoli dragged him away, muttering in explanation. Fugue's eyes lit up. Oh. Sis-in-law, big bro, won't cramp your style then. Both Fan and Guoli facepalmed. Some things are better left unsaid. Let's go. To spare Rulin further embarrassment, Fan wrapped an arm around her and vanished from the hall in a flash. As they disappeared, two guards, having recently changed their soiled pants, stood abruptly. Hey, where'd the bastard Fan go? Who cares? Our job's to stop him from meeting Xiong Tianhua. As long as the old man's alone, mission accomplished. Outside the banquet, Fan drove them out of Huadu's city center, arriving 20 minutes later atop a desolate mountain peak. Xiao Fan, why bring me here? Rulin's cheeks flushed pink, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. A secluded spot, just the two of them. What else could this imply? Yet, as a lady, she had to maintain some decorum. To show you the view. Look. Guiding her around a boulder, they reached an overhanging ledge that unveiled Huadu's sprawling skyline, a sea of lights beneath them, the South Sky River winding like a jade ribbon through the city's heart. It's breathtaking. Rulin gasped, enchanted by the spectacle. Bathed in neon hues, her delicate features glowed ethereally. Fan pulled her close, his voice tender. Sis-in-law. Rulin, my love. Thank you. Thank you for standing by the Yi family during its darkest hour, for announcing your marriage to me despite my annulled engagement, preserving our dignity alongside Linglong and Ishue. From today onward, no matter what befalls the Qing family, know this, so long as I breathe, I'll shield you all. His words carried raw sincerity. When the Yi household had been ostracized, only these 7 remarkable women had defied the tide, pledging themselves to a fool to uphold its honor. Such loyalty outweighed mountains. Xiao Fan, families don't keep score. We wanted to. And you've been so good to me. I love you. Shyly, she looped her arms around his neck, her gaze molten. Back then, her decision had been duty-bound, emotions were secondary. But time had woven her heart inextricably to his. Before she could say more, Fan's lips claimed hers. His embrace was possessive, hands already deftly loosening her attire. Within seconds, he'd pinned her against the rocky outcrop. Xiao Fan, not here. Realizing his intentions, Rulin's protests dissolved into breathless surrender. The scoundrel. His scenic getaway had ulterior motives all along. Heh, what's there to be afraid of? There's no one around. Fan smirked mischievously. Besides, after tonight, I might have to return to Yunqing before heading south to Guangxing. This is a rare opportunity. Qing Rulin naturally knew what Fan was referring to. Though bashful, she slowly wrapped her arms around his neck and closed her eyes. Fine, let him have his way. Let this little rascal do as he pleases. Sigh, after all, I'm already his. He can do whatever he wants. Moreover, with Fan's strength at the 8th rank of the martial emperor realm, he'd surely sense if anyone approached. Comforted by this thought, Qing Rulin let go of her inhibitions. What began as shy passivity soon turned into fiery enthusiasm. In an instant, the usually elegant and poised CEO radiated unrestrained passion. Atop the mountain, amidst the sea of clouds, a symphony of pleasure began to rise. Out in the wild, there was always something uniquely thrilling about battles like this. The normally reserved Qing Rulin was now utterly lost in ecstasy. On a nearby tree, a few birds tilted their heads, perplexed by the scene unfolding on the stone slab below. What are these humans doing? Why are their movements so strange? One moment like this, the next like that. Never mind. Too confusing. Time to sleep. A long while later, once the storm had settled, Fan carried Qing Rulin back to the car. She lay limp in his arms, her face flushed, her eyes glazed and shimmering with lingering desire. When she tried to stand and straighten her clothes, her legs gave way, sending her tumbling back into his embrace. It's all your fault, you little devil. You're terrible. She playfully pounded his chest with a fist, her voice dripping with coy reproach. A man's got to be bad for a woman to love him, Fan replied with a roguish grin. Come on, I'll take you home. She nodded, then added softly, Xiao Fan, don't forget. Manji's flight arrives at Huadu Airport at 11 tonight. Remember to pick her up. If you're busy, I can go instead. Even though Yi Fan had regained his senses, Qing Rulin hadn't forgotten the vow the seven sisters had made at the funeral, to ensure the Yi family's legacy wasn't left to her alone. Besides, those sisters who tricked me into marrying him should also get a taste of his prowess. I'll go, Yi Fan sighed heavily, his mind drifting to the intel he'd extracted from the Five Poisons child. Shun Manji's father was the direct perpetrator behind third brother's death. If this was true, how was he supposed to face his third wife? At the Yi family funeral, she had resolutely declared her marriage to him, a debt of gratitude he couldn't ignore. But what role had Shun Manji played in framing third brother? Did she know? He needed answers before meeting her. But first, there was another matter to attend to. Xiong Tianhua had pledged allegiance to him, and Yi Fan had promised to cleanse the three corpses' brain goo from the Xiong family's core members. Tonight, he had to act swiftly. After dropping Qing Rulin off, Yi Fan drove straight to the Xiong family estate in her car. Meanwhile, the Xiong family mansion was ablaze with light. All the core members, about 20 or 30 of them, had gathered in the main hall. Nearby, cages held 30-odd cats and dogs. Patriarch, is young Master Yi really reliable? It's so late, and he still hasn't shown up. Exactly. The poison goo in our bodies isn't easy to remove. If we fail and offend Prince Jean on top of that, we'll be caught between a rock and a hard place. Grandfather, are you sure the goo in your body was really purged? The atmosphere in the hall was thick with tension and anticipation. After all, the memory of those revolting worms burrowing into their flesh still haunted their nightmares. Xiong Tianhua paced anxiously, his hands clasped tightly. I'm certain that sense of being controlled is completely gone. You've seen young Master Ye's strength. If he promised, he'll come. Just wait a little longer. Though he spoke reassuringly, his own fingers fidgeted nervously. Yi Fan and Prince Jean were mortal enemies. But would Yi Fan really go this far just for a transport team? Xiong Tianhua had already made up his mind. If Yi Fan showed up tonight, whether or not he could cure the Xiong family, he would hand over the top-secret cargo Prince Jean had ordered transported from the southwest. Rumor had it that among the items was a soul bone gifted by the goose sex Zhuang Baifan, a treasure with an otherworldly skill sealed within. If absorbed, the user could inherit the Phantom Shadow ability, a doppelganger with the same offensive power as the original body. The shadow could phase through enemies, dealing lethal damage, and even teleport dozens of meters away in an instant. No matter how trapped the main body was, it could swap places with the shadow to escape. Send the shadow into danger while the real body stays safe. Such an overpowered artifact had been excavated from an ancient tomb by the goose sex leader and was meant as a tribute to Prince Jean. But after the suffering Prince Jean had inflicted, Xiong Tianhua refused to serve him any longer. If Prince Jean obtained this soul bone, he'd effectively have two lives. But if Yi Fan came tonight, Xiong Tianhua would give it to him instead. He'll come. He has to. Though they'd only met today, Xiong Tianhua had recognized Yi Fan's character the moment he selflessly saved him. The Yi family had been loyal to the nation, yet met such a tragic end. The thought alone was enough to make anyone sigh in sorrow. This act was for the Xiong family's survival, but also a way to repay Yi Fan. Grandfather, I don't think he's coming. Yi Fan's probably just bluffing to trick you into partnering with the Qing Corporation. Xiong Tianhua's youngest granddaughter, Xiong Yaqi, huffed. A recovered idiot like him, reaching his current cultivation level is already a fluke. If he could also cure poison goo, wouldn't that be too absurd? She smirked playfully. Back when we were infected, I swore I'd marry whoever could purge the goo from my body. That's right. An elegant woman beside her chimed in. Father, if Yi Fan really cures us, Yaqi and I will both marry him. Ugh, let's just disband. Yi Fan's definitely not coming tonight, grumbled other family members, their faces etched with disappointment as they prepared to leave. Nonsense. An aunt and niece marrying the same man? Have you lost your minds? And do you think young Master Yi would even want you? Xiong Tianhua barked. Everyone stays put. We'll wait until midnight. The moment his voice faded, a new one rang out from the entrance. Old Xiong, I'm here. Yifan strode in, his lips curling into a smirk. And I couldn't help overhearing. If I cure your poison goo, 2 of you will marry me? I'll hold you to that. His piercing gaze swept over Xiong Yaki and the woman beside her. So intense it felt like his eyes could strip them bare. The two instinctively shrank back. Could he really cure them all? Xiong Yaki studied Yifan. He was even more handsome in person. But if he succeeded, her aunt had just vowed to marry him too. Did that mean she'd have to? Young Master Yi, you've finally arrived. This is wonderful. Xiong Tianhua's voice trembled with excitement the moment he saw Yifan appear. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees before him. Thud. Young Master Yi, please accept this old man's bow. I beg you to save my Xiong family. From this day forward, every member of the Xiong family will follow your lead without question. As Xiong Tianhua knelt, he noticed the other Xiong family disciples still standing frozen in shock. He barked at them. What are you all gaping at? Kneel down, all of you. His authority in the Xiong family was no joke. With just one command, every disciple present immediately dropped to their knees and bowed before Yifan. Yifan smiled faintly and reached out to help Xiong Tianhua up. Rise, all of you. Elder Xiong has already shown his sincerity. Besides, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since Prince Jin has been controlling all of you, I'd be more than happy to make his life difficult. A surge of energy emanated from Yifan's hand, spreading outward and lifting everyone present with an invisible force. Huh? The sight left all the core members of the Xiong family stunned. Their pupils dilated in shock, as if their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They had heard rumors that Yifan's strength had recovered and that he was powerful, but just how powerful remained a mystery. Now, witnessing him effortlessly lift dozens of people with a single motion, they realized just how extraordinary he truly was. Let's not waste time. We'll start with you. Yifan smirked and pointed at Xiong Yaki. Ah! Xiong Yaki blinked in surprise, her face flushing as she recalled her earlier words. All right, let's go to the bedroom, she said bluntly, motioning for Yifan to follow as she prepared to leave. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Why the bedroom? We can do it right here. Here? But with so many people watching, undressing would be so embarrassing. She stomped her foot in protest. Are you just trying to humiliate me? Yifan sighed. Who said anything about undressing? Just come here. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of energy yanked Xiong Yaki toward him. Steady yourself. Whoosh! In the next moment, crimson threads of spiritual energy surged from Yifan's palm, piercing into Xiong Yaki's body. Under the suppression of the Goo Emperor from the Wangu Cauldron, it took less than 2 minutes for 3 corpse brain goo to be forcibly extracted from her. Next, once the parasites were removed, Xiong Yaki immediately felt a strange lightness in her head, as if a fog had lifted. Her mind was clearer than ever. That's it? She had expected a lengthy process. Undressing, physical examinations, acupuncture, and all sorts of complicated tools to expel the goo poison. Yet Yifan had simply used those mysterious red threads to cleanse her body in seconds. That was ridiculously cool. With Xiong Yaki as the first successful case, the other Xiong family disciples grew more confident. Yifan manipulated the crimson threads, extracting varying numbers of goo worms from each person. Some had 3, others only 1. Within half an hour, every core member of the Xiong family had been cleansed of the corpse brain goo. The extracted parasites writhed within the crimson threads coiled around Yifan's wrist, their translucent red bodies pulsing grotesquely. The sight was so unsettling that none of the Xiong family members dared approach. Elder Xiong, did you prepare the cats and dogs I asked for? Yifan turned to the old man. Xiong Tianhua nodded. They're ready over there. Composed as ever, he stepped forward and gestured toward a row of iron cages containing the animals. Good. Yifan flashed to the cages and swiftly channeled the extracted goo parasites into the cats and dogs. Keep these animals securely contained. If any escape, there could be trouble. Normally, Yifan could have easily annihilated the corpse brain goo. However, these parasites had been personally planted by Zhuang Baifan, the goo sect's leader. If he destroyed them, Zhuang Baifan would undoubtedly sense it. Unlike ordinary goo, the corpse brain goo shared a unique connection between the mother and offspring parasites. For instance, if the offspring goo compelled their host to drink water, the mother goo would experience the same urge. And if multiple offspring goo acted simultaneously, the effect on the mother goo would be even stronger. Yifan's goal was to rescue the Xiong family without alerting Zhuang Baifan. Stealth was key. Achoo! Deep within the Miaojiang mountain range, inside the goo sect's grand hall, sect leader Zhuang Baifan had just finished reviewing a document when he suddenly sneezed 3 times in rapid succession. At the same time, a sharp pain stabbed through his chest, as if something had been carved out of his heart. The pain was accompanied by an inexplicable sense of dread, as though he had glimpsed something terrifying. Damn it! It's all because of that bastard Yifan. He killed my only son, Zhuang Chao. I swear I'll make him pay. Someone, bring me water, he roared. A beautiful maidservant hurriedly presented a cup, but Zhuang Baifan only glared at it in frustration. After a few failed attempts to drink, he hurled the cup to the ground. What kind of useless cup is this? How am I supposed to drink from it? Bring me a bowl. I'll drink from a bowl. Why yes, sect leader. Confused but obedient, the maidservant rushed to fetch a large bowl and filled it with water. Zhuang Baifan snatched it eagerly. Then, instead of drinking normally, he stuck out his tongue and began lapping at the water like a dog. Slurp, slurp, the loud, wet sounds echoed through the hall. The maidservants exchanged horrified glances. What's wrong with the sect leader? This isn't how humans drink. This is how dogs do. But none of them dared voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, back in Hua City, within the Xiong family's courtyard, inside the row of iron cages, a dozen wolfhounds stood with their tails raised, eagerly sticking their heads out to lap at bowls of water. Elder Xiong, the goo parasites have been removed from everyone in your family. As for your grandchildren in the capital, you should receive news about them by tomorrow. Rest assured. After scanning the crowd one last time with his demon eye to confirm no anomalies remained, Yifan prepared to take his leave. Time was running short. He still had to pick up his 3rd sister-in-law, Xin Mange, from the airport. Wait! Just as he turned to go, both Xiong Tianhua and Xiong Yaqi called out simultaneously. Yifan glanced between them. Which one of you wants to speak first? Xiong Yaqi's face flushed red. Grandfather, you go first. I can wait. Xiong Tianhua nodded. Young Master Yi, please come with me. I have a soul bone related to the shadow demon. Its effect is, I hope it will be of use to you. It can phase through walls. The shadow demon can also pass through enemies, delivering physical attacks while allowing the user to escape danger. As Xiong Tianhua described its abilities, Yifan's interest grew. A soul bone like this, if I absorb it, it'd be like gaining a second life. Xiong Tianhua led Yifan into his study, inputted several passwords on the bookshelf, and then guided him through a secret passage into the Xiong family's massive underground hall. The entire underground space could easily rival a football field in size. Staring at the scene before him, Yifan couldn't help but marvel. Why do all these prominent families love digging such enormous basements? The Yi family's underground vault, which his grandfather had shown him before, was similarly vast. And now the Xiong family had one too. Young Master Yi, over there. Xiong Tianhua gestured respectfully as he turned on the lights. There are 38 trucks in total, all loaded with supplies that Prince Jin ordered us to transport to Shangjing: medicinal pills, martial arts manuals, rare herbs, and other resources plundered by Zhuang Baifan, the leader of the Goo sect. But now I've decided not to deliver them. Instead, I offer everything to you, young Master Yi, in hopes that it may be of use. Yifan was momentarily stunned. All of this was amassed by Prince Jin? He extended his perception, sweeping over the trucks. Several of them emitted dense waves of ancient energy, likely carrying high-grade medicinal herbs. Even more astonishing, some of the pills had reached the 5th or 6th tier, making them exceptionally rare. With this much material, Prince Jean could mass-produce a terrifying number of Grandmaster-level fighters. Was he planning something treasonous? Now that Yufan had intercepted these resources, Prince Jean would surely be furious. If you give all of this to me, how will you explain it to Prince Jean? Yifan didn't refuse. After all, his newly formed fan alliance needed resources to grow stronger. A deep glint flickered in Xiong Tianhua's eyes. For now, Prince Jean won't question it. By the time he does, the Xiong family's poison goo will have been purged and the hostages in Shangjing will already be freed. We'll have nothing left to fear. Yifan shook his head. Elder Xiong, I have a better idea. Tomorrow, report to Prince Jean that the convoy was robbed by Yifan while passing through Tianan province. What? Xiong Tianhua was baffled. Wouldn't that bring you unnecessary trouble? Yifan smirked coldly. Prince Jean nearly wiped out the Yi family. What's a little more trouble at this point? I don't mind adding fuel to the fire. After a moment's thought, Xiong Tianhua nodded. The feud between the Yi family and Prince Jean was already irreparable. One more provocation wouldn't change anything. Very well. Young Master Yi, this way. Xiong Tianhua led him to a bulletproof truck, unlocking it with his fingerprint and retinal scan. He retrieved a small box. This contains the most valuable item in the shipment, the soul bone, along with other treasures. Yifan opened the box. Inside lay a translucent bone fragment, nearly identical in size and shape to the one he had obtained from the evil spirit's skeleton. As soon as he touched it, a surge of energy and spiritual force poured into the bone. Instantly, a violent mental intrusion lashed out, attempting to invade his body. But the flame in Yifan's dantian flickered once, its scorching heat instantly incinerating the foreign consciousness. Whoosh! The translucent bone melted in his palm, seeping into his skin. Simultaneously, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind. The phantom shadow technique didn't require study, it imprinted itself into his being as if it had always been there. Whoosh! With a thought, a purple afterimage shot from Yifan's body, darting dozens of meters away, effortlessly phasing through trucks and concrete pillars. Another thought and his true body vanished, reappearing instantly beside the distant pillar. Incredible! This ability bore similarities to his short-range teleportation, but unlike that technique which drained his spiritual energy, the phantom shadow relied on martial force. More importantly, as Elder Xiong had said, this skill couldn't be suppressed. Back at the Ren family, Zhou Ming's fragment had once nullified Yifan's teleportation, leaving him defenseless. Now, with the phantom shadow, he had gained another life-saving trump card. Elder Xiong, thank you. Yifan bowed deeply. This gift was beyond priceless. No need for formalities, young Master Yi. If it aids you, then it was worth it. The truck holds other treasures, feel free to take whatever you need. Yifan scanned the vehicle, initially planning to leave. But then, his demon eye activated on its own, locking onto a cylindrical container. Inside, he found a yellowed parchment. Another fragment of the Immortal Palace map. The aura it emitted matched the other pieces he had collected from the 5 Venoms child, Lu Hao, and elsewhere. With this, he now possessed 5 fragments. If he could gather the ones lost by his 7 brothers, would he finally complete the map? What secrets lay within the Immortal Palace? What kind of place was the Divine Ruins? Shaking off his thoughts, Yifan swept his gaze over the remaining trucks. Finding nothing else of interest, he and Elder Xiong left the underground hall. Ordinary pills? He could refine them himself. Martial techniques? The ones from his dragon seal ring far surpassed anything here. Back in the Xiong family courtyard, Yifan nodded. Elder Xiong, no need to see me off. As for the supplies, I'll have Guoli arrange their transport in batches. With that, he activated Phantom Shadow. A spectral afterimage shot beyond the estate. And his true body vanished. Watching him disappear, Xiong Tianhua murmured, I hope I've placed my faith in the right man. Epilogue, The Weight of Blood and Love. Yifan sped toward Huadu Airport. Shin Manji's plane would land in 20 minutes. The moment of reckoning had come. On one side, his 3rd brother, slain by Shin Nanfei, Shin Manji's father. On the other, Shin Manji herself, who, at his brother's funeral, had vowed to marry him despite his madness, standing loyally beside his family. How could he choose? Marry her and ignore his brother's death? Unthinkable. Kill Shin Nanfei and break her heart? Unbearable. Shangjing, Prince Jin's residence. Prince Jin slumped wearily in his grand chair, propping his head up with one hand, his face etched with exhaustion. The entire day had been nothing but a relentless stream of terrible news. The establishment of the Grand Preceptor's faction meant that Ji Yuchen, that brat, had openly declared war against him. The formation of the Fan Alliance under Yi Fan signaled the rise of a new faction. Yi Fan's inner circle was already mobilizing. And then there was last night's battle at the Ren family where Feng Hanshao clashed with Yi Fan. The result? Every last one of Prince Jin's trusted operatives in Huadu had been wiped out. But none of that mattered as much as the recent reports of supernatural horrors emerging in Huadu. For the treasures rumored to lie beneath those horrors, Prince Jin had dispatched one of his 4 elite guard units, the Tiger Squad. Yet a full day had passed without a single trace of them. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Your Highness, we found some faint leads regarding the Tiger Squad. An aide rushed in breathless. According to martial families stationed near the demolition zone, they witnessed the Tiger Squad entering the area. After a fierce battle, everything fell silent. When the black mist cleared, they found no trace of life inside. Did the supernatural horrors devour them? Prince Jin frowned. But Ahu's strength had already reached the martial emperor level. Even a sealed horror shouldn't have been able to prevent his escape. How could there be no sign of him? It likely wasn't the horrors. Martial factions and experts are still flooding into Huadu, tearing the demolition zone apart, even digging 10 zhang underground, yet they've found neither the horrors nor the treasures. The aide sighed. Now everyone suspects the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and Yi Fan's group tampered with the scene. The treasures must have been taken by them. But the question remains, where did the horrors go? Does Yi Fan have the power to deal with them? The barrage of revelations sent a chill down Prince Jin's spine. If Yi Fan can handle supernatural horrors, will the immortals I've summoned even stand a chance against him? A pang of regret gnawed at him. Had I known the Yi family would be this troublesome, I would never have moved against them so recklessly. But now it was too late. The conflict had escalated to a life-or-death struggle. There was no turning back. There's more. The second-in-command of the ancient martial Yi clan went to Huadu and nearly killed Yi Chongfeng. But after clashing with Yi Fan, our observers reported that Yi Chong actually bowed to him in submission. Prince Jin scoffed. Yi Chong's submission means nothing. The true authority in the ancient martial Yi clan lies with their patriarch. Infiltrate their ranks and relay everything about Yi Fan to him. Isn't the patriarch obsessed with Yi Fan's bloodline? If we can't deal with Yi Fan ourselves, we'll make sure he suffers regardless. And what are the arrangements in Huadu? Shin Mange is planning to meet Yi Fan. If they come face to face, the secrets of the Shin family in Guangqing will be exposed, jeopardizing our plans there. Prince Jin rubbed his temples, the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him. Everything was in place, but the young prince insisted on taking matters into his own hands. He left for Huadu this afternoon, disguised as Yi Fan, intending to intercept Shin Mange at the airport. He claimed he wanted to ease your burden. What? That damn fool! Prince Jin's rage erupted. Why wasn't I informed sooner? His worthless son, who fancied himself a brilliant strategist despite being nothing but a layabout, had gone to Huadu, Yi Fan's stronghold, to impersonate him and intercept Shin Mange? He's just lusting after that celebrity's body. Couldn't he wait? Once Yi Fan was dealt with, every star in the empire would be his for the taking. Call him immediately. Order him to return at once. He must not provoke Yi Fan alone. Sending him into the lion's den now was sheer madness. Understood. The aide hesitated, then added, but your highness need not worry too much. Though the immortals haven't arrived yet, 2 of their disciples are already here, and the young prince has taken them with him. Both are at the martial saint level. If they encounter Yi Fan, they might just kill him outright. Prince Jin sighed. Let's hope so. A foreboding unease settled in his chest. Huadu International Airport. Yi Fan arrived just as the plane touched down, perfect timing. Holding a bouquet of flowers, he strode toward the exit where a massive crowd had gathered. All were fans of Shin Mange. As an international superstar dominating both music and film, her popularity was unmatched. With a flick of his will, Yi Fan activated his shadow step. A purple afterimage weaved effortlessly through the crowd, slipping into the front row. Whoosh! His real body followed, materializing instantly at the forefront. The nearby fans blinked in confusion. Where did this guy come from? Mange. Ah! She's here. Shin Mange, I love you. A stunning figure emerged from the terminal, Shin Mange. Dressed in a flowing white gown cinched at the waist with an emerald sash, her curves were accentuated flawlessly. Shoulder-length hair framed her porcelain face, radiating an alluring Eastern charm. Every inch a goddess. This third sister-in-law is truly a rare beauty. And that waist, just imagining gripping it. Yi Fan shook off the distracting thoughts and stepped forward only to freeze. From the side, a group of men approached Shin Mange. Mange, I'm here to pick you up. The leading young man smiled warmly. Yi Fan's eyes widened. What they? A carbon copy of himself. Stealing his wife right in front of him? Unacceptable. Rage ignited within him, his martial energy surging. If he let this slide, how many more Yi Fans would try to cuckold him in the future? The imposter Yi Fan spread his arms, intending to embrace Shinmange. Yi Fan was already prepared. If they were to hug, he would act immediately. Though the situation with third sister-in-law's father remained unclear, she had publicly announced at the funeral that she would marry him. Since she was his wife, no one else was allowed to touch her, not even a finger. Such was Yi Fan's dominance. Thank you, Shinmange said softly, gracefully sidestepping the imposter's embrace. The move caught the fake Yi Fan off guard. This imposter was none other than Zhao Wuyo, the son of Prince Jin. Upon learning that his father planned to prevent Shinmange from meeting Yi Fan, he had secretly brought 2 disciples of the immortals to the city, disguising himself as Yi Fan to intercept her. His goals were twofold. First, to block Shinmange and Yi Fan's reunion. Second, to take advantage of his disguise and get close to her. If he could seduce her, wouldn't that be perfect? Not only would he humiliate Yi Fan, but he could also use the Shin family to suppress the Yi family, helping his father regain the upper hand. Ha! Truly, I am my father's worthy heir, a strategic genius in the making. Mange, you're my wife. Why won't you let me hug you? Zhao Wuyo's arms hung awkwardly in the air as he forced a smile. I'm sorry, Xiao Fan. I just need time to adjust. When you were still unwell, it was easier. But now that you've recovered, Shinmange's brows furrowed with sorrow as she explained. She studied Zhao Wuyo closely, a strange unease creeping over her. Though his appearance was identical to Yi Fan's, something felt off, as if another soul inhabited his skin. This sensation wasn't new. She had felt the same around her father recently, which was why she had come to discuss it with Yi Fan. But now even Yi Fan gave her the same unsettling vibe. Dare I confide in him? All right, Zhao Wuyo conceded, suppressing his greed. Though he longed to pull her into his arms, he had a larger scheme in mind. Infiltrating the enemy's ranks required patience. Slow and steady wins the race. Miss Shin, could I get your autograph? A fan's excited voice broke the tension. Shinmange stepped forward with a practiced smile. Hello, everyone. Thank you for waiting so late. It's getting late, please head home safely. If you're free, come to my concert in Guangqing the day after tomorrow. And if you have any business opportunities, don't forget to collaborate with my husband's Yi Corporation. As she addressed the crowd, her gaze swept absently across the faces, yet she sensed a familiar pair of eyes watching her, an intangible pull. Those eyes belonged to Yi Fan, who had concealed himself in the crowd. Hearing Shinmange promote the Yi Corporation even during a fan meeting, effectively endorsing it, Yi Fan felt a warmth in his chest. At least this future sister-in-law, my third wife, has a good heart. He resolved then to protect this kind-hearted woman. I'll be leaving now, Shinmange announced, heading toward her car. Mange, this way. I've arranged a car and hotel for you, Zhao Wuyo urged, eagerly opening the door of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. But Shinmange shook her head. I'll take my own car. I have work to attend to. As for the hotel, Rulin has already made arrangements. We can talk tomorrow. Suddenly, exhaustion weighed on her. At home, her father had been acting strangely for years, lashing out at her and her brothers, making bizarre decisions with the family's resources. Professionally, she faced increasing hostility, especially after announcing her engagement to Yi Fan. She had hoped to confide in him, but the man before her felt nothing like the Yi Fan she knew. She couldn't bring herself to share her troubles or even spend another minute with him. But didn't Rulin say Yi Fan was wonderful? Why do I feel nothing of the sort? Sigh. Was my decision to marry him at the Yi family's funeral a mistake? She stepped into her car, speeding away from the airport. Zhao Wuyo stared after her, baffled. What's going on? Weren't Yi Fan's sisters-in-law supposed to dote on him? Why won't she even hug me? He pulled out his phone, checking his reflection. Do I not look like him? 2 robed disciples approached. Young Master Zhao, your appearance is flawless. It must be your demeanor. Remember, Yi Fan was once mentally impaired. Perhaps she still prefers that version of him. Try acting slower tomorrow, it might work. Act impaired? Like this. Zhao Wuyo mimicked a stutter, grinning. So that's her type? Easy. A strategist like me can surely conquer Shinmange. Once I have her, Guangqing will fall into our hands. Meanwhile, in a speeding black van in Huadu, Shinmange gazed blankly at the neon lights outside. Ring. The phone jolted her from her thoughts. It was Qing Rulin. Mange, did Yi Fan pick you up? Yes, Shinmange replied, her mood lifting slightly. So? Isn't he amazing? Handsome, considerate. We made the right choice. He'll definitely ease your worries. Rulan's cheerful chatter faded as she noticed Shinmange's silence. Mange? Did he upset you? No, it's just… The Yi-fan I met today doesn't match your description. Are you sure it was him at the airport? Not the same? What do you mean? Our husband has a dragon tattoo on his chest. Before Shinmange could respond, a sudden movement rustled in the car. Whoosh! A figure materialized beside her. Good evening, sister-in-law. Ah! Why are you following me again? How did you even get in here? A sudden presence in the sealed car startled Shinmange so badly that she let out a sharp scream. Naturally, the intruder was none other than Yi-fan, who had quietly followed her. For Yi-fan, entering a locked car was child's play. He had at least two methods at his disposal. One was teleportation and the other was the newly acquired phantom penetration skill from his soul bone. Either way, it was effortless. Sister Mange, what's wrong? Qing Rulan's concerned voice came through the phone after hearing the scream. It's Yi-fan. I don't know how he did it, but he just appeared in my car out of nowhere. A second ago, he was still in the vehicle behind us. Shinmange quickly explained the situation. On the other end, Qing Rulan let out a relieved sigh, a faint smile forming on her lips. Sister Mange, if that's the case, then the one beside you now is definitely the real Yi-fan. I suspect the one you met at the airport earlier was an imposter. An imposter? Shinmange's heart skipped a beat at Qing Rulan's words. She turned to scrutinize the man beside her and froze. Yes, this was the right feeling. That familiar aura, that comforting presence, it was unmistakable. So, the Yi-fan she'd encountered at the airport had been a fake? How terrifying. But Qing Rulan had mentioned a way to verify his identity. She'd test him first before anything else. After hanging up, Shinmange fixed Yi-fan with an intense gaze. You, take off your clothes. Ha! Yi-fan, unaware of her earlier conversation with Qing Rulan, blinked in surprise. Take off my clothes? This was unexpected. Sure, his 7 sisters-in-law had once joked about expanding the Yi family lineage, but was she really in such a hurry? Couldn't they at least wait until they got to a hotel? Isn't this a bit sudden? Maybe later? He studied her face, trying to decipher her intentions. Shinmange immediately recognized the mischief in his eyes and flushed. Ugh! Rulan was right, you're such a pervert. Despite her scolding, her mood lightened considerably. This was exactly the vibe she remembered. Both Ishihue and Rulan had described Yi-fan as kind-hearted but with a roguish charm, the kind of bad that was irresistibly appealing, never crossing into unpleasantness. I just wanted to check your chest, she muttered, scooting closer. Fine, I'll do it myself. Before he could react, she grabbed the hem of his t-shirt and yanked it upward. Whoa, sister-in-law, this is getting wild. If you take advantage of me like this, you'll have to take responsibility. Though he kept up the playful banter, Yi-fan didn't resist. He could see the worry etched in her expression. Whatever she was doing, she had her reasons. But when Shinmange lifted his shirt, her heart sank. His chest was smooth and unmarked, no dragon tattoo in sight. No! It's not there. Her stomach twisted with dread. Was this still the fake Yi-fan? Then where was the real one? Was he in danger? A storm of anxious thoughts swirled in her mind. What are you looking for, sister-in-law? Yi-fan asked, noticing her sudden distress. And nothing. She forced a weak smile and started to lower his shirt. Screech. The driver slammed on the brakes without warning. Shinmange lurched forward, crashing into Yi-fan's chest. Her low-cut white dress gaped open, nearly spilling its sinful bounty over his face. Ah! Feeling his warm breath against her skin, she gasped and scrambled back. But in that split second, as his shirt slipped from her grasp, she saw it. A golden dragon tattoo flickering to life on his chest. Ha! It was there. She immediately yanked his shirt back up, staring intently. The tattoo swirled with ancient energy, its dragon form pulsing with power. It really is you. Yi-fan. So this was the dragon Rulan had mentioned? But why had it only appeared when her assets pressed against him? Wait, did that mean his dragon tattoo was activated by skin contact? You, lecherous dragon, she huffed, cheeks burning. Yet despite her embarrassment, joy bubbled in her chest. Yi-fan, I'm just glad you're safe. Overcome with emotion, she looped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Whoosh! The dragon tattoo flared even brighter, its glow nearly fiery. Definitely a perverted dragon. But more importantly, Shinmange made a startling discovery. Every time their skin touched, whether from her chest brushing his face or her lips meeting his cheek, a surge of warmth flooded into her body, instantly converting into martial energy and boosting her strength. This So this was how Yishue had broken through to the Grandmaster realm so quickly? Just by being close to Yifan? Her heart raced with excitement. I knew I picked the right husband. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Yifan, thoroughly bewildered, could only stare as she clung to him. Stop calling me sister-in-law, she chided, nestling against his shoulder. Call me wife. For the first time in years, she felt truly at ease. But then a thought struck her. Wait, you knew someone was impersonating you earlier, didn't you? She pinched his arm. What if I'd been tricked? What if I'd run off with that fake? Yifan chuckled awkwardly. Mange, you did notice something was off, didn't you? You didn't even hug him. But now. He gestured to her current position, curled in his lap like a clingy kitten. Husband. I was scared, she whispered, her voice breaking as tears welled up. The sight shattered Yifan's heart. Don't be afraid, he murmured, pulling her close. Whatever it is, tell me. I'm here now. Nothing will hurt you. Amen. She looked up, eyes glistening. Yifan, could you stay with me tonight? Just, don't go back. After years of loneliness, she'd finally found her anchor, and she never wanted to let go. Good. Yifan tightened his arm slightly around Shinmange's waist. During this time, Yifan had only helped Su Yishue clear obstacles in Yongqing. However, it was obvious that the other sisters-in-law who had announced their marriage to him at the funeral must have also endured tremendous pressure. He owed them. At the same time, Yifan wanted to subtly probe Shinmange about the situation with the Shin family. Back at the hotel, after everything was settled and Shinmange had freshened up, she lay on the bed in a seductive nightgown only to see Yifan grab a blanket and prepare to sleep on the couch. She couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Now he's pretending to be proper. Humph. This scoundrel, according to Yishue and Rulin, he wasn't like this at all when he was with them. Husband, why are you going to the couch? I'm your wife, of course I should be sleeping in your arms tonight. Shinmange pouted in annoyance. Come here. All right. Though Yifan had little resistance to beautiful women and Shinmange had publicly declared herself his wife, meaning she likely wouldn't object if he tried anything, he could tell she was in a terrible mood today. If he took advantage of her now, he'd be no better than an animal. So he had dutifully grabbed a blanket for the couch. Still, he had already decided tonight he would simply hold her and sleep. Nothing more. If anything were to happen, it would have to wait until the situation in Guangshan was fully investigated. Husband, actually, I came today because I wanted to talk to you. Shinmange curled up contentedly in his arms, her voice soft. I'm so tired. And my father, he hasn't understood me these past few years. He yells at me all the time, and so do my brothers. I feel like, even though he looks the same, ever since he returned from the capital a few years ago, it's like he's a different person. As if another soul lives inside him. About the marriage with you, he was absolutely against it. He even threatened to disown me. I don't know how to face him anymore. As Shinmange poured out her troubles, Yifan latched onto one key detail. Another soul living inside him? Disguise techniques weren't unique to Yifan. If Jin Wang and his men could impersonate him, could they also be impersonating Shin Nanfei? If the current Shin Nanfei was just a disguised imposter, everything would make sense. The one who wanted to kill third brother wasn't Shinmange's real father, it was someone else. But if that were the case, the real Shin Nanfei might have already been killed. Would Shinmange be able to handle that blow? He needed to prepare her. Mange, have you ever considered that the father you see now might not be your real father? Yifan hinted carefully. Shinmange's expression darkened. Of course I've thought about it. But aside from his personality, all his habits are the same as before. She sighed. And honestly, I'm afraid. If this person isn't my father, then the real one must be. Her voice cracked, tears threatening to spill again. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, everything will be all right. Yifan gently stroked her back, channeling a soothing energy into her body to calm her emotions. Shinmange continued sharing stories about the entertainment industry, her past life, and more, until exhaustion finally took over. She curled up in his arms and fell into a deep sleep, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck as if he were her only anchor of safety. Looking down at her, Yifan sighed inwardly. No matter what, he couldn't fail these women who had stood by him. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Manhua, the intelligence network should be ready by now, right? Investigate something immediately, everything about the Shin family in Guangqing. The more details, the better. Yes. The next morning, Yifan and Shinmange went downstairs for breakfast. While Yifan stepped away to the restroom, Zhao Wuyo and his two brilliant companions approached Shinmange. Gee, good morning, Mange. Zhao Wuyo stammered exaggeratedly, his face twitching. After their strategy session yesterday, they had concluded that Shinmange rejected him because he wasn't acting foolishly enough. So today he was going all in on the lovable idiot act. What he didn't know was that despite his surveillance, he had no idea Yi Fan had spent the night with her. Seeing this fake Yi Fan, Shinmange smiled faintly. Morning. It's working. Zhao Wuyo and his lackeys exchanged triumphant glances. Be breakfast here is be bad. Let's go somewhere else. He leered at her, barely restraining his urge to just take her by force. Shinmange burst out laughing. Where did this idiot come from? Does he really think Yi Fan acts like this? What's so funny? Zhao Wuyo blinked in confusion until his phone suddenly rang. He had turned it off last night to avoid his father's calls, but now that it was back on, the barrage of missed calls hit him. It was his father. You worthless brat. Why was your phone off? I called you hundreds of times. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Get your ass back to Huadu now. But Dad, I'm going to be a legendary hero. I'm about to win over Shinmange. Once I do, the crisis in Guangxing will be solved. Absolutely not. The roar from the other end was deafening. Do you even realize your entire operation might already be under Yi Fan's control? No way. I've been so careful, no one suspects a thing. Everyone in Huadu thinks I'm the real Yi Fan. Hopeless. Jin Wang was speechless. How could someone as brilliant as him have such a moron for a son? Just then. Hey, Mr. Yi Fan. Good morning. A young man suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Wuyo, greeting him cheerfully. Zhao Wuyo's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What the? Yi Fan? Why are you here? Waiting for you, of course. Yi Fan smirked. Zhao Wuyo's legs turned to jelly. Trouble? Waiting for myself? Damn it. Didn't I have so many elite experts stationed around the hotel? How the hell did Yi Fan get in? How did you get in? Why didn't I sense anything? Zhao Wuyo spoke while glancing at the two white-robed young men beside him, their eyes equally bewildered. If he had just entered, we would have noticed. Yi Fan smirked, his gaze predatory. Oh? I slept with my wife last night. What's the problem? Earlier, Yi Fan had only vaguely guessed that Zhao Wuyo was connected to the Jin Prince of Shangjing, but he hadn't been sure of the man's exact identity. Now, however, after overhearing Zhao Wuyo's phone call, everything was clear. So, the young prince himself has come out to play? Humph. While dismantling the Jin Prince's forces, Yi Fan's biggest concern had been the prince secretly targeting the families of his other sisters-in-law. But now, the young prince had delivered himself right into Yi Fan's hands. What better bargaining chip could there be? What? You two were together last night? Then, Zhao Wuyo's mind raced. Though not the sharpest, he quickly pieced it together. You've been playing me? You recognized me from the start. With Yi Fan standing before him, Zhao Wuyo knew his cover was blown. Exactly. We were playing you. Got a problem with that? Yi Fan's piercing stare was that of a cat toying with a mouse. Yi Fan, you're truly ruthless. Damn it. Rage burned in Zhao Wuyo's chest, but fear held him back. You two, can you take him? Though Zhao Wuyo himself was at the martial emperor level, he had studied Yi Fan's battles, the clash at Penglai Gorge, the siege of the Ren family estate. Officially, Yi Fan's strength was only at the peak of martial venerable, but that was obviously a lie. His real power must be at least martial emperor, 5th tier, or higher. Fighting him head-on? Zhao Wuyo wasn't confident. It's uncertain, the two white-robed youths muttered, eyeing Yi Fan warily. Logically, the fluctuations of Yi Fan's martial aura didn't seem overwhelming, yet an inexplicable dread gripped them, an instinctive urge to flee. Shit. Then what are we waiting for? Run. Zhao Wuyo bellowed, channeling his energy into his legs as he bolted for the exit. TCH, too late, idiot. Shangjing, Jin Prince's residence. The Jin Prince hung up the phone, his face haggard as if aged decades in an instant. Son, why must you be so reckless? Throwing yourself into the lion's den, now look what's happened. Your Highness, surely it's not that dire, his advisor interjected. The young prince has those two powerful disciples of the immortal with him, both martial emperors with unique techniques. Even if they can't defeat Yi Fan, escaping shouldn't be useless. The prince cut him off with a sigh. Haven't you heard? The evil spirits in Huadu vanished without a trace. And before that, only Yi Fan and Pang Hai's group from the Tianji Pavilion entered the demolition zone. He must have found a way to counter them. If Yi Fan can suppress evil spirits, even the immortal himself might not be a match. What hope do two mere disciples have? Huadu Hotel Lobby. As Zhao Wuyo lunged forward, Yi Fan's voice echoed behind him. Young Master Zhao, you can't just leave like this. Shouldn't you? Leave something behind? Humph. Yi Fan, don't push us. We're not to be trifled with. The white-robed youths flanking Zhao Wuyo unleashed their martial pressure while darting toward the door. Yi Fan merely grinned. Oh? Then I insist on trying. Shadow Phantom. With a thought, a violet afterimage shot forth, piercing through both youths before they could react. Whoosh. Whoosh. No physical wounds appeared, but the moment the phantom passed through them. My strength, it's dropped by 30%. Shit. Mine too. Their pupils contracted in horror. Cough. Cough. Blood sprayed from their mouths as their bodies convulsed from internal injuries. The phantom didn't stop. It surged ahead, drilling through Zhao Wuyo next. TCH, what's the big deal? It's just an illusion, ga. Cough. His mocking words turned to a choked gasp as the phantom siphoned his energy. His movements slowed instantly. Before he could process it, Yi Fan's true body blinked into place, merging with the phantom. What kind of broken technique is this? First the phantom drains power, then the real body teleports. This is insane. Young Master Zhao, Yi Fan said coldly, you impersonated me to deceive my wife. That's mental distress. You can't just walk away. The phantom hadn't just stolen 30% of their strength, it had copied their martial techniques, transferring them to Yi Fan. Shadowless slash? Not bad. He glanced at the white-robed duo, then flicked his wrist. A blade of condensed energy materialized, spinning toward one of them. How the hell do you know my ultimate move? The youth panicked, dodging frantically. But the shadowless slash had a homing effect. Once locked on, it pursued until destruction or impact. Boom. With his power already diminished, the youth failed to evade. His arm exploded at the shoulder. Why Yi Fan? Zhao Wuyo trembled. What do you want from me? Regret nodded him. I should have listened to father. Yi Fan's voice turned glacial, frost spreading across the room. Your life. You dare spare my life? Do you even know who I am? My father is... Zhao Wuyo instinctively prepared to reveal his father's name. At that moment, the two geniuses behind Zhao Wuyo seemed to snap out of their daze. Young Master Zhao, you mustn't say it. They were gambling, betting that Yi Fan only knew Zhao Wuyo's surname but not his identity as the son of Prince Jin. If Zhao Wuyo outright declared his lineage, given the current blood feud between Prince Jin and the Yi family, what fate awaited him? Clearly, they had gambled wrong. Yi Fan had heard every word of Zhao Wuyo's earlier conversation with Prince Jin. He already knew exactly who Zhao Wuyo was. Weren't you about to say your father is Prince Jin? Yi Fan's icy gaze locked onto Zhao Wuyo as he spoke calmly. So you do know. My father is a royal prince wielding immense power. If you dare lay a finger on me, he will never let you. Squelch. Before Zhao Wuyo could finish, Yi Fan moved. His shadowless slash flashed, severing one of Zhao Wuyo's fingers in an instant. Now I've touched you. Call your father. Let's see what he plans to do about it. Humph. Your father slaughtered my entire family. He won't spare me? I won't spare him either. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the two white-robed youths behind Zhao Wuyo exchanged despairing glances. It's over, everything's exposed. They had come here just fine, but now they might never leave. Since Zhao Wuyo's identity was revealed, Yi Fan had likely been setting this trap since last night. Ah! My finger, damn it. You actually dared to, you're dead. Raised in luxury, Zhao Wuyo had never endured pain like this. The searing agony of his severed finger sent him leaping in place. I'll call him. I'll really call. Trembling, Zhao Wuyo stared at Yi Fan, torn between dialing his father for help and fearing the consequences. Call. And make it a video call. Yi Fan's cold, unflinching demeanor left Zhao Wuyo utterly bewildered. What's his game? He's actually letting me call? With shaky hands, Zhao Wuyo dialed Prince Jin. Dad, woo-woo, my hand, it's hurt. You have to avenge me. As he spoke, he held up his severed finger to the camera. In the capital, Prince Jin's heart lurched at the sight. Is it just your finger? Where are Shang Luo and the others? They're here. Zhao Wuyo panned the camera to the two white-robed youths. Everyone's still alive? Only Shang Luo lost an arm? Did you defeat Yi Fan? Or did you escape? Am I dreaming? Prince Jin's mind reeled with disbelief. Could his foolish son and those two dim-witted disciples of the immortals really have bested Yi Fan? Humph. Zhao Jin. Do you think this is a dream? A chilling voice cut through Prince Jin's thoughts as a familiar yet dreaded face filled the screen. Yi Fan. You. Prince Jin's breath hitched, his heart plummeting. The moment he saw Yi Fan, despair gripped him. Of course. How could his idiot son ever be a match for Yi Fan? Every scheme Prince Jin had laid in Yunshan, in Huadu, had been dismantled by Yi Fan. Even Tang Zheng and Elder Zhang Heng had fallen, their families obliterated. If he, with all his cunning, had failed to gain the upper hand against Yi Fan, how could he expect his son to succeed? What do you want? After a brief pause, Prince Jin steadied himself, his voice low and dangerous. If my son suffers even a scratch, I will exterminate your entire. What do I want? Blood for blood. Damn it, Zhao Jin. My family's already been wiped out by you. Who's left to exterminate? Yi Fan's glare burned into the screen, Prince Jin's face seared into his mind. This was the man who had orchestrated the massacre, the one responsible for the deaths of his 3 uncles, 7 brothers, and the 10 great talents of the Yi family, nearly eradicating them overnight. This vengeance was not just for him, but for the restless souls of his fallen kin. Crack! Mid-sentence, Yi Fan seized Zhao Wuyo's arm and snapped it before Prince Jin's eyes. Watch closely. This is just the interest. Squelch! His blade flashed again, piercing straight through Zhao Wuyo's shoulder. Ah! It hurts! My arm, my shoulder, Zhao Wuyo howled, writhing in agony. Spotting Shang Luo and his brother standing idle, he screamed, You too! Quit gawking and help me. Are you just going to watch him stab me? Young master, we can't move. Our strength has been suppressed. Our meridians are sealed. We're powerless. Shang Luo's voice was thick with despair. Yi Fan had long since activated his absolute domain, locking down the entire area. The brothers had tried to flee but found themselves immobilized, their cultivation utterly nullified. Stop! Yi Fan, you beast! Release my son at once. How dare you? Prince Jin's face twisted in fury as he watched the scene unfold, his entire body trembling. Yi Fan smirked. Ha! Your son is precious, but were my brothers not sons to their fathers? The Yi family served the empire with blood and sweat. What madness drove you to slaughter us all? For a few scraps of a map. Today you'll taste the same despair. Squelch! Squelch! Yi Fan's blade never paused, methodically carving into Zhao Wuyo's body, each strike agonizing but carefully placed to avoid immediate death. Zhao Wuyo's screams echoed through the building, shrill enough to shatter glass. Prince Jin's heart spasmed. He shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. His foolish son had walked right into the lion's den. Had he learned nothing from the fates of Zhang Feng, Zhang Heng's grandson, and Shenxiao Tangzheng's grandson, who had recklessly challenged Yi Fan? Yi Fan, may you die 1,000 deaths. Prince Jin roared into the phone, his rage erupting into a tempest that shook the entire manor. Bang! 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 Light bulbs exploded. Beams splintered. Trees were uprooted. Likewise. But don't worry, I won't kill him yet. When I march into the capital, I'll send you both to hell together as offerings to my family's fallen. Back in the capital, Prince Jin could no longer endure watching his son's torment. He crushed the phone in his grip and bellowed at his aides. Send out the elite assassination squad to Huadu now. Understood, Your Highness. Shall they rescue the young master? A subordinate ventured. No. Prince Jin's voice was steel. Kill him. Huh? Your Highness, did I hear you correctly? The assistant standing before Prince Jin looked at him with utter disbelief. That's the young prince. Your own flesh and blood. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't devour its own cub. Yet the prince was actually ordering the execution of his own son? Was he defying the heavens? Prince Jin's face twisted in agony. The earlier ferocity in his demeanor had vanished, leaving him looking decades older in an instant. His body swayed unsteadily as he muttered, No mistake. Kill him. That little bastard Yi Fan knows exactly what he's doing. He wants to use Wuyu's life as leverage to restrict my actions, to make me hesitate. As long as Zhao Wuyu remains in his hands, none of my future plans can proceed without restraint. With this weakness, everything becomes complicated. Prince Jin slumped into a chair, his eyes hollow. But we could send men to rescue the young prince. Killing him isn't the only option. Do you really think that's possible? Have you forgotten the lesson of the Zhang family in the northwest? Prince Jin glared coldly at his assistant. How many men have we already lost trying to save them? The Zhang family of the northwest had engaged in an economic war with the Yi family only to lose everything and be reduced to begging in the streets. Prince Jin had repeatedly sent men to rescue them, hoping to reassure his followers that he wouldn't abandon them. But after dispatching over a dozen teams, including several martial venerable experts, none had returned. It's a bottomless pit. And now it's my own son, Zhao Yu. If Yi Fan uses him as bait to lure us in, picking us off one by one, what strength will we have left to oppose the Yi family? Rescuing him is too difficult. But killing him? That's much simpler. So, carry out my orders. Send assassins to eliminate Wuyu. Now, before I change my mind. Enraged, Prince Jin slammed his fist onto the table, cracking both the wood and the floor beneath. Yes. I'll arrange it immediately. Flower City Hotel Lobby. Yi Fan watched the frozen screen of the phone before crushing it with a surge of energy. He kicked the barely conscious Zhao Wuyu aside and turned his gaze toward Shang Luo and his junior brother. Shang Luo had already witnessed Yi Fan's terrifying power. As disciples of an immortal master, they had assumed their 6th-level martial emperor strength would allow them to dominate the mortal world. Yet before they could even fight, Yi Fan's illusions had sapped away 30% of their power. Then his absolute domain had completely immobilized them. You. What do you want? My master Shang Luo started to threaten, but the words died in his throat. After all, Zhao Wuyu had also tried invoking his powerful father, only to be reduced to a broken mess. Why stop? Yi Fan's piercing stare bore into them. Though you have no blood feud with me, you aided Prince Jean in his schemes. That alone warrants punishment. Pausing, he took their phones and said indifferently, call your master. Let him know you're safe. Ha! Safe? How is this safe? But under Yi Fan's unrelenting gaze, Shang Luo knew he had no choice. Reluctantly, he dialed his master's number. Master. A stuttering voice answered. D disciple. H, how are things? W, what of Yi Fan's strength? The stammering tone reminded Yi Fan of a certain cartoon leopard spirit. Enough nonsense. Yi Fan snatched the phone. Listen well, stay out of my way. If you behave, I might return your disciples later. Otherwise, I'll wipe you out too. After delivering the warning, he crushed the phone. W what? W who? Who are you? The immortal master's confused voice was cut off by the dial tone. Van. Wrong number. He checked the caller ID, it was Shang Luo's number and the voice had been his disciples. But who was the other man? Since he was in the midst of a critical month-long cultivation session, he had sent his 2 disciples to assist Prince Jean in his stead. Frowning, the immortal master dialed Prince Jean. Prince Jean. My disciples. W, what happened? My apologies, immortal master, Prince Jean replied deferentially. Your disciples, along with my foolish son, have been captured by Yi Fan. Their fate is grim. Worse, Yi Fan has threatened to destroy even you. Cunningly, Prince Jean omitted his son's blunders and instead stoked the immortal master's fury. Yi Fan? The bastard. So it was him. Now he understood the rude caller had been Yi Fan. I see. Damn it. Once my cultivation concludes, I'll deal with him. Shanjing. After hanging up, Prince Jin's mood improved slightly. So what if you've captured my son, Yi Fan? Losing one son is a small price to pay for your family's annihilation. Once the immortal master makes his move, do you really think you'll survive? Ding dong. As Prince Jean drummed his fingers on the desk, pondering how to boost his own strength, his phone rang again. It was Xiong Tianhua. Your Highness, disaster. Our supply convoy was just ambushed by Yi Fan's men. All the cargo has been seized. What? Everything? Prince Jean shot to his feet, his face contorted in rage. Was Yi Fan sent by the heavens to torment him? First, he captures and tortures my son. Now he robs my supplies. What about the armored truck? Are the items inside safe? The most critical losses were the fragments of the Celestial Palace map and the soul bone. Gone. Yi Fan targeted it first. The Xiong family suffered heavy casualties. We won't be able to resume transport operations for a long time. Forgive us, Your Highness. Xiong Tianhua's performance was flawless, his voice trembling with fear, his tone laced with desperation. Damn it. Damn it. 2 more crucial items have been stolen by Yi Fan. Bastard. That phantom shadow skill from the soul bone was something Prince Jean desperately needed. Prince Jean had spent years scheming for something monumental. Destroying the Yi family and seizing their map was just one part of it. The other was clearing obstacles for his grander plans. Now, after all this effort, success was finally within reach. But lately, Prince Jean couldn't shake the feeling that the scales were tipping in Yi Fan's favor. If this continued, he might not even be able to handle that brat Ji Yuchen from the imperial family, let alone control the entire Great Xia Empire and uncover the traces of the Celestial Palace. What's the damn use of atonement now? Screw it. Prince Jean snarled, slamming the phone down. After Yi Fan's purges in Yunqing, Huadu, and Tiannan province, Xiong Tianhua was the last undercover agent Prince Jean had left in Tiannan, responsible for secretly transporting critical supplies. Had he been exposed too? With Yi Fan wiping out all his forces in Tiannan, the Yi family's stronghold was now secure. Next, Yi Fan would likely head south to Guangxing to investigate the truth behind the murder of the 3rd Yi brother. Yi Lingyu. Prince Jin had to warn his operatives in Guangxing. If they couldn't deal with Yi Fan, they should flee if necessary to preserve their strength. This is Zhao Jin. Yi Fan has already reunited with Shen Mange in Huadu. The Xiong family is compromised, and Yi Fan may have uncovered clues about Yi Lingyu's death. Stay alert. Huadu. After making Shang Luo finish the call, Yi Fan pointed at Zhao Wuyo and ordered the two men beside him. You two, escort him. If Zhao Wuyo escapes, I'll have your heads. Understood. Shang Luo forced a bitter smile. They had come to Huadu to protect Zhao Wuyo, but now they were tasked with delivering him as a prisoner. Boss! As Yi Fan sat back down to finish his meal, Guoli and Wang Fugue arrived with a squad. Who's this guy? Wang Fugue asked, pointing at the barely recognizable Zhao Wuyo on the ground. Zhao Wuyo, Prince Jin's son from Shangjing. What? Prince Jin? That bastard who massacred your entire family? Guoli and Wang Fugue's pupils dilated in shock. Damn it! How dare he strut around Huadu like this? Enraged, Wang Fugue stomped on Zhao Wuyo's thigh, shattering the bone. The pain jolted Zhao Wuyo awake before he passed out again. It's him, Yi Fan said grimly to Guoli. Contact Elder Pang immediately. Hide him in the Tianji Pavilion base and ensure he stays alive. Why? Prince Jin slaughtered the Yi family. Why should we keep his son alive? Wang Fugue, straightforward as ever, couldn't grasp the reasoning. But Guoli understood instantly. Because a living hostage is more valuable than a dead one. As long as Zhao Wuyo breathes, Prince Jin's hands are tied. But if he dies, Prince Jin will unleash hell without restraint. And if I'm not mistaken, Prince Jin's assassins are already on their way. Yi Fan nodded. His brother's sharp mind had instantly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Wrap things up in Huadu, including the training camp, Yi Fan instructed. I'm returning to Yunqing today. Tomorrow, you'll accompany me to Guangxing. Su Yixue had mentioned days ago that she wanted Yi Fan to attend the official launch of the new drug. As the first of his 7 sister-in-laws to stand by him, he couldn't refuse. Got it. Later that morning, after breakfast, Yi Fan visited the Ren family, mainly to check on the comatose Xian Yufei. She had used her contract spirit to shield Yi Fan from Zhou Ming's absolute domain, taking a fatal blow in his stead. She still hadn't woken up. To fully revive her, several rare herbs were needed. One of them, the red spider lily, could only be found in the south. One of Yi Fan's goals for this trip was to retrieve it. Moved by her sacrifice, Yi Fan had already forgiven all her past mistakes. Besides, many of her actions hadn't been her own. They were manipulated by Zhou Ming's soul-hijacking dark arts. The real troublemaker in the Xian family was Xian Zhanghua, Xian Yufei's uncle. Back in Yunqing, out of respect for Xian Yufei and her father Xian Zhenghua, Yi Fan had let Xian Zhanghua off. But recent intel suggested that with Xian Yufei unconscious, Xian Zhanghua was making moves to seize control of Xian Corporation. Xian Zhenghua, under Yi Fan's arrangement, had been lying low. Now it was time for him to resurface. Yufei, don't worry. I'll handle the Xian family affairs when I return. And your spirit's injuries. Once I find the red spider lily in the south, I'll heal you completely. When you wake up, we'll go back to how things were. Gently holding her hand, Yi Fan reminisced about their past. The road had been arduous, but he wouldn't fail the women who had risked everything for him. 10 a.m., Yunqing, Xian Corporation headquarters. Yi Fan strode into the building. Intel suggested that Xian Zhanghua had rallied shareholders to hold an emergency meeting. With Xian Yufei comatose and Xian Zhenghua absent, he intended to elect a new CEO himself, of course. The so-called election was just a formality. 8th floor, boardroom. The atmosphere was tense as Xian Zhanghua sat smugly at the head of the table. Everyone, the situation is clear. My elder brother remains bedridden, and CEO Xian Yufei is unconscious in Huadu. A corporation of our scale cannot function without leadership. Hence, today's vote for a new CEO. Nominations are open. I'll start. I nominate myself, Xian Zhanghua, given my standing in the company. Any other candidates? TCH. Some shareholders barely suppressed their eye rolls. Xian Zhanghua had been eyeing the CEO seat even when Xian Yufei was active. This charade was pointless. But with no alternatives, the election proceeded predictably. Let's vote now. Those who oppose me as CEO, raise your hands. His reverse psychology tactic left the room speechless. Opponents raise hands? That way, dissenters would be singled out, making it easy for him to retaliate later. Predictably, only Xian Yufei's loyalists raised their hands. The rest stayed silent. Since the opposition is less than half, the rest must support me. I hereby declare Xian Zhanghua the new CEO of Xian Corporation with veto power. Any objections? Who would dare? The Xian family owned the company. The room fell silent. Xian Zhanghua smirked, savoring his victory. Ha! Xian Yufei, you fought me so hard. Yet the company still falls into my hands. I object. Just as Xian Zhanghua thought it was over, the door burst open, and a chillingly familiar voice echoed through the hall. At the sound, Xian Zhenggua's face twitched, and his first instinct was to flee. Yufan! It's that damn Yufan again. Last time, when Xian Zhenghua tried to arrange a marriage between Xian Yufei and Li Yunyang to unite their families, Yifan showed up with his men and ruined everything. Li Yunyang was killed on the spot, and later, the entire Li family was wiped out by Yifan. To make matters worse, Xian Zhenggua's older brother, whom he had been controlling, was taken away by Yifan at the hospital. There had been no news of him since. At the time, even Guofei, the city defense commander Xian Zhenghua had enlisted to arrest Xian Zhenghua, failed in his mission. Xian Zhenghua was so terrified that he fled Yun City and had been hiding ever since. Fortunately for him, Yifan was preoccupied with other matters and didn't pursue him, allowing Xian Zhenghua to remain unscathed until now. With Xian Yufei unconscious and his brother missing, Xian Zhenghua had finally dared to resurface. But at this critical moment, Yifan appeared again. Xian Zhenggua's legs nearly gave way beneath him. Yifan, this is a shareholders' meeting of the Xian Corporation. What are you doing here? Xian Zhenghua glared at him warily. I'll warn you, this is a civilized meeting. If you dare lay a hand on anyone here, I'll call the police. It was no secret that Yifan had fully regained his faculties. Over the past few months, Xian Zhenghua had cursed Yifan 1,000 times in his heart. That little bastard. He had been pretending to be a fool all along, and Xian Zhenghua had fallen right into his trap. Yifan strode into the conference room and calmly took a seat at the head of the table. Uncle, no need to be so nervous. Isn't this a meeting? Naturally, I'm here to participate. I promise no violence today. Let's keep things peaceful, shall we? As for the earlier election, I don't agree with it. Let's hold another vote. A CEO election with only one candidate? That won't do. I hereby nominate myself, Yifan, as another candidate for CEO. I'm here on behalf of Yufei, so I'd appreciate your support. With a faint smile, Yifan swept his gaze across the room. Among the crowd, several senior executives who had been resting with their eyes closed suddenly perked up at Yifan's appearance, their eyes gleaming with renewed energy. It's the young master. With him here, President Xian will surely be fine. Well, ex-young master. Ugh, it's all because of that idiot Xian Zhenghua. Why did he force President Xian to break off the engagement? Who cares if he's the ex-young master or not? As long as young Master Yi is here, that fool Xian Zhenghua won't dare make a move. Humph. If we vote again, I'm definitely opposing him. That traitor has been selling out the company for years. Rumor has it he's even been colluding with those Japs. Let's vote for young Master Yi. He and President Xian were close, and 5 years ago he was already a prodigy. With him at the helm, the Xian Corporation will soar. As a martial emperor, Yifan's hearing was exceptionally sharp. He caught every whisper among the crowd. When he heard the mention of Xian Zhenghua possibly collaborating with the Japanese, his eyes turned icy. If that's true, then I won't hold back. In this life, there's nothing I despise more than those Japs. Beside him, Xian Zhenghua let out a sigh of relief after Yifan promised not to resort to violence. You swear you won't use force today? Of course. Whoever throws the first punch is a coward. Yifan smirked, well aware of what Xian Zhenghua feared. Good. Xian Zhenggua's face twitched, but he managed a thin smile. Young Master Yi, we welcome you as a guest of the Xian Corporation, but as for being a CEO candidate, I'm afraid you lack the qualifications. While it's true that you and Yufei were once engaged, everyone knows she called off the engagement. At this, Xian Zhenghua grew uneasy, instinctively taking a step back. The truth was, Xian Yufei hadn't broken off the engagement of her own will. She had been under a soul-controlling spell, and Xian Zhenghua had acted in her stead. The mere mention of this made Yi Fan inwardly scoff. Zhou Ming may have been the one behind the soul control, but Xian Zhenghua was definitely in on it. I'll deal with him later. Seeing that Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged, Xian Zhenghua pressed on. Yi Fan, since Yufei broke off the engagement, you have no claim here. Besides, do you even hold any position in the company? No. So by any measure, you're unqualified to run. Having said his piece, Xian Zhenghua looked smug. If it's a fight, I'm no match for him. But when it comes to business, he's still wet behind the ears. Let's see how he wriggles out of this one. Whoosh. Xian Zhenghua's argument was logical, and even the shareholders who supported Xian Yufei nodded in agreement. Yi Fan wasn't part of the Xian Corporation. Though Xian Yufei had remained by his side afterward, suggesting a reconciliation, his sudden bid for CEO still seemed unreasonable. Sigh. The senior executives who had just brightened at Yi Fan's arrival now slumped in disappointment. Unfazed, Yi Fan asked, "So, uncle, who would qualify as a CEO candidate by your standards?" "Ha! Young Master Yi, don't waste your breath. You're out of the question. The only eligible candidates would be Xian Yufei or my elder brother, Xian Zhenghua. If either of them were here, I'd step aside without a word." Xian Zhenghua, oblivious to the trap, answered honestly. "But the problem is Yufei is unconscious, and my brother, well, he's probably still comatose, right? They can't be here, leaving me as the sole candidate. Any objections, young Master Yi?" Xian Zhenghua was practically preening with triumph. Yi Fan walked right into that one. "With this reasoning, I'm the only viable choice for CEO. It's a done deal. Nothing can change the outcome now." But what Xian Zhenghua didn't know was that Yi Fan had been waiting for this exact moment. "Uncle, you just said that if Xian Zhenghua were here, you wouldn't dare protest, correct?" Yi Fan's sudden question sent a jolt of panic through Xian Zhenghua. "Why, yes, I did. What about it?" His legs trembled again. "Damn it. I poisoned my brother with slow-acting toxins to keep him comatose. Don't tell me Yi Fan cured him?" Snap. Yi Fan flicked his fingers. The doors swung open once more as Shen Mange pushed a man into the conference room in a wheelchair. "Ah, the former chairman. It's Chairman Xian. He's recovered. Thank heavens. The Xian Corporation finally has its soul back." The man was none other than Xian Yufei's father, Xian Zhenghua. He had actually regained consciousness days earlier, but Yi Fan had kept him in hiding until now. With Xian Yufei unconscious, Xian Zhenghua had to step forward. "Be brother. You're awake. That's wonderful." Xian Zhenghua stammered, his face ashen as if he'd seen a ghost. He staggered, barely catching himself on the table to keep from collapsing. Does he know about the poison? His mind raced with dread. How do I test the waters? Even with Xian Zhenghua present, Xian Zhenghua wasn't ready to give up just yet. "Big brother, really now? You didn't even notify me when you were discharged from the hospital? I could have arranged for someone to pick you up." Xian Zhenghua feigned composure, greeting Xian Zhenghua with a show of concern. "Big brother, how are you doing now? Have your legs recovered? Can you stand?" Xian Zhenghua glared at his foolish younger brother, his expression darkening as he snorted through his nostrils. "Humph, I don't need your concern. Keep acting recklessly like this, and sooner or later, the group will be ruined by you." "Ahem. Big brother, you know I was only stepping in during an emergency." Xian Zhenghua continued nervously. "What did the doctors say? What was the cause of your prolonged coma?" He was anxious. If the doctors had uncovered the poisoning, he'd be exposed. If not, there was still a chance to salvage things. Xian Zhenghua gave his brother a complicated look. "No. Fortunately, it's all behind me now. I heard you're organizing a shareholder meeting to elect a new chairman. Do I qualify to run?" Despite everything, Xian Zhenghua still held on to familial sentiment. Before their father passed, he had urged the two brothers to remain united. Even though Yi Fan had already revealed to Xian Zhenghua that his coma was caused by Xian Jinggua's poisoning, and that the car accident 8 years ago had also been orchestrated by him, Xian Zhenghua still wanted to leave his brother some dignity. If he regained his position as chairman, he could gradually push his brother out of the group, ensuring he wouldn't cause trouble and could live out the rest of his days in peace. But sometimes, the kinder you are, the more others take advantage of your goodwill. "Big brother, of course, it's great that you're running for chairman. You've led the group for so many years. Your prestige and authority are unmatched. But You're still in a wheelchair. If elected, wouldn't daily operations be inconvenient? Don't you all agree? Xian Zhenghua inwardly sighed in relief. As long as the doctors hadn't discovered the poisoning, he still had a fighting chance. The Xian group was worth tens of billions. How could he just give it up? Exactly. Second Master Xian is right. The former chairman is crippled. How can he lead? Besides, having a disabled chairman would tarnish the company's image. The former chairman should focus on recuperating. Xian Zhenghua's loyalists in the company immediately chimed in. But Xian Zhenghua, though long retired as chairman, still commanded immense respect. The senior executives who had remained silent now spoke up. Bullshit. Have you forgotten how the former chairman led us to build this empire? Now that the group is stable, you're afraid he'll threaten your interests. The former chairman's legs may be weak, but his mind isn't. Unlike some of you, who have the brains of pigs. We fully support the former chairman. The two factions erupted into heated arguments. Xian Zhenghua looked at his brother with disappointment. Second brother, must you push our relationship to this point? It seems father was right to entrust the Xian group to me. Xian Zhenghua refused to back down. Big brother, I'm not the one causing trouble. It's just that your legs make it impossible for you to work. A cripple should just stay home and enjoy retirement. Why fight for more? First, you fell into a coma, then Xian Yufei. It's fate. What if you get into another accident? That would be unfortunate. A blatant threat. Xian Zhenghua already knew the truth. The car accident 8 years ago had been orchestrated by his own brother to seize control of the Xian group. Then came the poisoning, keeping him comatose for years. And now, Xian Zhenghua was using his life to threaten Xian Yufei. Enough was enough. Enough! Xian Zhenghua, you brought this upon yourself. If you want to tear off all pretenses, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xian Zhenghua roared, suddenly standing up from his wheelchair and striding toward the podium. Today, I will run for chairman. What? Xian Zhenghua was stunned. Big brother, your legs. So he had been tricked. It was over. With Xian Zhenghua fully recovered and Xian Yufei's accumulated influence, support for him would easily exceed 70%. Chairman Xian is standing. Haha. Did you all see that? His legs are fine. What excuses do you have now? Wonderful. Chairman Xian is fully recovered. With Yufei still unconscious, Chairman Xian's return is perfect. The shareholders erupted in excitement. The voting process was a foregone conclusion. Xian Zhenghua would undoubtedly win. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Xian Zhenghua's eyes. Damn it! He had been fighting Xian Zhenghua and Xian Yufei for years, ever since their father's time, and he had never won. Big brother, I was just joking earlier. The Xian group belongs to both of us. If you become chairman, how about making me vice chairman? I can still help you. Seeing the inevitable, Xian Zhenghua immediately changed his tune, groveling for a position. As long as he stayed in the company, there was still hope. Before Xian Zhenghua could respond, Yifan, who had been silent until now, spoke coldly. Uncle, don't push your luck. Hand over your shares, leave the company, and live out your days quietly. For Yufei's sake, I'll spare your life. Don't force me to act. Ha! Yifan? Who do you think you are? The last of the Yi bloodline, don't get cocky. You'll end up like your uncles soon enough. Stay out of Xian family affairs. Xian Zhenghua's hatred for Yifan was palpable. If looks could kill, Yifan would have died 1,000 times over. Play it! Xian Zhenghua commanded, nodding to Shin Mange at the computer. Shin Mange projected several videos onto the screen. Make sure the accident looks real. If my brother dies, even better. Dr. Liu, don't forget to poison him. Control the dosage. Young Master Zhou, can we activate the soul-binding curse on Yufei today? Force her to break off the engagement with the Yi family. The recordings laid bare Xian Zhenghua's schemes, the car accident, the poisoning, the manipulation of Xian Yufei, along with key witness testimonies. And no, these are fake. Slander. Big brother, I never planned any accident. I just told them to 2. No, it wasn't me. In his panic, Xian Zhenghua slipped up. If we hand this evidence to the police, what do you think will happen? Yifan's voice was icy. This man had humiliated the Yi family at their own funeral by controlling Xian Yufei with dark arts. If Xian Zhenghua wanted to burn bridges, they'd burn them to the ground. Thud. Xian Zhenghua collapsed to his knees. Spare me, young Master Yi. Big brother. I was deluded. I'll never do it again. He kowtowed frantically, but his eyes gleamed with malice. No remorse, only schemes to silence the witnesses. If he could just get support from the Black Robe Society, he'd make Yifan and Xian Zhenghua pay. But this time, Yifan gave him no chance. A wisp of dark energy seeped into Xian Zhenghua's body. Whoosh! As the dark aura of death began circulating through Xian Zhenghua's body, the next moment, thud, he collapsed sideways onto the floor. Ah! My knees! Why can't I move my knees? There's a huge hole in them. Ah! Yifan, what did you do to me? Xian Zhenghua stared at Yifan in horror, clutching his legs. At that moment, 2 small black holes had been corroded into his kneecaps by the deathly aura, wisps of black energy swirling within. Uncle, don't go blaming me, I didn't do anything just now. Yifan smirked sinisterly before lowering his voice. Uncle, since you enjoy poisoning people and arranging accidents for them, why not experience life in a wheelchair yourself? With a wave of his hand, Yifan summoned several security guards who promptly lifted Xian Zhenghua into a wheelchair. That's right. The very same model Xian Zhenghua had been sitting in earlier. Take a good look, uncle. It's even custom engraved with your name. Yifan flipped open a phone pouch attached to the wheelchair, revealing white lettering, Xian Zhenghua. Beneath it was a note. If lost, please contact 13XXX. A family member's contact number was provided. You planned all of this? Xian Zhenghua's eyes bulged in shock, his face twisted with terror. This Yifan was terrifying. Had he predicted every step of Xian Zhenghua's schemes against his elder brother? Had he dug this pit in advance, just waiting for him to fall in? I'm a fool. An absolute fool. Xian Zhenghua was so consumed by regret he could have slapped himself. He knew full well that Yifan and his elder brother had given him multiple chances to back down. Had he stopped at any point, he might have escaped unscathed. But now there was no way out. Exactly, uncle. I prepared this pit just for you. At the Yi family's funeral, you manipulated Yufei to humiliate us. I haven't forgotten that grudge, and it's time you paid for it. Yifan leaned closer, his voice icy. I spared you before out of respect for Yufei. But since you've disowned her as your niece, I no longer see you as family. Destroy a man by breaking his spirit. Xian Zhenghua had walked straight into the trap. What could he do now? He had no choice but to surrender. I admit defeat. Xian Zhenghua deflated like a punctured balloon. Bring the contract. Shinmange handed over the share transfer agreement. Xian Zhenghua signed, stamped his fingerprint, and publicly announced his resignation from all company positions. Let it be known, from today onward, I, Xian Zhenghua, am no longer part of Xian Corporation. Farewell. Once everything was settled, he glared at Yifan and Xian Zhenghua. Satisfied? I'm crippled now. What else do you want? Xian Zhenghua's expression was conflicted, but before he could speak, Yifan cut in. Relax, uncle. I won't kill you, but I won't let you cause trouble either. As he spoke, Yifan placed a hand on Xian Zhenghua's shoulder, channeling another surge of deathly energy into his body. What are you? Ack. Before Xian Zhenghua could finish, his speech devolved into incoherent stammering. Then his arm stiffened, his neck twisted, and his mouth contorted. He slumped in the wheelchair, fully paralyzed. His mind remained sharp, his eyes functional, he could see and understand everything, but his limbs were useless, his voice gone. All he could utter were guttural grunts. A living vegetable. Don't worry. Someone will take care of you. Yifan waved to the Yi family bodyguards. Escort uncle home. Ack. Xian Zhenghua's eyes burned with hatred, his heart ready to explode. So ruthless. This was worse than death. Yifan hadn't killed him, but this living hell was far crueler. Forced to watch Xian Zhenghua, Xian Yufei, and Yifan thrive while he rotted as a useless cripple. As Xian Zhenghua was wheeled away, Yifan patted Xian Zhenghua's shoulder. Uncle Xian, you're too soft-hearted. Handle the company's affairs from here. I'll leave these bodyguards with you, use them as needed. He signaled to Shinmange, preparing to leave. Only then did the stunned shareholders snap back to reality. Young Master Yi. Is this the international superstar Shinmange? When Shinmange had wheeled Xian Zhenghua into the meeting earlier, many had doubted their eyes. After all, why would a global celebrity push a wheelchair? Correct. The world-renowned Shinmange, now my third wife. Yifan pulled her into an embrace, radiating smugness. The shareholders gaped. Dude, seriously? Weren't you just calling Xian Yufei your childhood sweetheart? You're Xian's son-in-law, and you're cuddling another woman in front of your future father-in-law? But when they glanced at Xian Zhenghua, he was smiling calmly as if this were perfectly normal. He's okay with this? Then again, after Xian Yufei's public breakup and the 7 sisters-in-law declaring their marriage to Yifan, perhaps this was inevitable. With the Yi family's resurgence, Xian Yufei should count herself lucky to be one of Yifan's women. Miss Shin, may I have your autograph? Me too. My daughter adores you. After a brief pause, the shareholders swarmed Shinmange like starstruck fans. She glanced at Yifan, who nodded. Go ahead. Meet me at Su Corporation afterward. Ishua's product launch is about to start. Understood. As Yifan exited Xian Corporation's headquarters, he inhaled the familiar air of Yunqing, a wave of washing over him. In just 1 month, the Yi family had risen from ruin to dominance once more. And he himself had transformed. No longer the fool, but a man awakened, surrounded by 7 stunning sisters-in-law, plus beauties like Qiuwan, Ren Shuiying, and Nangong Aoyue. Once he crushed King Jin, neutralized the ancient Yi family's threats, and eradicated the divine sex enemies, he'd take his harem on a grand tour of the world. Now that's the life. Su Corporation. The product launch was minutes away. But in the CEO's office, a celebrity and her agent sat across from Su Ishue, their expressions hostile. President Su, our Weiwei just starred in a breakout drama. She's a top-tier star now, your endorsement fee is too low. We demand a raise. Su Ishue frowned. Ms. Zhang, we already increased it from 3 million to 20 million. The contract was finalized last night. How can you demand more now? The launch starts in 20 minutes, this is blatant extortion. President Su, call it what you want. But unless we get 100 million plus 3% of Su Corporation's shares, Weiwei won't attend. The agent smirked, oozing arrogance. 100 million? And shares? Are you insane? Su Ishue nearly laughed in disbelief. Though Su Corporation wasn't massive yet, anyone with eyes knew their Snow Beauty Cream would dominate the market. 3% of shares could be worth billions. How dare they ask for this? No need for anger, President Su. You've got 20 minutes to decide. No deal? Then all your advertising goes to waste. Not our problem. The message was clear. Zhou Weiwei and her agent were holding Su Ishue hostage. Get out. Get the hell out of here right now. Su Ishue slammed the table and pointed at the door, her voice sharp with fury. Who do you think you are? A mere endorsement deal? Fine. We don't need a celebrity. Do you really think our Snow Beauty Cream won't sell without one? As the 7th sister-in-law of the Yi family, Su Ishue had shown her mettle when she stood alongside Yu Linglong and others at Yifan's funeral, declaring her marriage to him. The efficacy of Snow Beauty Cream had already been proven at the last preview event, where Yifan demonstrated it on Li Zhong's arm. Recently, short videos of the product had gone viral, and consumers were eagerly anticipating its release. Hiring a celebrity endorser was merely a strategy to boost brand awareness, not a necessity. If Zhou Weiwei and her team wanted to play dirty, then fine. No celebrity was better than a problematic one. Miss Su, I'm afraid this isn't up to you. Zhang Meng, Zhou Weiwei's agent, pulled a contract from her bag and tossed it onto the desk. You're signing this today, whether you like it or not. Su Ishue skimmed the document, and her rage flared anew. What the hell is this? First, you demand 3% of the shares, and now the contract says 23%. Are you robbing me? Her gaze turned icy as she glared at Zhang Meng and Zhou Weiwei. You dare cause trouble at Su Corporation? You've picked the wrong place. Security. Escort them out. Her expression darkened. It was clear now Zhou Weiwei and Zhang Meng had never come for an endorsement. Their real goal was far more sinister. 23% of the shares. That was exactly the portion Su Ishue personally held. If anyone else acquired that stake, they would instantly become the largest shareholder of Su Corporation, effectively seizing control of the company. Don't bother calling for help. Zhang Meng smirked. Your bodyguards have already been removed. Now sign, unless you want me to get rough. With a flick of her wrist, A dagger appeared in her hand. Thud! A surge of energy pulsed from Zhang Meng's palm as she drove the blade deep into the desk, burying it completely. She's a martial artist? Manipulating energy into force, she had to be at least at the control realm. Be a good girl, Miss Su, Zhang Meng sneered, or this knife might leave a nasty scar on that pretty face of yours. She shot Zhou Weiwei a look. What are you waiting for? Help her make up her mind. Right? Zhou Weiwei's demeanor shifted instantly. No longer playing innocent, she seized Su Ishua's finger and wrenched it backward. Since Miss Su seems reluctant, let's start with breaking a finger as a warning. Ruthless. No hesitation, just brutal efficiency. Either disfigure her face or snap her bones. Su Ishua's eyes flashed with cold fury. Crack. A crisp snap echoed, followed by a scream. Ah! Zhang Meng leaned casually against the desk. Miss Su, don't make this harder than it has to be. The entire building is surrounded. Scream all you want. No one's coming to save you. Just accept your fate. Boom! Before she could finish gloating, a violent crash erupted beside her. Zhang Meng whipped her head around and froze. Zhou Weiwei, also a control realm expert, had been hurled like a ragdoll across the room. Her body smashed into the wall with such force that the plaster cratered around her. She hung there, limp and bloody, like a grotesque painting. A dark trickle seeped from her lips as her body convulsed once, then went still. What the hell? Zhang Meng's mind blanked. The intel never said Su Ishue was a martial artist. Miss Su, you? Before she could react, Su Ishue struck. A simple, direct punch straight to the nose. Crunch! Zhang Meng's face crumpled under the impact. The force sent her flying backward, slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. My nose! She clutched her shattered face, howling in agony. Su Ishue was already upon her again. A brutal kick to the chest caved in Zhang Meng's ribs, leaving her gasping and broken. Still want me to sign? Su Ishue dusted off her hands, her voice glacial. Don't forget, I'm Yi Fan's woman. Did you really think I'd be an easy target? As the first woman to share an intimate bond with Yi Fan, Su Ishue had been tempered by his inner energy, elevating her strength to the Grandmaster realm. Though untrained in formal combat, her raw power was more than enough to crush these lowly control realm thugs. You? Zhang Meng choked on her own blood, her vision swimming. This wasn't part of the plan. Who could have guessed that an ordinary CEO would be a Grandmaster? TCH. I told you to let me handle her. A wiry, sharp-featured man materialized in the doorway, his leer fixed on Su Ishue. Such a beauty, made for men's pleasure. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Yi Fan can still use you after I'm done. Big Bear, be careful. She's a Grandmaster. Zhang Meng wheezed, a twisted grin splitting her bloody lips. Su Ishue, you're finished. Ha! Today, you'll be giving Yi Fan a nice, shiny green hat. Su Ishue's instincts screamed. This man was dangerous. Her eyes darted to the office window. If she could just reach it, she could leap to the awning below and escape. Where is Yi Fan? He promised he'd come to the launch today. If he didn't arrive soon, if this monster defiled her, how could she ever face him again? Grandmaster? Pa! I'm at the martial sovereign realm. This'll be a slaughter. Big Bear lunged. Su Ishue twisted toward the window, but he was faster. A fist tangled in her hair, yanking her backward. Trying to run, bitch? After my boys got wrecked for you. He dragged her across the floor, then slammed her onto the desk. Rip. Her white blazer tore like paper. The black camisole beneath hung in tatters, barely concealing her chest. Let me go. She fought desperately, one hand shielding her abdomen. There was something she'd planned to tell Yi Fan when he returned to Yunqing. A surprise. But now, not long after Yi Fan left Yunqing, Su Ishue began experiencing frequent bouts of nausea. A hospital checkup revealed the truth: she was pregnant with Yi Fan's child. At the funeral, Su Ishue and her 7 sisters had vowed to carry on the Yi family's legacy, and now Su Ishue had fulfilled that promise. But now, these vile men had barged into her office, intent on defiling her. What if they succeeded? Would her unborn child survive? And even if the baby lived, what then? Her body would be tainted. What should she do? Should she endure for the sake of her child, or throw herself from a building and end it all? Why? Just when Xiao Fan had finally awakened, when the Su family's fortunes were about to turn, why must she suffer this torment? Hey! Stop struggling. The more you resist, the more excited I get. A fool from the Yi family actually had a woman like you. I'm jealous. I want to taste too. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. De Xiong's face twisted into a grotesque leer as he leaned in, aiming for Su Ishue's lips. Disgusted, she tried to dodge, to push him away, but De Xiong was a hulking brute, a martial grandmaster, an entire realm above her. Her struggles were futile. No. This can't happen. Every part of her belonged to Xiao Fan. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Then, in desperation, she spotted the dagger Zhang Meng had earlier stabbed into the desk. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Su Ishue wrenched the dagger free, channeling all her martial energy into a slash at De Xiong's throat. Thud! The blade grazed his skin but missed his vital spot. De Xiong, a seasoned warrior, twisted at the last second. Still, the dagger left a gash on his cheek, blood dripping from his chin. Smack! Enraged, De Xiong backhanded her, sending her sprawling across the desk. Fking bitch! You dare attack me? Fine, I won't hold back anymore. He seized her hair, yanking her toward him, his foul breath hot against her neck. This time his energy sealed her meridians, paralyzing her. She could only watch in horror as he closed in. No. Please, no. Biting her lip to stifle a scream, Su Ishue screamed inwardly. Yi Fan! Xiao Fan, where are you? Husband! Come back! Save me, save our child! Touching her belly, despair and dread overwhelmed her. Would her baby survive this? Why is this happening to me? Meanwhile, Zhang Meng had recovered, gleefully filming the scene. Director Su, who'd have thought you'd end up like this? Haha. She adjusted her phone for a better angle. De Xiong, make it good. Don't worry, Su Ishue, we won't kill you. We'll just send this video to Yi Fan. Imagine his face when he sees it. BDCH? How dare you hit me? Zhang Meng wiped blood from her lips, glaring venomously. On the other side, Zhou Weiwei, half buried in the wall, stirred, coughing up blood. Meng, my bag, sulfuric acid, throw it on her face. Ha! Let's ruin the pretty face, see if Yi Fan still wants her then. Zhou Weiwei's laughter turned into a fit of wet, bloody coughs. Yes. And her chest too, ruin her completely. Zhang Meng cackled, her expression twisted with malice. De Xiong, poised over Su Ishue, scowled. Shut the hell up. I can't focus with your yapping. A strange unease gnawed at him. The cut on his face stung, but worse, an inexplicable dread coiled in his gut. Damn it. Intel said Yi Fan was still in Huadu. He wouldn't make it back in time, right? But if he did... De Xiong shuddered, recalling the fates of the Zhao, Li, Wang, Ma, and Lu families all reduced to ashes by Yi Fan's wrath. De Xiong, what's wrong? Scared? Zhang Meng taunted. Who's scared? I've never backed down from anything. A woman's just a woman, what's there to fear? Better to die in bliss than live in regret. Even if I die, I'll die happy, defiling Yi Fan's woman is worth it. Gritting his teeth, he lunged again. The air thickened. Tom seemed to freeze. Zhang Meng adjusted her phone's angle, eager to capture every detail. Zhou Weiwei dragged herself closer, bloodied but eager. On the screen, De Xiong's Adam's apple bobbed, sweat trickling down his neck, whether from fear or excitement, who could say? 3 feet. 2 feet. Still, no intervention. 1 foot. Silence. Su Ishue lay motionless, tears drying on her cheeks, her gaze vacant. She had made her choice. Goodbye, Xiao Fan, my love, my husband. I'll always cherish our time together. In the next life, I'll marry you again. The evil hand of the bear. Big Bear's wicked hand was about to grab Su Ishue's chest. Everything was within reach. Zhang Meng and Zhou Weiwei were both anxious for Big Bear. Hurry up. Faster. Just a little more. Just a little more. And he could defile Yi Fan's woman, completing most of the mission assigned by their superiors. The order was clear. Anything that could make Yi Fan and his woman suffer would count as mission accomplished. Big Bear leaned in further, the distance shrinking from a foot to mere inches. Yet suddenly, it felt as if an abyss had opened between them, making progress agonizingly slow. Whoosh! Just as Big Bear was half a foot away from Su Ishue's skin, the air trembled violently. 3,000 crimson threads, like enraged dragons, shot through the air. Swoosh! 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 The threads tore through the void with a piercing shriek. instantly coiling around Big Bear's body. The next moment, Big Bear found himself floating uncontrollably in midair. Hey, what the hell? Let me down. Damn it, I didn't even get to touch her. He still hadn't grasped the situation, thinking Zhang Meng and Zhou Weiwei were playing a prank. As he shouted, he tried to summon his martial sovereign-level strength to resist. But to his horror, the crimson threads burrowed into his body, sealing his meridians and organs. Ishue, my love, I'm sorry I'm late. You've suffered. Yifan teleported to the desk, pulling Su Ishue into a tight embrace. It's okay now. It's over, my love. Seeing the purple-red handprint on her face, his heart twisted in pain. Su Ishue had always been kind to him. Even when he was still a fool, she'd taken him out for candy, washed his clothes, and never once looked down on him. Later, she became his first wife, treating him with endless tenderness. How dare these beasts lay a finger on her? Xiao Fan? Is it really you? Su Ishue, who had closed her eyes in despair, now trembled in his arms. She looked up in disbelief, tears streaming. Am I dreaming? She pinched her arm. Pain. Real pain. You're here. You finally came. If you'd been any later, I would've. Sobbing, she buried her face in his chest. Husband, don't worry. That bastard only slapped me. He didn't touch me. My body belongs only to you. I know, my love. It's over now. Yifan smoothed her clothes, comforting her gently. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng, still recording, and Zhou Weiwei, waiting for the show, finally snapped out of their shock. Holy shit! Yifan, run! They bolted like startled birds, scrambling for the door. Swoosh! Dozens of crimson threads lashed out, wrapping them up like mummies. Ishue, the press conference is about to start. Go change, and I'll take you there. Yifan kissed her cheek, guiding her to the office's dressing room. Once she was gone, his gaze turned glacial as he glared at Big Bear. With a thought, the threads yanked Big Bear to his feet. You dare touch my woman? You're dead. Yifan stomped on Big Bear's face, his energy erupting. Crack, crack, facial bones shattered. Ribs snapped. Shoulders disintegrated. Ha! Just kill me. I'm not scared. Big Bear had accepted death the moment he took this mission. Death? Too easy. I'll make you beg for it. Whoosh! Yifan summoned the ember flame, wrapping it around Big Bear's ankle. The fire began consuming him inch by inch. Ah! My leg! What are you? The ember flame could incinerate anything. As it crept upward, Big Bear's flesh vanished into nothingness, leaving smooth, glass-like wounds. Blood boiled before evaporating midair. The agony was unbearable, yet the threads kept him conscious. When the flames reached his groin, half of his manhood was already gone. He curled into a fetal position, screaming, Please, I swear I didn't touch her. Check the video. Zhang Meng recorded it. Why yes, he didn't lay a finger on her. Spare us, young Master Yi. Zhang Meng begged, terrified by Yifan's power. Yifan coldly picked up the phone, reviewing the footage. Big Bear hadn't touched Su Ishue, but he dragged her by the hair across the floor. Unforgivable. With a flick of his wrist, Yifan recalled the threads and flames. Big Bear gasped in relief, until Yifan's martial emperor-level aura erupted. A giant energy hand materialized, lifting him high. Crunch. The hand clenched. Big Bear, a martial sovereign, exploded into black dust. No one touches my wife, not even in thought. Ah! Zhang Meng and Zhou Weiwei, standing nearby, were so terrified by the scene that they collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them. A puddle formed beneath them. They had literally been scared pissless. Yifan's power was utterly horrifying. De Xiong was a martial sovereign, a top-tier expert in their eyes. Though they had heard from various sources that Yifan was formidable, they had at least expected De Xiong to put up some resistance. Yet, from start to finish, De Xiong never even got the chance to fight back. He tried to explain, but Yifan wouldn't listen. Half of his body was incinerated on the spot, while the other half turned to ashes. In truth, Zhang Meng and Zhou Weiwei knew full well that Yi Fan's Emberflame ability could have reduced De Xiong to cinders instantly. But Yi Fan had chosen to crush him with brute force, purely to vent his fury and send a chilling message. After dealing with De Xiong, Yi Fan's sharp gaze turned to Zhang Meng and Zhou Weiwei. His icy stare, venomous as a serpent's, seemed to pierce straight through their souls. Please, don't kill us." The two women huddled together, trembling uncontrollably under Yi Fan's glare. "We'll talk. We'll tell you everything. Someone ordered us to do this. It was the assistant of Prince Jin from Shangjing. He told us to sabotage Su Ishua's press conference, to make sure it couldn't proceed normally. He said you were tied up in Huadu and wouldn't be able to interfere in Yunqing." Zhang Meng held nothing back, spilling every detail she knew like beans from a sack. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he listened. Though he had suspected as much, hearing the truth still enraged him. "Prince Jin's son, Zhao Wuyo, is still in my hands. How dare he make moves against my people?" Without hesitation, Yi Fan dialed Gua Li's number. "Old Gua, cut off Zhao Wuyo's ear and send it to Prince Jin. Warn him not to try anything stupid. Good thing I kept Zhao Wuyo alive." "Got it." As soon as Yi Fan hung up, Zhang Meng's phone rang urgently. The caller ID read, "Boss 1. Yi Fan shot her a cold glance. "Put it on speaker. Don't say anything unnecessary." "Why yes." Zhang Meng was shaking so badly she could barely hold the phone. "Zhang Meng, how's the operation going? Has that bitch Su Ishua signed yet? If she has, tell De Xiong to move fast. The press conference is about to start. Once we broadcast De Xiong's performance with Su Ishua live, it'll be explosive. Ha ha ha. This time, Yi Fan's reputation will be ruined. We'll finally score a win for Prince Jin." The smug voice of a middle-aged man echoed from the phone. Zhang Meng wished she could reach through the line and sew his mouth shut. "You idiot! Shut the hell up. You're getting us all killed." Sure enough, Yi Fan's expression turned even grimmer. There are more of them? He had already purged most of Prince Jin's forces in Yunqing, the Li, Wang, and Zhao families. How were there still operatives lurking in the city? "We're almost done. Boss Lu. Don't worry, we'll wrap it up soon," Zhang Meng blurted before hanging up. She then bowed frantically to Yi Fan. "Besides the three of us, there are 28 others. We infiltrated Yunqing in separate groups. If we fail, they'll cause chaos at the venue, even stage a murder." As the third in command of this operation, Zhang Meng knew most of the secrets. After hearing her confession, Yi Fan unleashed his Martial Emperor 8th rank divine sense, enveloping the entire Su Corporation building. Using the voice from the call as a reference, he scanned every corner. At his level, he could detect even the faintest movement within a 500-meter radius, down to the footsteps of an ant. Within moments, he pinpointed Boss Lu, a portly man holding a wine glass and chatting in the hall. Around him lurked dozens of young men, all armed with concealed blades. Their martial energy was strong, with several even at the Grandmaster level. If you want to play, I'll paint this place red today. Lay a finger on my wife, and I'll slaughter every last one of you." The moment Zhang Meng finished speaking, Yi Fan's energy surged, coalescing into a massive palm that crushed down on her. "And no, young Master Yi, I told you everything. You promised to spare me." Zhang Meng pleaded desperately. "Spare you?" Yi Fan sneered. "When did I ever say that? You were going to disfigure my wife with acid. You planned to film De Xiong assaulting her. You deserve death 10,000 times over." Boom! Without hesitation, Yi Fan clenched his fist. Zhang Meng exploded on the spot, her body reduced to dust. Boom! Zhou Weiwei met the same fate. With the three assailants dead, Yi Fan's rage subsided slightly. His gaze shifted toward the dressing room, and he walked over quietly. Dressing room. Su Ishua had long since changed her clothes but deliberately delayed opening the door. She was no fool. She knew Yi Fan was dealing with those who had threatened her. As the young mistress of the Su family, she could stomach violence if necessary. But now, With new life growing inside her, she refused to expose her unborn child to such brutality. Gently caressing her stomach, she whispered, "Baby, Daddy's back. He's here to protect us. He'll chase all the bad guys away. Don't be afraid." The pregnancy was still in its earliest stages, barely more than a cluster of cells. Yet, Su Ishue felt an inexplicable connection, as though the tiny life within could sense everything. Outside, Yifan overheard her murmurs and frowned. "Baby? Who's she calling baby?" "Ishue, are you ready? We should head to the press conference," he called softly, knocking on the door. "Coming." Su Ishue stepped out, dressed in a sleek black blazer with a white camisole underneath, paired with a professional black skirt and sheer stockings. Elegant, sophisticated, yet undeniably alluring. Yifan's breath caught. "Ishue, you're stunning." Though they had been intimate many times before, Yifan had been feigning foolishness back then, unable to fully express himself without blowing his cover. But tonight, with a wife this beautiful, we're going to have a very thorough discussion. He pulled her into a tight embrace. "Gently, don't squish my stomach." Su Ishue chided playfully, though her smile never wavered. Yifan froze. Then, seizing her wrist, he checked her pulse. His eyes widened in shock. "Ishue, you're carrying my child? Oh my, this is so embarrassing." Yifan's blunt words turned Su Ishue's face crimson, and she buried her head in his chest, utterly flustered. The memory of their earlier intimacy flooded her mind. How she had gently taught him, thinking he was still inexperienced. Her cheeks burned at the thought. "Ahem, not like that. You're supposed to undress first, then hold me." Ugh! Those mortifying scenes replayed in her mind, and now she realized. Yifan had likely been fully awake the whole time. She had acted like some expert, guiding him, when in truth, she was just as innocent. "You little rascal. You were faking it, weren't you? Letting me embarrass myself like that. You're the worst." She lightly pounded his chest, torn between sweetness and indignation. Her coquettish charm melted Yifan's heart. He cupped her face and kissed her fiercely. "MMMPH, you ruined my makeup again." "Ah, stop. You're tearing my dress. You brute. The press conference is about to start. Can't you wait till tonight?" The scene was so tender even the sun outside hid behind the clouds in shyness. By the time they parted, Su Ishue's dress strap hung askew, another casualty of Yifan's affection. "I called you back for the conference because I have a surprise," she said, smoothing her tousled hair. "You're going to be a father, Yifan. I'm carrying your child." Her gaze turned solemn. "I've fulfilled my duty to the Yi family. I've given them an heir." Yifan lifted her joyfully. "Don't worry, my love. I'll cherish you and our child forever. And hey, let's aim for 8 more sons, shall we?" Their moment was cut short. Only 5 minutes remained before the product launch. As they prepared to leave Su Ishue aside, "We booked Zhou Weiwei as our celebrity endorser. She's been trending lately, perfect for our brand. But now..." She glanced at the corner where Yifan had reduced Zhou and her accomplices to ashes. "Without a star, the event won't have the same impact. That woman was pure evil." Yifan's grip tightened. Evil? They had planned to throw acid on Su Ishue's face. Every conspirator involved would pay, none would leave alive. As for the missing celebrity, Ishue. Remember what third sister does for a living? Of course. Shinmange is a global superstar. We tried hiring her, but her agent quoted an outrageous fee and refused to collaborate. Yifan frowned. Shinmange had mentioned recent career sabotage, likely her agent's doing. He'd need to accompany her to her Guangzhou concert to prevent another disaster. "You should have contacted her directly. She's family now." He kissed Su Ishue's blushing cheek. "Ugh, marrying you means a lifetime of teasing, doesn't it? Family? Did this scoundrel actually expect all his wives to?" Little did she know, in Huadu, Qing Rulin, Ren Shuiying, and Qiuwan had already, tested the waters. "Even if we call Mange now, she can't teleport here," Su Ishue lamented. Yifan smirked. His enhanced senses detected Shin Mange approaching the hallway. Believe in magic? Watch this. I'll summon third sister in 1 second. He chanted mock incantations and pointed dramatically. Click-clack. Shin Mange rounded the corner on cue. Third sister. How? Su Ishue gaped before swatting Yifan. You tricked me again. What's this rascal done now? Shin Mange laughed. I heard about your launch and came to support you. Su Ishue pouted. Just wait till tonight. But for now, sister, we need your help. Of course, we're family. Su Ishue stumbled. Had third sister been corrupted this fast? Press conference hall. The venue buzzed with thousands of attendees, media, distributors, and eager customers drawn by Snow Beauty Cream's viral fame. But amid the crowd, whispers spread like poison. Don't bother waiting. Su Ishue was assaulted. She might not even show up. Rumor says acid disfigured her face. I heard she sold her shares to a Beijing tycoon. The Su Group isn't hers anymore. What? Our prepayments? Are they void now? The instigators, Liu and his 28 stooges, weaved through the crowd, stoking panic. Soon chaos erupted. Where's Su Ishue? We demand answers. Did something really happen to her? As the crowd surged toward the stage, Yifan materialized with Su Ishue and Shin Mange in tow. Greetings, everyone. His voice boomed. I'm Yifan, the fool of the Yi family. These two ladies, formerly my sisters-in-law, now my wives. Our original endorser had an accident. So, my third wife, Shin Mange, will represent Su Group today. But first, a little video. The screen displayed Yifan crushing Xiong into dust. This trash dared lay hands on my woman. I turned him to ash. Let this be a warning. The footage served dual purposes, intimidating hidden troublemakers and sending a message to all who threatened the Yi family. Holy hell. Xiong's dead. Liu trembled. Yifan's here. We're screwed. Retreat. He crawled toward the exit but froze as boots blocked his path. Target my wife, and you've signed your death warrant. For Yifan, his women were inviolable. Today, blood would paint the earth, or rather, ashes would scatter upon the wind. Yifan. When Lu Zong saw Yifan standing before him, his pupils dilated in shock. Wasn't Yifan just on stage? How did he suddenly appear right in front of me? But Lu Zong's momentary daze quickly passed and he regained his composure. Sure, Yifan had crushed Xiong in the office earlier, but that was inside the office. With so many people around now, would Yifan really dare to act? Did he not care about the consequences at all? Yifan, you can't kill me. Realizing this, Lu Zong stood up calmly. There are too many witnesses here. Do you really dare? I'm here as an investor. If you kill me, what will the other investors think? Besides, Yifan, don't forget, we didn't just send a few people. I'll tell you this, there are at least 20 or 30 assassins scattered throughout this venue. Even if you kill me, can you kill all of them? Let me go and I'll order them to stand down immediately. Yifan stared coldly at Lu Zong. You mean the guy in the baseball cap over there? Or the one in the black t-shirt? Or maybe the man in the pink dress shirt? One by one, Yifan pinpointed every assassin Lu Zong had deployed. Lu Zong's face paled. How do you know all of them? There were thousands of people here. Even if Zhang Meng and Xiong had been exposed, how could Yifan have located every single assassin so quickly? What Lu Zong had underestimated was the power of a martial emperor. Even if you know, can you kill them all at once? Before Lu Zong could finish, Yifan's mind stirred. A shadowy phantom surged from his body, darting through the crowd. At the same time, blazing flames erupted from the phantom. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, every assassin Lu Zong had planted was incinerated into nothingness, not even ashes remained. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. By the time the phantom returned to Yifan's body, Lu Zong realized in horror that every assassin he had positioned throughout the venue had vanished without a trace. What the hell? What kind of sorcery is this? Lu Zong's scalp tingled, his entire body trembling in terror. A phantom had just wiped out 20 to 30 people in an instant without a single sound. This was beyond horrifying. Every hair on Lu Zong's body stood on end. Finally, he caved. Why Yi Xiao, I was wrong. It was King Jin from Shangjing. Before he could say more, Yifan unleashed a surge of flames, reducing Lu Zong to dust. The entire act was as swift as lightning. By the time all of Lu Zong's men had been eradicated, the business elites at the event only belatedly noticed something amiss. What just happened? I could have sworn there was someone standing next to me a second ago. Same. There was a guy in a pink shirt beside me. Where'd he go? Did I imagine him? Whatever, forget it. The press conference is starting. International superstar Shin Mange is here in person. This is a rare chance to see her up close. Though some attendees sensed something odd, none of the missing people were familiar faces. After a brief murmur of confusion, the crowd quickly moved on. With all his enemies reduced to ashes, Yi Fan finally relaxed. This was the price for targeting his wife. The only regret was that he hadn't had time to deal with King Jin's assistant yet. Shangjing, King Jin's study. King Jin, Zhao Jin, had just finished reviewing a stack of documents when he picked up his phone and scrolled through videos only to see footage of Yi Fan crushing De Xiong. He bolted upright from his reclined position. What the hell? What's Yi Fan's problem now? Why is he killing my people again? Who did I even piss off this time? Ever since Zhao Wuyo had fallen into Yi Fan's hands the day before, King Jin had been lying low. He had already decided not to provoke Yi Fan again until the immortals emerged from seclusion. But now, had Yi Fan already made his way to Shangjing? Xiao Pan, wasn't De Xiong one of the death warriors you recruited? King Jin frowned, turning to his assistant by the door. The assistant's eyes flickered nervously before he could answer. Just then, a bodyguard hurried in, carrying a package. Your Highness, an urgent delivery arrived for you. The sender insisted you open it personally. A delivery? King Jin was baffled. He never ordered anything. You open it. Being a cautious man, King Jin gestured for his assistant, Xiao Pan, to handle the box. Reluctantly, Xiao Pan lifted the lid and let out a sharp gasp. Inside was a pair of bloodied ears alongside a phone containing a video. Your Highness, this. Should I just throw it away? Xiao Pan's voice trembled. The operation in Yunqing had been his own doing without the king's knowledge. Now, faced with this gruesome delivery, a terrible suspicion gnawed at him. The young master. Wait. King Jin's voice was icy as he picked up the phone and played the video. King Jin, I warned you not to meddle. Yet you sent men to Yunqing to target my woman? As a warning, here are your son's ears. You can choose to steam or braise them. The speaker in the video was none other than Yi Fan. What? Though he had braced himself, hearing Yi Fan confirm that these were his son's ears sent King Jin into a frenzy. My son. My poor boy. Your ears. Io. King Jin hopped in place, torn between reaching for the ears and recoiling in horror. The usually unflappable king had completely lost his composure. He could order his men to execute his own son if necessary, but seeing him mutilated like this was unbearable. Wait. I never sent anyone to Yunqing. How did this provoke Yi Fan into killing De Xiong and cutting off my son's ears? King Jin's sharp mind quickly pieced together the truth. Thud. Xiao Pan dropped to his knees in terror. Your Highness, forgive me. The assassins we sent to kill the young master have already been wiped out in 3 waves. We had no chance. So I thought if we stirred up trouble in Yunqing to distract Yi Fan, maybe. As Xiao Pan confessed, King Jin understood everything. Idiot. I explicitly told you not to act recklessly. Not only did you fail to kill my son, but you also got our own men slaughtered by Yi Fan. If this video spreads, how will the royal family save face? You dare ignore my orders? King Jin's face twisted with rage. Bring me a saw. Once the tool was in his hands, King Jin grabbed Xiao Pan's ear and began sawing it off, slow and deliberate. You don't listen? Then you don't need ears. Consider this a companion for my sons. Screecha. The sound of metal grinding against flesh filled the study, sending chills down the spine. Xiao Pan trembled violently but didn't dare make a sound. He knew his master well. This deranged king, tormented by his son's suffering, was now venting his agony on him. Damn you, Yi Fan. You're tougher than I thought. But I refuse to believe there's no way to break you. In Guangxin, on top of the king's plans, I'll make sure you never return alive. Prince Jin had his assistant's ears sliced off, leaving the floor drenched in blood. Gazing at the 2 twitching ears on the table, Prince Jin seemed to calm down slightly. Get out. He sucked the blood from his fingers before wiping them clean with a cloth. What a bunch of idiots. Couldn't even arrange for a proper assassin to kill one man. Now Wuyo was in Yi Fan's hands, and damn it, this was unbearable. Prince Jin had fathered this son late in life, his only child, the one he doted on the most. The problem was, the boy wasn't quite right in the head, stubbornly convinced he was some kind of legendary general. And now this had happened. But Prince Jin's grief was fleeting. Within moments, his expression hardened back into icy indifference. Humph. If you're my son and you got yourself captured, then you'll bear the consequences. If I can't free you from your suffering, then endure it yourself. When you die, I'll burn plenty of joss paper for you. Prince Jean, the Blazing Sun envoy, requests an audience. He says it's urgent. The guard at the door didn't dare approach, reporting from a distance. Prince Jin's face twitched slightly, his eyes darkening. Take him to the hall. I'll be there shortly. The two disciples of the immortal hadn't even made a move before Yi Fan took control. With the immortal still in seclusion, Prince Jin's own forces were already struggling against Yi Fan. Perhaps the Blazing Sun envoy had another solution. In the hall, Prince Jin and the Blazing Sun envoy sat facing each other. The envoy's face was veiled in a faint, rippling light, obscuring his true features. Your Highness, I've heard about the young prince. But there's no need for excessive worry. As long as his body remains intact, we have a way to bring him back to life. Prince Jin's spirits lifted instantly. Such a method exists? Of course. I would never deceive you. A smug smile flickered across the envoy's concealed face. I came today because I've learned that Yi Fan is heading south to Guangqing. Aside from investigating his third brother Yi Lingyu's death, he's likely after his mother's legacy there. Prince Jin's lips twitched. Yi Fan's mother had assets in Guangqing? Just who the hell is this Yi Fan? It felt like a curse. The more Prince Jin fought him, the stronger Yi Fan became. Your Highness may not know this, but Yi Fan's mother left behind a runic weapons production base in Guangqing. While it's not widely known in the secular world, it supplies high-end martial families with weapons. Those blades, enhanced by runic power, are terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, due to its long-standing ties with martial families, this base holds significant influence among them. Whoever controls it gains not just the secrets of weapon forging, but also the backing of powerful martial factions. And now, I wish to present this gift to you. Prince Jin's heart raced at the thought. Those elite martial families wielded immense power. Some of their ancestors could single-handedly crush small nations. They stood above even sovereign states. With his current struggle against Yi Fan, such an alliance could turn the tide. The Blazing Sun envoy offers such support. What's the price? As a high-ranking official of Daxia, Prince Jin knew nothing came for free. Just one condition: Yi Fan must die. And after his death, his body must be handed over to us. That's all? Prince Jin eyed the envoy skeptically. The man was already at the martial saint level. Why not deal with Yi Fan himself? First, he backed Qiu Ming, and now he sought Prince Jin's help. What was the real reason? That's the only condition. To be frank, it's not that I won't act. Yi Fan's techniques inherently suppress mine. That's why I must rely on you. Prince Jin nodded. At least the envoy was honest. But another problem arose. The issue is I lack the manpower to confront Yi Fan now. And even if I wanted to take over that base, without proof of authority, they'd never obey me. Clearly, the forces behind the base exceeded Prince Jin's control. Worry not. Everything has been prepared for you. The envoy produced a writ of authority. This is the transfer order personally written by Yi Fan's mother, genuine beyond doubt. As for manpower, I've brought another gift, 10 martial emperor-level fighters. He handed over the writ along with 10 pills. These pills can instantly elevate a warrior to the 4th-tier martial emperor realm, and they'll obey you unconditionally. As the envoy passed the pills, a faint, sinister smirk flickered across his lips. What no one else knew was that these pills contained parasitic eggs, creatures designed to control their hosts. Humph. Yi Fan's plans for Guangqing wouldn't go smoothly. Let Prince Jin and Yi Fan tear each other apart. Meanwhile, the Blazing Sun envoy would infiltrate the base amidst the chaos, seeking the key to neutralizing Yi Fan's suppression. Once freed from that restraint, any envoy could crush Yi Fan effortlessly. Then, all his brethren would rise. In Huadu, Yi Fan had purged all the scum targeting the Su group. With the aftermath handled by his 4 maids, he returned to the Yi family estate. Tiankue base? My mother's legacy, I have to reclaim it. Standing in the study with his grandfather Yi Chanfeng, Yi Fan frowned at the transfer order in his hands. Just what kind of woman was my mother? Before her disappearance, she had left fragments of the immortal palace map with his 7 brothers, hidden an army of elite warriors beneath the Yi residence, and, according to Qinyao of the Martial Suppression Bureau, acted as his mentor. And now there was this Tiankue base. Indeed. Your mother said once you reached the martial emperor level, you'd be ready to take over Tiankue base. It's a crucial asset, its runic weapons and the connections behind it are resources you can't afford to ignore. Yi Fan's brow furrowed. He was starting to piece things together. Tiankue base was likely his first key to uncovering the mysteries of his mother's origins, the elusive divine gate. This was no longer about choice. The Divine Gate's enemies were already probing. If Yifan didn't act, they'd kill him without hesitation just for being his mother's son. Fine. His trip to Guangxing had just grown more complicated. Beyond investigating his third brother's death and retrieving the Immortal Palace map, he now had to secure Tiankue Base. The base is currently managed by the 4 great families of the south. After your mother's disappearance, they've grown reluctant to relinquish control. Plan carefully, they may act before you even set foot there. After finishing his conversation with his grandfather, Yifan left the Yi family compound and called out to Captain Long Feng. Captain Long, could we have a private chat? As they reached the gate, Yifan patted Long Feng on the shoulder and said, Captain Lang, you've worked hard protecting my grandfather all these years. While I'm away, I'm counting on you to look after the Yi family. The moment Yifan touched Long Feng's shoulder, the ancient power from the divine fragments he had absorbed surged into Long Feng's body. Due to the limitations of Yifan's physique, most of the ancient energy from the divine fragments had remained trapped in his meridians. Now, without hesitation, Yifan transferred it all to Long Feng, stopping only when he reached his limit. You flatter me, young master. This is my duty. It's just that my strength is lacking. If you hadn't intervened in Huadu last time, the old master would have been in grave danger. As a top expert in the Heavenly Dragon Army, Long Feng had once been at the Grandmaster level, a respectable achievement. But now, with countless powerful figures emerging, his strength was no longer sufficient. Halfway through his sentence, Long Feng suddenly sensed something unusual. An immense surge of ancient energy poured into his body from Yifan's palm, violently expanding his meridians and elevating his power. Young master, this. Yifan nodded and tossed him a bottle of pills. These are the elixirs you'll need to break through to the martial sovereign realm. Don't waste time. Thank you, young master. Long Feng bowed deeply in gratitude before swiftly retreating into the Yi family compound. Has my opportunity finally arrived? Once I break through to martial sovereign, my path forward will only widen. Yifan stayed in Yunqing for the night, spending the entire time in deep discussion with Su Yixue. Beyond the benefits of their intimate exchange, Yifan also used the ancient power of the divine fragments to elevate Su Yixue's strength to the peak of martial sovereign overnight. He even taught her some combat techniques. With this, even if unexpected trouble arose in Yunqing, as long as no martial emperor-level experts appeared, the city would remain safe. Moreover, the Phantom Squad was also operating covertly in Yunqing. By dawn, Su Yixue was still drowsing lazily. Yifan quietly got up, kissed her cheek, and slipped away. As much as he cherished such tender moments, 3 looming threats hung over his head. Prince Jin, the ancient martial Yi family, and his old enemies from the Divine Gate. None of them had been dealt with yet, and Yifan couldn't afford to relax. Xiaowen, Xiaoyao, the 2 of you stay in Yunqing and protect Yixue in secret. Before leaving Su Yixue's residence, Yifan assigned 2 maids to guard her. Xiaowen and Xiaoyao were reluctant. Young master, we'd rather stay by your side. Especially Xiaowen, she was well aware of the unique benefits of being near Yifan. Even if she couldn't become his woman, just staying close would bring her immense advantages. With a roguish smile, Yifan pulled both maids into his arms. I know what's on your minds. Once everything is settled, I'll fulfill your wishes. How does that sound? Ah! Xiaowen and Xiaoyao blushed furiously. Thank you, young master. Flying directly from Yunqing, Yifan arrived in Guangxing by 10 a.m. Guoli, Wang Fugue, Yamada Keiko, and Yu Chong from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had already arrived ahead of him. As Yifan and Shinmange exited the airport, Guoli guided them toward the arranged vehicles. Brother, our preliminary investigation suggests the Shin family in Guangxing is complicated. Sister-in-law's homecoming might not go smoothly, he added, glancing at Shinmange. Shinmange frowned. I'm the eldest daughter of the Shin family. What trouble could there be in returning home? Has my father disowned me now? Guoli sighed. It's not your father, it's your third uncle. Well, you'll understand once you get there. As Yifan's convoy left the airport, several vans lurking in nearby alleys reported via walkie-talkies. Boss, Yifan has arrived in Guangxing. It looks like he's heading to the Shin family first. Keep a close eye on him. Report immediately if there's any opportunity to act. 10 minutes later, outside the Shin family estate, Yifan and Shinmange stepped out of their car to find a crowd of black-clad bodyguards blocking the entrance. Shinmange's expression darkened. Move aside. Apologies, Mississippi Third Master has ordered that the Shin family does not welcome you. Your actions will only bring ruin upon us. Outrageous. I am the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Do I need my third uncle's permission to return home? Get out of my way or don't blame me for being ruthless. Having witnessed Yufan's power, Shinmange now stood her ground with confidence. She had brought Yifan to Guangqing to uncover the truth about her father's behavior. But before she could even meet him, her third uncle was already making a show of force. Clang! To her shock, the bodyguards ignored her, unsheathing their blades. "Miss, don't force our hand. This is also the family head's order." The situation grew tense. A globally renowned superstar, the Shin family's heiress, was being barred from her own home. Beside Yufan, the hot-tempered Wang Fugue couldn't hold back. "Damn it! What kind of guard dogs bite their own master? Don't worry, sister-in-law. Let me beat them all to their knees." Now at the peak of martial sovereign, Wang Fugue's aura surged, distorting the air around him. But Yifan stopped him. "Easy, Wang. Let's see how this plays out first. They're putting on a show." "A show?" Wang Fugue was confused but held his tongue. After a tense 10-second standoff, a powerful martial emperor-level aura erupted in the air. A square-jawed middle-aged man appeared at the gate, dragging a limp figure. "You worthless scum. How do you block my daughter's return? Then die." With a roar, the man unleashed a devastating wave of energy, crushing the dozens of bodyguards into bloody pulp. "Father, what are you doing? Why did you kill them all?" Yu Shinmange stared in horror at the man, her father, Shin Nanfei, the current head of the Shin family. "Just trash. No loss." Shin Nanfei turned to Yifan, his gaze intense. "You must be young Master Yi. I've long heard of your reputation. Truly a dragon among men." Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Regarding the attack on your third brother in Guangqing, I've investigated thoroughly. My third brother, Shinnapping, this worthless traitor, was deceived into participating in the assault on Yiling. He threw a bloodied, gagged man to the ground, Shinnapping, writhing and shaking his head in denial. The Yi family's tragedy pains me deeply. A life for a life, to preserve the friendship between our families, I offer my brothers as compensation." As he spoke, Shin Nanfei raised a blade, aiming to strike Shin Namping's heart. Another madman? Killing his own brother outright? Or is this just another act for Yifan's benefit? Yifan's lips twitched in amusement. Interesting. I wonder how Shin Nanfei will explain the video Wudu Tongzi gave me? Shin Nanfei's martial strength. On the surface, Shin Nanfei's martial prowess appeared suppressed at the martial venerable realm. In reality, however, his true strength was around the fourth tier of the martial emperor level. Yet even this remained within Yifan's control. Earlier, Yifan had already released his perception and activated his demon pupils, attempting to discern whether Shin Nanfei's appearance was disguised. To his surprise, even with the demon pupils, Yifan found nothing unusual about Shin Nanfei's face. There seemed to be a faint ripple of light over his features, but his appearance was genuine, no disguise at all. This revelation overturned all of Yifan's previous conjectures. From the video provided by the Five Poisons child, Yifan had witnessed Shin Nanfei personally attacking third brother Yi Lingjun. Combined with Shin Mange's claim that another soul resides in his body, Yifan had assumed Shin Nanfei was an imposter. But now, since Shin Nanfei's face was real, the situation had grown far more complicated. Was Shin Nanfei truly intent on killing his own younger brother? Yifan decided to observe further. "No, Dad." As Shin Nanfei's blade hurtled toward Shin Namping's chest, Shin Mange, standing beside Yifan, let out a piercing scream. "That's third uncle. Have you lost your mind?" Shin Mange couldn't comprehend it. Over the past few years, her father had become increasingly deranged, disowning even his closest kin. Now he sought to kill his own blood brother? "Mange." Yifan reached out, gripping her wrist and channeling a surge of stabilizing energy into her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Behind Yifan, Yu Chang, Wang Fugue, Guili, and the others had already placed their hands on their weapon hilts, ready to strike at his command. 1 meter. 2 feet. 1 foot. 10 centimeters. With his demon pupils activated, Yifan scrutinized Shin Nanfei's movements. To outsiders, Shin Nanfei's strike was blindingly fast, but to Yifan, it unfolded like a slow-motion replay. The blade's edge had already pierced Shin Namping's skin, drawing a bead of blood. Yet Shin Nanfei showed no sign of slowing. Worse, a blue toxin began seeping from the blade's tip. Yifan's brow furrowed. Was this a genuine attempt at murder? The blade was aimed directly at Shin Namping's heart. Combined with the toxin, a single thrust would be fatal. Yifan couldn't fathom it. Was Shin Nanfei truly determined to silence Shin Namping forever? Something was undeniably amiss. Though the full picture remained unclear, saving Shin Namping took priority. So Yifan moved. Activating his teleportation ability, he materialized before Shin Nanfei in an instant, seizing the man's wrist. Uncle, this is your own brother. There's no need for bloodshed. If there's a misunderstanding, let's resolve it openly. As he spoke, Yifan's other hand brushed against Shen Namping's body. The ember flame energy within him surged forth, neutralizing the toxin and mending Shen Namping's damaged meridians. In mere moments, Shen Namping, who had been on the brink of death, felt his injuries heal significantly. His eyes snapped open in shock as he stared up at Yifan, disbelief flooding his gaze. Hadn't they all said the Yi family's young master was a fool? Later rumors claimed he'd awakened only to slaughter indiscriminately. Yet now it seemed neither was true. Yifan had saved him. Perhaps today wouldn't end in death after all. Perhaps there was still hope. This bastard must die today. Otherwise, the Shen family cannot answer to young Master Yi. Shen Nanfei's face twitched as he strained against Yifan's grip, attempting to force the blade downward. Martial Venerable Peak. First tier Martial Emperor. Second tier Martial Emperor. Within seconds, Shen Nanfei unleashed his full strength, reaching the fourth tier of the Martial Emperor realm in a desperate bid to drive the blade into Shen Namping's heart. Yet Yifan's arm remained immovable as if anchored in space. Shen Nanfei couldn't budge it an inch. When even his fourth-tier Martial Emperor strength failed to overpower Yifan, Shen Nanfei's expression finally shifted. Was Yifan's power truly this monstrous? Had he already surpassed him by such a margin? This was problematic. Enough, uncle. No more killing. Yifan's smile never wavered. Not a trace of exertion showed on his face. Shen Nanfei steadied his breathing, then scowled. Young Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? The Shen family is implicated in the conspiracy against the Yi family's third son. We owe you an explanation, yet you refuse to accept it. An explanation is indeed necessary, Yifan replied, his gaze piercing. But the truth remains unclear. Rashly executing someone is unwise. I won't spare the guilty, but neither will I condemn the innocent. With that, he forcibly withdrew the dagger from Shen Nanfei's grip. Shen Nanfei's expression darkened. Young Master Yi, aren't you overstepping? Whether third brother lives or dies is a Shen family matter. You, an outsider, have no right to interfere. His urgency was palpable. A quick assessment of Shen Namping's condition sent a jolt of alarm through him. Moments ago, the man had been at death's door, yet now he seemed revitalized. Shen Namping must not be allowed to speak. If he did, long-buried secrets would unravel. No matter what, Shen Namping had to die today. You're mistaken, uncle. Yifan's lips curled into a sly grin. Mange has declared herself my wife. Her affairs are mine. Since she is of the Shen family, I will involve myself. He paused, then added with deliberate provocation. My wife dearly wishes her uncle to live. As her husband, how could I not speak for her? Surely you understand. You. Shen Nanfei was rendered speechless. He shot a venomous glare at Shen Mange. Enough nonsense. Mange's prior engagement was to the Yi family's third son, Yiling Yu. Now that he's dead, the betrothal is void. His voice turned icy. As for her declaration at the Yi family's funeral, that was a reckless impulse. Young Master Yi would do well not to take it seriously. No. Dad, I meant every word. Shen Mange, relieved by her uncle's rescue, stood her ground. Even if Ling Yu is gone, I choose Yifan. He is the man I love. Enough. Shen Nanfei's roar shook the hall. Your past antics were already excessive. Must you drag the Shen family into ruin? He pointed a trembling finger at her. Go. Bathe and prepare yourself. The ancestor awaits you and he will not be kept waiting. What? No. Dad, I'm your daughter. Have you gone mad? Shen Mange recoiled, every fiber of her being revolting at the mention of the ancestor. Yifan's eyes narrowed. Why such terror at the prospect of meeting this ancestor? Mange, my love, what's going on? Yifan turned to Shen Mange with a puzzled expression. In the secular world, those who could attain the status of ancestor were the guardian deities of their families, with strength at least at the Martial Emperor level or above. For the younger generation, being granted an audience with the ancestor should have been an unparalleled honor, so why was Mange so reluctant? The Shen family's ancestor is a pervert, Shen Mange whispered, her voice trembling. He frequently demands young women from the Shen family to share his bed. Even several aunts from distant branches of the family have been defiled by him. That vile ancestor has had his eyes on me for a long time. Before, the influence of the Yi family kept him at bay. But now, after the recent incident with the Yi family, he's been pressuring me repeatedly to serve him. Hiss! As Shen Mange spoke, Yifan's martial energy erupted violently, his eyes flashing with fury. Disgusting! Back when the Yi family was in dire straits, third sister-in-law had publicly declared her marriage to him, a fool at the time. From that moment on, Yi Fan had sworn to protect her as his wife. And now, this so-called ancestor dared to demand his wife's submission? Dream on. Let me see who dares lay a finger on my wife. Yi Fan's domineering voice boomed at the entrance of the Shin family estate as his powerful perception swept through the compound. He wanted to see just how formidable this ancestor was. To dare prey on his own descendants. Deep within the Shin family's rear courtyard, Yi Fan's perception met a powerful resistance. An ancient formation seemed to be active in the secluded courtyard. A martial emperor, 7th rank? He had hidden well. Such strength was indeed formidable in the Great Xia Empire. But if this bastard thought he could touch Yi Fan's wife, there was only one answer. Annihilation. With the countless trump cards at his disposal, even capable of facing a martial saint like Yi Zhong, a mere 7th-rank martial emperor was nothing in Yi Fan's eyes. Young Master Yi, you are welcome as a guest in the Shin family, Shin Nanfei said coldly. But if you insist on interfering in our internal affairs, don't blame me for being impolite. His expression darkened as he raised a hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dozens of reinforced crossbows emerged along the courtyard walls, locking onto Yi Fan and his group. The Shin and Yi families were once allies. Surely, young Master Yi wouldn't want to sever that bond here and now. Shin Nanfei's voice was icy. Hand over Shin Nanpang and Shin Mange. Then our families can remain friends. Otherwise, clatter. Another wave of elite bodyguards rushed out from within the estate. All of them were at least Grandmaster-level experts. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Even with his absolute domain, divine fragments, and countless elixirs, he had only barely managed to elevate his followers' strength in Huadu. Yet this insignificant Shin family had batches of trained grandmasters. A single grandmaster was nothing, but a coordinated group? That was terrifying. Activating his demon eye, Yi Fan scanned them and instantly spotted the anomaly. Each of these grandmasters harbored a living parasite inside them. The core of the worm, about the size of a fist, coiled near their heart and dantian, while countless tendrils intertwined with their meridians and organs. These tendrils amplified their martial power, essentially acting as an external enhancer. So that's their secret. A single worm could mass-produce martial experts? Where the hell did these things come from? Otherwise what? Yi Fan's gaze burned into Shin Nanfei. This man was clearly hiding something, but the full picture still eluded him. Otherwise, don't blame me for shedding all pretenses. This isn't Huadu or Tianan province. This is Guang City, the Shun family's territory. Shin Nanfei's face twisted into a snarl. Seize them. At his command, the bodyguards lunged forward. Fan Ji. Shin Mange shrank behind Yi Fan in fear. She knew, if her father captured her now, there'd be no escape. She'd be forced into that repulsive old ancestor's bed. The mere thought made her skin crawl. Just 2 nights ago, she and Yi Fan had shared a bed. Though they hadn't crossed the final line, she'd given him everything else. Her heart, her body, her trust. She was his woman now. Don't be afraid. Yi Fan squeezed her hand reassuringly. How dare you touch Sister Mange? Before Yi Fan could act, Wang Fugue stepped forward, his peak martial venerable aura erupting like a storm. The shockwave sent a dozen bodyguards flying. Behind him, Guali, Yamada Keiko, and Yuchong also stepped up, their energies flaring. The air grew thick with tension as the two sides faced off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of crossbow bolts suddenly shot toward Yi Fan. An ambush. These enhanced bolts could threaten grandmasters, even intimidate martial venerables. But against a martial emperor, they couldn't even pierce his barrier. Pathetic. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan conjured a shield of energy, effortlessly deflecting the bolts. Whoosh! Yet in that split second of distraction, another barrage fired, this time aimed at the unconscious Shin Nanpang on the ground. Yi Fan was 3 meters away. Even as a martial emperor, Intercepting dozens of bolts and sniper rounds mid-flight was impossible. Shin Nanfei smirked. Dead men tell no tales. But just as the projectiles were about to strike, thwip! 3,000 crimson threads shot from Yifan's hand, wrapping around Shin Nanpeng and yanking him to safety. What? Shin Nanfei's smile froze. How? Uncle Shin, you're awfully eager to silence your own brother, Yifan said coldly. Why don't we let third uncle speak the truth? With a tug of the threads, the gag and restraints on Shin Nanpeng vanished. No! Shin Nanfei lunged forward in panic. Clang! A blade embedded itself inches from his feet, its aura crackling with lethal energy. Move, and you die. The blade pulsed with runes, its pressure suffocating. One wrong step, and Shin Nanpeng would be the least of Shin Nanfei's worries. Shin Nanfei wanted to intervene, but his martial emperor fourth-grade cultivation couldn't withstand the oppressive aura radiating from Yifan's battle blade. His legs refused to take another step forward. Seizing the moment, the newly freed Shin Nanpeng scrambled to Yifan's feet like a frightened dog. Young Master Yi, thank you for saving me. The third young master's death truly wasn't my doing. That day they attacked, I wasn't even home. Trembling, he continued, but elder brother, for the past 2 days, he's imprisoned me, tortured me near to death. He keeps insisting I orchestrated the Yi family assault, but I swear it wasn't me. He's gone completely mad. I don't know what he's planning. Behind the hovering battle blade, Shin Nanfei's eyes snapped shut in fury. Damn it, the worm had finally spoken. I should have killed him days ago, presented his corpse to Yifan as justice served. Now, his scapegoat plan lay in ruins. Mange, your third uncle truly doesn't understand. Shin Nanpeng turned pleading eyes toward his niece. Is this really your father? Sacrificing you to our ancestors' bedchamber? Framing me for murder? What kind of father does this? Listening, Shin Mange's brows knitted tighter. Her father had been acting bizarrely lately. Uncle Shin. Yifan's smile didn't reach his eyes. If third uncle is innocent, why force him to take the blame? Internally, Yifan's suspicions solidified. Shin Nanfei was involved in third brother's assassination. The question remained. Had the man truly defected to Prince Jin's faction? Or was this another impostor? One skilled enough to evade even Yifan's detection. Ahem! Young Master Yi. Perhaps misunderstandings abound. Shin Nanfei's composure didn't falter. While third younger brother may be innocent, the Shin family bears responsibility for the Yi heir's death. Someone must pay. Does it matter who? His tone implied noble sacrifice. So long as a core Shin member dies, both families save face. Everyone wins. No? Besides. A calculated pause. The Shuns were merely accomplices, not masterminds. Why fuss over details? For all his initial panic, Shin Nanfei had regained icy control, washed his hands clean. On surface level, the logic held. Offering any sacrificial lamb would suffice. But Yifan had seen the video from Five Poison's child. Uncle makes excellent points. Yifan's sudden agreement made Shin Nanpeng stiffen. Was Yifan reneging? Had father and son struck some deal after all? Even Shin Mange's breath hitched. This wasn't like Yifan. Across from them, Shin Nanfei blinked. This easy? All that posturing for nothing? Ha! The fools as simple-minded as they say. Clearing the Shin name would smooth so many plans. Then, since we're sacrificing a core member, Yifan's gaze sharpened like honed steel. Third uncle status seems insufficient. But you, Uncle Shin? Perfect candidate. Surely you won't refuse. Weren't you just preaching about sacrificing for the family? The words pierced Shin Nanfei like daggers. His pupils dilated involuntarily. Rage quickly followed. This little bastard wants me to die for some Yi third-rate whelp? Yi Fan. Shin Nanfei's veneer cracked. This joke goes too far. Do I look like I'm joking? Frost coated every syllable. This is the reckoning I demand. Will you comply? No quarter given. Shin Mange's anxiety surged. First for her uncle, now her father. His actions may be monstrous, but he's still my blood, caught between father and husband. How do I choose? Sister-in-law, don't fret. Gwilly stepped closer, voice low. Elder brother never acts without reason. He won't force an impossible choice. Meanwhile, enough. Shin Nanfei's mask fully shattered. You overstep. Without evidence. This is pure extortion. Spotting his daughter still at Yifan's side, he snarled, Traitor! That man threatens your father's life, yet you stand with him. Yifan's smile turned glacial. Evidence? As you wish. A nod to Gwilly. Instantly, a 4D holographic projector illuminated the courtyard air, revealing damning footage of Shin Nanfei driving a blade through Yi Lingyu's heart. No! Shin Mange staggered, nearly collapsing. Her father, murdering her former fiancé. For his part, Shin Nanfei stood paralyzed, face draining of color. How? That scene was never meant to be seen. Aside from Shin Nanfei, the frame also captured high-ranking members of the Goose sect, representatives from the Han and Chao families of Guangqing, and several leaders of the Vermilion Bird faction. Every face was clearly visible, denying their involvement would be difficult now. Damn it! Weren't strict orders given during the operation to prohibit any recording? How could someone still have filmed it? Who the hell was it? Shin Nanfei scrutinized the video, searching for clues, when he suddenly realized someone was missing from the crowd, the Five Poisons child of the Goose sect. That's right. It had to be him. During the operation, the Five Poisons child had been acting evasive. Turns out he was pulling this kind of stunt. Recently, intel from the Goose sect reported that the Five Poisons child had gone missing. Now, it seemed he had fallen into Yifan's hands and spilled all the secrets he knew. Otherwise, Yifan wouldn't have obtained this footage. Shin Nanfei, with this evidence right here, what else do you have to say? Yifan's expression was icy. Before his death, third brother would never have imagined that he'd been killed by his own people, stabbed first by his own future father-in-law. Silence. The scene fell dead quiet. Not just Shin Nanfei, even the Shin family's elite bodyguards were stunned. None of them had expected the Shin family to be involved in the assassination of the Yi family's third young master, let alone that the family head himself had participated. Well, big brother, so it was you. Third uncle Shin Namping roared in fury. How heartless. Killing your own future son-in-law, what were you thinking? Earlier, when Shin Mange saw her father strike down Yi Lingyu and confront Yifan, her biggest concern had been her father's safety. But now, piecing everything together, she began to realize something. The man before her, though identical in appearance to her father, no longer felt or acted like him. But how could she confirm whether he was truly her father? Shin Mange frowned, deep in thought, until she recalled a few childhood secrets, things only she and her father would know. Shin Nanfei watched the situation unfold. With all the evidence laid bare, if he couldn't explain himself, his entire plan would collapse. Ahem. Young Master Yi, please calm down, this must be a misunderstanding. He forced an awkward smile. Yi Lingyu was my future son-in-law. Why would I kill him? What would I gain? Someone must be framing me, doctoring photos and videos to smear my name. Yes. That's it. Growing more confident, he added, you know how advanced disguise techniques are these days. Someone's clearly trying to pit us against each other. Don't let them succeed. But Yifan wasn't so easily fooled. Oh? Shin Nanfei, if that's even your real name, you're right. Disguise techniques are advanced. But what if you're the one impersonating someone else? Yifan stepped forward coldly. No matter how skilled Shin Nanfei's disguise was, if Yifan got close enough, he could expose it. A mere brush of his death aura would melt away any artificial skin. Shin Nanfei, guilty and wary, refused to let him near. What are you doing? Over one video, you'd actually kill me? Remember, if you harm me, how will Mange ever forgive you? Earlier, he denied Yifan and Shin Mange's relationship, but now, with his life on the line, he shamelessly used her as a shield. Dad, you just denied my bond with Yifan. Why bring it up now? Shin Mange spoke coolly. Father, when I was 8, you promised me what kind of husband you'd find for me. Do you remember? Cleverly, she brought up a childhood pact only she and her father would know. A flicker of panic crossed Shin Nanfei's eyes. Why is she bringing this up now? Of course I remember. I've already conceded I won't oppose your engagement anymore. The Yi family's third young master's death was a misunderstanding. The Han and Chao families were the main culprits. Mange, talk some sense into Yifan. He tried to deflect, but Shin Mange's suspicions had already taken root. Then tell me, father, what were the 6 criteria we agreed upon for my future husband? She stared intently. You said it was our little secret, one you'd remember forever. Yifan paused, glancing at Shinmange with warmth. He understood her tactic. Childhood memories were the key to unmasking the imposter. Mange, why bring up such old matters? It's been so long, how could I recall? Shin Nanfei forced a laugh. Let's drop this hostility. Why don't we go inside and talk? He glanced toward the Shin estate. He'd already sent for the family's patriarch. Why hadn't he arrived yet? The situation was slipping from his control. Without killing Shin Namping, he couldn't shift the blame. And now with Yifan's video evidence, brute force wouldn't work. His only option was to lure Yifan inside and eliminate him. But Shin Nanfei overestimated the patriarch's capabilities. No. We settle this now. Shinmange's voice was steel. If you don't remember when I was 8, what about when I was 12? That high fever, you carried me to the doctor, running so fast you fractured 3 toes. Surely you haven't forgotten that. She pressed on, recounting intimate memories while Shin Nanfei's panic grew. Damn this girl. How am I supposed to know any of this? Why yes, of course. My toes still ache when the weather changes, he stammered, sweating. Shinmange's face paled. Liar. You never injured your toes? And our pact at 8 wasn't about a husband at all. Who are you really? Her words detonated like a bomb. The Shin family bodyguard's third uncle Shin Namping, everyone stared at Shin Nanfei in shock. Actually, for the past year, everyone in the Shin family estate had been puzzled by Shin Nanfei's behavior and attitude. The former Shin Nanfei was gentle, refined, and kind-hearted. But the current Shin Nanfei was violent, murderous, and his actions were utterly incomprehensible. Like killing his own younger brother and offering his daughter to the ancestor. Had Shin Nanfei truly been replaced by someone else? Shin Nanpeng, in particular, jumped up in fury. Damn bastard. No wonder you're so heartless. Willing to harm your own daughter and younger brother. These aren't your kin, so you feel nothing, huh? Tell me, what have you done to my elder brother? Behind Shin Nanfei, apart from the close subordinates he had cultivated, the remaining Shin family bodyguards began murmuring and subtly shifting closer to Shinmange's side. Shin Nanfei clutched his head in frustration, inwardly seething. Damn it, another trap. Were Shinmange and Yifan this fond of setting people up? One careless move, and he'd fallen right into their pit. Fuck. Though panicking inside, he had to maintain his composure. After all, Prince Ye's mission, to retrieve the Shin family's secret relic, was still unfulfilled. Fleeing now would only lead to a worse fate. Besides, he still had the Shin family ancestor backing him. Who would live and who would die today was still undecided. Mange, what nonsense are you spouting? Just because I don't remember a few childhood incidents, you dare deny your own father. What poison has Yifan fed you? Shin Nanfei feigned anger. Do you think all these years your mother and I raised you for nothing? Guards, seize my daughter and hand her over to the ancestor for discipline. He barked orders at his trusted subordinates, intending to forcibly take Shinmange away. That damned girl. If she kept interfering, she'd ruin everything. Yifan! He shot a glare at the young man. You're not part of the Shin family. Stay out of this. Handle your own matters after Mange is gone. He hoped to preemptively silence Yifan before he could intervene. But at this point, Yifan had no reason to hold back. Earlier, Yifan had been troubled. Even his devils, I couldn't discern whether Shin Nanfei's facial features were real or fake. But now, since Shin Nanfei couldn't answer even one childhood detail, the truth was undeniable. This man was an imposter. There's no need for you to dictate whether I intervene in Shin family affairs, Yifan sneered. Without restraint, he unleashed his peak martial emperor 8th tier aura. A single palm strike sent the charging bodyguards flying, smashing them into the courtyard wall 7 or 8 meters away. Archers, fire. What are you waiting for? Seeing Yifan disregard his warning, Shin Nanfei panicked. He scrambled backward, yelling at the crossbowmen stationed on the walls. But these were the Shin family's elite guards. Now that their patriarch's identity was in question, they hesitated, refusing to act. Hurriedly retreating, Shin Nanfei barely took 2 steps before Yifan blurred into motion, appearing right before him. Don't act rashly. I'm your uncle. Though pulling his martial emperor 4th tier strength, he remained helpless against Yifan's suppression. He knew exactly what secret his face held. If Yifan touched his skin, everything would be exposed. Uncle? You don't deserve the title. Yifan's hand hovered near Shun Nanfei's cheek, dark necrotic energy swirling. The imposter's skin rotted away instantly, revealing another layer of yellowish-white flesh beneath. You hid well. Almost fooled me. No matter how sophisticated the disguise, artificial skin made from animal hide or oils would decay upon contact with necrotic energy. Normal human flesh, however, wouldn't. Yifan's grip tightened. Ryup! A grotesque tearing sound echoed as the human mask was forcibly peeled off, revealing a scarred, gaunt-faced, bald man beneath. Chaos erupted. The Shin family guards stood frozen. Had their patriarch truly been replaced? You monster! Shin Mange's voice trembled. Where is my father? If this imposter had been posing as Shin Nanfei for a year, where was the real one? Most likely murdered long ago. Gah! You little brat! Now exposed, the bald imposter howled in fury. Violent martial emperor, fourth tier, energy erupted as he tried breaking free from Yifan's grip. But strength-wise, the gap was insurmountable. Shink! Shink! With Shin Nanfei confirmed as fake, Yifan showed no mercy. 7 spectral blades materialized, piercing the imposter's dantian and severing his 8 primary meridians. Crippled. Ayakak! Yifan! You'll pay. The ancestor will. The man collapsed, writhing in agony as blood pooled around him. Within moments, his body aged decades. Talk! Where's my brother? Shin Nanping limped forward, steel rod in hand. Without waiting for an answer, he rained down blows. Skull, limbs, even the man's groin. Now a pulp of mangled flesh. Ha! Kill me, then. You'll never find Shin Nanfei. Even now, the bald imposter tried leveraging his secret. Little did he know, Yifan's 7 stars soul-destroying hand could extract truth from the dead. You think I don't dare? Yifan let out a cold snort. The 3,000 crimson threads in his hand pulsed, instantly shooting into the scarred man's body, locking down all his vital energy. The scarred man stared in shock at Yifan's movements. Before, due to the distance, he hadn't been able to see clearly how the red threads had shot from Yifan's hand. But now, even at less than 3 feet away, he still couldn't follow Yifan's actions. What the hell is this? A modern-day Spider-Man? With a mere thought from Yifan, the crimson threads tightened, instantly severing one of the scarred man's thighs. Then, the threads twisted and continued cutting upward. The terror of facing death made the scarred man's facial muscles twitch violently. I underestimated Yifan. Though he had received intel that Yifan wasn't the foolish young master the rumors claimed, he never expected Yifan to possess such terrifying abilities. Moreover, Yifan acted decisively, showing no hesitation or mercy. Stop! Just as Yifan was about to continue, a sharp shout rang out at the entrance of the Shin family's courtyard. An old man in gray robes appeared before the crowd, hands clasped behind his back. A surge of martial energy rippled outward, sending the Shin family's bodyguards stumbling. Ancestor! Ancestor, you've finally come. Quick, save me! The scarred man's dimming expression instantly brightened at the sight of the gray-robed elder. He scrambled toward him on all fours. But with his meridians and heart still under the control of Yifan's crimson threads, he couldn't move more than 3 feet before being frozen in place. He could only stare at the Shin family's ancestor with desperate hope. So, you're Yifan, the so-called genius of the Yi family? The elder scrutinized Yifan before speaking calmly. To reach the martial emperor realm at such a young age is truly remarkable. I have a soft spot for prodigies. I'd hate to kill you. The elder's words left the scarred man dumbfounded. Ha! Ancestor, wasn't the ancestor supposed to be on my side? Why does it sound like he's not planning to fight Yifan? What the hell is going on? Young Master Yi, I have no interest in the Shin family's petty affairs. How about we make a deal? The elder smiled at Yifan, but when his gaze shifted to Shin Manji beside him, the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. Though the elder tried to appear composed, Yifan immediately sensed his true intentions. This old bastard still has designs on my wife? What kind of deal? Yifan asked coldly. The moment he learned of the elder's intentions toward his wife, Yifan had already sentenced him to death. He only asked to see what the old man would propose. Simple. You're still young. I've taken a liking to your fiancée. Hand her over to me and I'll spare your life. I'll even give you the entirety of the Shin family's assets. With that wealth, you can find any number of beautiful women. How about it? The elder spoke magnanimously as if offering a generous bargain. But in the next instant, Yi Fan moved. He grabbed the stone lion at the courtyard's entrance and swung it with terrifying force, smashing it toward the elder's head. You're asking for death. My wife is not a bargaining chip. As the stone lion descended, the crimson threads coiled around dozens of blades from the surrounding bodyguards, launching them at the elder from all directions. Holy sh! The elder barely had time to react before Yi Fan struck. The sudden assault caught him off guard. He barely dodged the stone lion, only to face the barrage of blades. Humph! Yi Fan, you're digging your own grave. The elder's martial energy erupted, forming a powerful barrier that deflected the blades. After all, the elder was a 7th-rank martial emperor, only one level below Yi Fan. At this level of strength, unless one had a fatal trump card, a quick victory was nearly impossible. While the elder was still fending off the blades, Yi Fan unleashed his phantom shadow body, sending it streaking toward him. The elder frowned, instinctively wary of the approaching shadow. But when he sensed Yi Fan's true body still standing in place, his heart lurched and he focused his defenses there. From their brief exchange, the elder had already realized Yi Fan's martial prowess was at least on par with his own, if not superior. This is trouble. Abandoning all pride, the elder decided to retreat as soon as he countered this attack. But when the phantom shadow passed through his chest, he barely reacted. Yi Fan, you want to fight? Come at me. Let's see if you can withstand I. His taunt was cut short. A bone-chilling sensation spread through his chest. The shadow's passage had inflicted a 30% injury, and in an instant, a third of his vital energy and martial power had been drained. What the? The elder looked down in disbelief. How could a mere shadow cause such damage? Before he could process it, the phantom shadow solidified behind him, and Yi Fan teleported to his back. I said I'd take your life. And now? I'm collecting. The voice in his ear made the elder's hair stand on end. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Squelch! 2 blades pierced through his chest, destroying not only his heart but also his dantian. The elder stood frozen, his martial energy rapidly dissipating. In seconds, he had fallen from the martial emperor realm to mere control-level strength. You! What kind of monster are you? Staring at the gaping holes in his chest, the elder teetered on the edge of madness, his eyes filled with despair. The battle ended before it even began? I'm a 7th-rank martial emperor. In the entire Great Xia, among all active martial emperors, I should rank near the top. And yet, I'm dying like this to Yi Fan. No. I refuse. Even in death, I won't let him off easy. Self-destruction. Yes. I'll burn all my bloodline's power and take him with me. With a final, twisted grin, the elder mustered every ounce of energy in his veins, preparing to detonate it. The martial energy around the Shin family's ancestor surged violently as his power began to erupt. Though the strength he displayed was only at the control realm, the power hidden within his bloodline was at the emperor realm. If he truly self-destructed, the devastation would be terrifying. However, Yi Fan had acquired another skill from the soul bone of the beast in the demolition zone. Freeze seal. The moment the ancestor's bloodline power activated, Yi Fan willed it, and a surge of energy wrapped around the old man, instantly freezing him solid. Frost encased the ancestor's entire body. His blood seemed to solidify in an instant, and even his eyebrows were coated in ice. What? Are you even human? The Shin family's ancestor was utterly dumbfounded. He was a 7th-rank martial emperor, yet Yi Fan had subdued him effortlessly. Now, he couldn't even self-destruct in front of him. Frustration, shock, and finally, complete despair overtook him. I was wrong, young Master Yi. Please spare me. The ancestor pleaded in terror. For years, he had lurked within the Shin family, using dark methods to elevate his strength to the 7th-rank martial emperor. If he could obtain that thing from the Shin family, he might even break through to the Saint realm. Perhaps even beyond, achieving near immortality. He couldn't die now, so even if it meant groveling before Yi Fan, he didn't care. But the ancestor had coveted Yi Fan's wife, a direct violation of his bottom line. Worse, he had tried to use her as leverage in a deal. Did he really think Yi Fan would let him live? Spare you? Do you think that's possible? Yi Fan's gaze was icy. If our positions were reversed, would you spare me? Or my wife? Tell me, what kind of beast preys on his own great-granddaughter? What was your real goal in trying to bed her? Yifan's piercing stare bore into the ancestor. This wasn't just about lust. A centuries-old patriarch like him had seen countless beauties. Why target a girl from his own bloodline? Unless there was something special about the Shin family's direct descendants. And nothing. I just thought Mange, as an international star, was exceptionally beautiful. The ancestor's eyes darted nervously. Young Master Yi, name your price, money, elixirs, martial techniques, anything, just spare my life. Though his heart and dantian had been pierced, as long as he lived, he could recover. But death meant the end of everything. Still refusing to repent? Yifan sneered. Do I look like I need money? The Yi family had the backing of the Yi Corporation, the Jojo Group under the Tianji Pavilion, and the vast financial empires of his 7 sister-in-laws. Mobilizing trillions was effortless. As for elixirs and techniques, the emperor himself had endorsed the Yi family's establishment of the Grand Preceptor's estate, showering them with resources. Add to that the compensation from the Feng family, and Yifan lacked nothing. Besides, he could refine his own elixirs. Fine. Seeing no room for negotiation, the ancestor hardened his resolve. Then kill me. You'll gain nothing of value. Like the scarred man earlier, he was making a last-ditch effort. But Yifan wasn't indulging him. Gripping the ancestor's head, he activated the 7 stars soul-extinguishing hand, his overwhelming spiritual force shattering the old man's mental defenses. Ah! What are you doing? The ancestor screamed as excruciating pain tore through his mind. Yifan's divine sense was forcibly invading his consciousness. His pupils dilated in horror. Had Yifan reached that legendary realm? Within moments, the ancestor's spirit dimmed. The 7 stars soul-extinguishing hand, an ultimate technique Yifan had obtained from the Dragon Seal Ring, was no joke. Speak. Why target Shin Mange? To the immortal path token. The ancestor now obeyed like a lamb. I infiltrated the Shin family for decades, searching for their immortal path token, a pass left by immortals to recruit disciples. After years of scouring, I found nothing. So I turned to Mange. Immortal path token? Immortals descending? Yifan's brow furrowed. So beyond martial arts, immortals truly exist? Earlier intel suggested that Prince Jin had enlisted immortals. Those 2 white-robed youths beside Zhao Wuyo were supposedly their disciples. Yifan had dismissed it as theatrics, but now, if these so-called immortals were real, how would he face them? By power scaling, they'd at least be at the Saint Realm or higher. Yet Yifan was only an 8th-rank martial emperor. Due to his constitution, he couldn't fully harness the divine fragments within him, stalling his progress. His strongest ally was likely Yi Wansu, the Tianji Pavilion's Vermilion Bird Division leader, who had once pushed him down. But even she couldn't help him against so many foes. How can I enhance my physique to withstand greater martial power? Pressing further, Yifan learned the scarred man had been sent by Prince Jin, both to sever Shinyi relations and to hunt for the immortal palace fragment on Yilingyu. After confiscating the ancestor's assets and elixirs, Yifan prepared to incinerate him, until an offhand question. Do you know how to improve one's physique and bone structure? I do. A decade ago, inside an ancient tomb, I found a manual detailing bone refinement, using fire to temper one's bones and elevate their quality. But I could never figure out how to set my own bones aflame. As he spoke, the ancestor handed over a yellowed booklet exuding an archaic aura. Ancient tomb? Again, the 5 Venoms child's immortal palace map fragment had come from a tomb. The Gusek's soul bone tribute to Prince Jin was tomb plundered. And now this manual? Why are so many mystical tombs surfacing in Daxia lately? Flipping through the booklet, Yifan read. Martial practitioners possess bones of varying grades. Mortal bone, spirit bone, Tao bone, divine bone. Bone quality dictates one's cultivation ceiling. Mortal frames peak at Saint Realm. Spirit bones can. Bone quality is innate, yet one defies heaven's law with the sacred flame. tempering bones to ascend their grade. Sacred flame? Yifan's heart jolted. Since awakening the sacred flame within his dantian via the dragon seal ring, he'd only known it could purify toxins and enhance his abilities. But its true purpose had remained a mystery until now. It can refine bones? Does this mean I can use it to absorb the divine fragments in my bloodline, break through to 9th rank martial emperor, or even the saint realm? Yifan quickly skimmed through the cultivation method recorded in the booklet. It detailed how to channel the power of the sacred flame along specific meridians to temper one's bones and draw strength from it. This was an entirely new approach, completely different from Yifan's previous crude method of simply using the sacred flame to burn his enemies. The sacred flame was an incredibly powerful and intricate force. Vaguely, Yifan could already sense the excitement of the sacred flame within his dantian. It was as if the flame had finally found its true purpose, a proper way to unleash its power. Of course, the Shin family's affairs weren't fully resolved yet. Now wasn't the time to study this. Yifan released his grip on the Shin family's ancestral elder's head and tucked the booklet away. Ah! You, what did you do to me? The now-recovered elder frantically patted himself down. Holy shit, my treasure's you. It felt like he had merely dozed off, yet in that haze, he had unwittingly revealed all his deepest secrets, and worse, all his treasures had been forcibly handed over to Yifan. Humph. Consider this mercy for the sake of the manual. With a flick of his wrist, Yifan summoned the sacred flame, its flickering embers enveloping the elder and reducing him to ashes in an instant. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Ugh. Nearby, the scar-faced man lying on the ground whimpered like a wounded wolf, utterly terrified. He was so scared he pissed himself. Too horrifying. How had he ever dared provoke a demon like Yifan? At the courtyard gate, the Shin family's bodyguards exchanged uneasy glances, patting their chests in relief. Thank heavens. If they had acted recklessly earlier, they'd have ended up just like the elder, dead without even knowing how. As for Shan Tianhuizi, Yu Chong, Guili, Wang Fugue, and the others, they barely batted an eye at Yifan's actions. Since his awakening, they had grown accustomed to his shocking displays of power. Shin Mange finally exhaled in relief as she watched the ancestral elder turn to ash. With him gone, she was safe, free to be Yifan's woman without fear. Now, her only concern was her father's whereabouts. Yifan strode toward the scar-faced man. Still feeling threatening? Earlier, the ancestral elder had confessed they were backed by Prince Jin, who had orchestrated the takeover of the Shin family. The elder had sought the family's immortal path guide, while the scar-faced man had been after the celestial palace map. I wouldn't dare. The man was far more docile now. Shin Nanfei isn't dead. He's locked in the secret chamber beneath the study. Young Master Yi, could you? Even knowing his fate was sealed, he still clung to a sliver of hope. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Yifan engulfed him in sacred flame, reducing him to nothing. The impostor of Shin Nanfei was dead. The ancestral elder was dead. The scar-faced man's loyal bodyguards tried to flee, but Wang Fugue and Guili swiftly subdued them. The remaining guards, now thoroughly cowed, knelt in unison. We welcome the young mistress home. With the truth revealed that the family head had been impersonated, not killed, none dared oppose Shin Mange now. Her uncle, Shin Napping, fawned obsequiously as he guided Yifan. Young Master Yi, this way. The Shin family owes you everything today. Without you, I'd be dead, and Mange would've. Ah! Inside the manor, they followed the scar-faced man's directions and soon uncovered the hidden chamber beneath the study where the real Shin Nanfei was imprisoned. Though weakened from torture, Shin Nanfei, as a cultivator, quickly recovered under Yifan's healing energy. After regrouping, Shin Nanfei expressed his gratitude before leading Yifan and Shin Mange to a private room. Thud. The moment the door closed, Shin Nanfei dropped to his knees. Young Master Yi, I beg your forgiveness. I failed to protect the Shin family, allowing traitors to infiltrate us, and because of that, the third young master of the Yi family. He had seen the video provided by the Five Poisons child. To outsiders, it appeared as though he had attacked his own future son-in-law. If that footage were leaked, the fallout for both families would be catastrophic. Uncle, please rise. This wasn't your fault. Prince Jin orchestrated everything, even allied with your ancestral elder. No one could have withstood such an insidious plot. Yifan helped him up, sighing inwardly. Back in Huadu, when he first met Shin Mange, he had agonized over a terrible dilemma. If Shin Nanfei truly killed third brother, how should I face third sister-in-law? Family loyalty versus the debt he owed her, what then? His greatest fear had been this very scenario. If Shin Nanfei was guilty, could he bring himself to kill Shin Mange's father? Now, with the truth revealed that an impostor had acted under Prince Jin's orders, the crisis was resolved. Even so, the Shin family has wronged the Yi family. Shin Nanfei glanced at his daughter. Thankfully, Mange was wise. Her decision at the Yi family's funeral helped atone for some of our sins. Pausing, he cautiously checked the windows, ensuring no eavesdroppers were present before continuing in a hushed tone. Young Master Yi, you saved the Shin family and still accepted Mange. From today onward, we are family. Now, I must share a secret of monumental importance. Long ago, our ancestors stumbled upon an immortal path guide, the only known key to the celestial realm, a ticket to the immortal gate assembly. To protect it, I fused it into Mange's body. Only after your union will it manifest. Rolling up Shin Mange's sleeve, he revealed a faint blue sigil on her arm. Yi Fan studied it. Though barely visible, the ancient aura radiating from it was unmistakable. Shin Nanfei had hidden the immortal path guide within his own daughter? And according to him, only by consummating their marriage could the guide be unlocked? No wonder the ancestral elder had targeted Shin Mange, he must have suspected this. Xiao Fan, we elders are past our prime. Even if we attended the Immortal Gate Assembly, we'd have no hope of being chosen. But you must seize this chance. If you ascend to the celestial realm, the Yi family's influence will eclipse all others, not just in Xia, but across the entire world. Now that the Shin family's ancestor has guessed the hiding place of the Immortal Path Guide, other covetous powerhouses must have figured it out too. Keeping the Immortal Path Guide with Mange is far too dangerous for her. Therefore, you two should consummate your marriage as soon as possible. Only by transferring it to young Master Yi will it be truly safe. Don't worry, I'm an open-minded man. You can always board the train first and buy the ticket later. Shin Nafeng spoke bluntly, causing Shin Mange beside him to blush furiously. Dad, what nonsense are you saying? This is so embarrassing. Though Shin Mange had publicly declared at the Yi family funeral that she, along with Yu Linglong and others, would marry Yi Fan, she was still an untouched maiden. The night before last, when Yi Fan held her in his arms as they slept, it had taken all her courage. She had indeed promised to help the Yi family flourish, but when it came down to it, she couldn't help but feel shy. Yi Fan, however, merely smirked devilishly. Thank you for your blessing, uncle. From the moment his 7 sisters-in-law announced they would marry him, Yi Fan had never once considered abandoning them. So what if she was a superstar? A national goddess? Being his woman would never disgrace them. Yet, the more Yi Fan learned, the more uneasy he grew. Beyond the martial world lay the even more formidable ancient martial families, and beyond them, the mysterious and terrifying immortals. The Divine Gate had endured for millennia, tasked with combating evil spirits. Just how terrifying was this world? And was the Immortal Path Guide truly safe in his possession? Sigh. The crimson silk spirit he had obtained from Yi Zhang was actually an ancient spiritual beast. If this was just a glimpse, how many more such powerful entities existed? He needed to grow stronger fast. Haha, I'll leave you youngsters to your affairs. Shin Nafeng paused briefly before retrieving a ledger from his study. Young Master Yi, these are the complete financial records of the Shin Corporation. On behalf of the Shin family, I hereby transfer full ownership to you as reparation for our past wrongs. His expression was solemn. To be frank, now that the Shin family has aligned with the Yi family, we may not even be capable of protecting our own assets. So I implore you not to refuse. Shin Nafeng wasn't wrong. Shin Mange's declaration at the Yi family funeral was a direct provocation to Prince Jin's faction. Other corporations like the Su Group had already faced ruthless suppression. The Shin Corporation had been spared only because Prince Jin's agents had already infiltrated it. But now that Yu Fan had purged all of Prince Jin's spies, retaliation was inevitable. No matter how powerful Yu Fan was, he couldn't guard Guangqing indefinitely. Yi Fan flipped through the ledger casually. I understand your concerns, uncle. Just 2 days ago, I announced the formation of the Fan Alliance in Huadu, encompassing commerce, martial support, and more. It will soon take shape. Rest assured, the blood debt between Prince Jin and the Yi family will be settled soon. Until then, you may consult with Old Guo and others about joining the alliance for mutual support. As for the Shin Corporation, I won't accept it. Haven't you already given Mange to me as a dowry? He pulled Shin Mange closer, his smirk deepening as her face flushed crimson. The Fan Alliance? Shin Nafeng, having only just been released, was unaware of recent developments. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Impressive. The Shin family will join immediately. The Yi family's prodigy was truly extraordinary, already building his own core faction. The final showdown with Prince Jin couldn't be far off. What Shen Nafeng didn't know was that Yi Fan already had the forces to fight Prince Jin head-on: the Tianji Pavilion, the Imperial Guard Division, the Wandering Souls, the Yi family's hidden reserves, the ancient martial Nangong family left by his mother, and even the 13 divisions under Princess Chu Lawei. But his grandfather had warned him each of his 7 brothers had carried fragments of the Celestial Palace map and divine relics, all crucial to sealing evil spirits and locating divine ruins. Yi Fan needed to retrieve those fragments from where his brothers had fallen, dismantle Prince Jin's forces piece by piece, and finally trap the prince like a rat in a barrel. Once their discussion concluded, Shen Nafeng checked the time. "It's getting late. I'll book a restaurant. We'll host a banquet to welcome you properly." As they exited the room, Yi Fan raised a hand. "Dinner sounds perfect. But first, I'd like your help inviting a few guests." He pulled up the video of the 5 Poisons child. "The Chao and Han family heads who participated in this operation, please summon them." Though the Shin estate had just undergone upheaval, Tianji Pavilion's blockade ensured the news hadn't spread. The Han and Chao families likely didn't know the imposter posing as Shen Nafeng was dead. Yi Fan planned to lure them into a trap, saving himself the trouble of hunting them down. "They might not come if I invite them." Shen Nafeng hesitated, then understood. "Understood. I'll call them now." "Brother Chao, have you heard from His Highness? We're in trouble. Let's meet with Brother Han to discuss countermeasures." "Brother Han, let's gather at the White Cloud Hotel, room 808. The scarred man who had impersonated Shen Nafeng was one of Prince Jin's trusted guards, outranking the Chao and Han family heads. They wouldn't dare refuse. But Yi Fan had already left trails of blood in Yunchen, Huadu, and the Penglai Gorge. Though information was suppressed, whispers had reached attentive ears. Yi Fan was no longer the fool he'd once been. A prodigy remained a prodigy, now terrifyingly strong. Fear was spreading. Despite their loyalty to Prince Jin, self-preservation came first. After hanging up, Han Qingye immediately called Chao Yutong. "Old Chao, you got the call too, right? Yi Fan's coming to Guangqing. If he digs deeper, we're finished. We'll test the waters tonight. If things go south, we flee." The imperial court's already endorsing the Yi family's Grand Preceptor title, the tide's turning against us. A backup plan is wise. But don't panic. Prince Jin has even greater backers. The Yi family's down to its last heir. If Shen Nafeng has a plan to eliminate Yi Fan, what's a Grand Preceptor title worth? No man, no power. Even the Heavenly Dragon army could collapse. Well said. And I've heard the Goose sect has dispatched experts. Their 2 legendary twin saints are moving. Whether Yi Fan lives or dies in Guangqing is still up in the air. Han Qingye's eyebrows rose. Those telepathic twin sisters? The ones who share sensations? I've only heard rumors such freaks of nature actually exist. Ha! And they're supposedly peerless beauties. Imagine betting one and the other feeling it too. Pity we'll never taste such delights. Deep within the 100,000 Miaojiang Mountains at the headquarters hall of the Gu sect, sect leader Zhuang Baifan spoke gravely to the 2 stunning beauties before him. "Dayu, Xiaoyu, you must be cautious during this mission in Guangqing. That little bastard Yi Fan is extremely troublesome. Even Zhuang Chao died at his hands. Though your physiques are special, do not let your guard down." "Yes, sect leader." At the foot of the grand hall, the 2 peerless beauties in emerald green dresses responded in unison. Their figures were slender yet curvaceous, though their faces were veiled with white gauze, masks covering their mouths, and even their wrists wrapped in fabric completely concealed. Yet, despite this, their overwhelming allure remained impossible to hide. These 2 extraordinary women were none other than the Gu sect's twin holy maidens, Xiao Shuya and Xiao Xiaya. "Dayu Xiaoyu? Report any issues to me immediately. The outside world is dangerous, understand." From a seat beside Zhuang Baifan, an elegant woman in a crimson robe also admonished them. This was Xiao Taizhen, the twins' master and the Gu sect's deputy leader. In truth, a decade ago, Xiao Taizhen had not been part of the Gu sect at all. She had once been the leader of the now-defunct Qingyi sect. After her sect's destruction, she had fled with her remaining followers and sought refuge with the Gu sect, biding her time to restore her former sect. "Understood. We'll complete the mission swiftly and return as soon as possible." Dayu and Xiaoyu replied, though their eyes betrayed barely contained excitement as if they could hardly wait. As the Gu sect's holy maidens, they had undertaken missions before, but always under their masters or the sect leader's supervision. Those missions had required long periods of covert infiltration, leaving them no freedom to act independently. This time, however, with both their master and the sect leader occupied elsewhere and Yi Fan already in Guangxing, the opportunity was too good to pass up. Thus, Dayu and Xiaoyu were sent alone. For them, this was a rare chance for true freedom, and they were thrilled. Especially Xiaoyu, whose eyes sparkled mischievously as she fidgeted with her fingers. Strangely, Dayu's fingers twitched in sync with her sister's restless movements. Go now, Xiao Taijin waved them off. The twins bowed to Zhuang Baifan and their master before swiftly exiting the hall. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Taijin sighed. Who knows if sending them to Guangxing alone is the right decision. Once unleashed, they'll be like wild horses, impossible to rein in. Zhuang Baifan chuckled. Taijin, you must let go eventually. You can't control them forever. Besides, I've planted the 3 corpses brain god goo in them, the mother goo is in your hands. How could they possibly escape? Moreover, those girls are themselves walking calamities, their bodies are vessels of lethal poison. Without your unique techniques to suppress their toxic constitutions, they'd suffer unbearable torment. Rest assured, they won't run. The calamity poison body was a once-in-a-millennium cursed physique. Every inch of their skin was venomous, a mere touch could induce coma or instant death. Exposure to their sweat, saliva, or blood meant certain doom. When Xiao Shia and Xiao Shaya were born, their poison had wiped out their entire village. Xiao Taijin, fleeing at the time, had discovered their unique condition and taken them in. Though raised as disciples, they were, in truth, her personal assassins. As Zhuang Baifan spoke, he reached for a cup of water. But instead of drinking normally, his tongue flicked out repeatedly, lapping at the liquid like an animal. Slurp! Slurp! Watching him splash water everywhere, Xiao Taijin frowned. Baifan, what's wrong with you lately? Drinking like a dog, are you ill? Zhuang Baifan set the cup down, licking his lips. He seemed overheated, panting slightly into the air. Ill? What illness? Don't you find this way of drinking refreshing? He then grabbed a cake from a nearby plate, devouring it messily without using his hands. Xiao Taijin's frown deepened. For days now, Zhuang Baifan had been acting strangely. Even at night, he'd taken to licking things obsessively. Could he have contracted rabies? Outside the Gu Sect's grand hall, Dayu and Xiaoyu hurried toward the helipad. Sister, I heard Yi Fan is quite the character. If we capture him, let's not kill him right away, let's have some fun first. All our past targets died too quickly. So boring. Xiaoyu chirped, clinging to her sister's arm excitedly. Xiaoyu, don't fool around. Master's orders must be followed precisely. We complete the mission properly and return at once. Shirya, the more composed sister, spoke firmly, though her restraint was evident. Having grown up in the remote Miaojiang Mountains, they might have remained indifferent to the outside world had they never seen its splendor. But past missions had exposed them to its temptations, leaving them restless. Come on, sis. Master and the sect leader said to act as circumstances allow. They never set a deadline. We'll just tease him a little. Besides, didn't you say you've always wanted to visit a bar? This is our chance. Some returning Gu disciples say bars are amazing. Think about it, we'll use our poison to control Yi Fan, make him take us bar hopping. A perfect guide, don't you think? Shuya wavered, tempted. Well, fine. But we'll assess the situation first. Guangxin, White Cloud Hotel, room 808. Han Qingye and Chao Yutong had arrived. Inside, Shen Nanfei and Yi Fan, disguised as a stranger, were already seated. And this is? Han and Chao tensed at the unfamiliar face, immediately wary. Their operation against the Yi family a month prior had been top secret, exposure was unthinkable. The Yi Fan might eventually trace it back to them, delaying that reckoning was crucial. Ah, let me introduce my nephew, a liaison from the capital, here to observe. No need for concern, Brother Han, Brother Chao. Shen Nanfei's introduction was smooth, even winking subtly as he emphasized, from the capital. Han and Chao exchanged glances, a representative from the prince's faction? Their caution eased. Old Mo, you called us here in such a hurry. Has the assassination of the Yi family's third young master been exposed? Damn it, I even stabbed him myself. If this gets out, that Yi family lunatic won't spare me. Chao Yutong plopped into a chair, cutting straight to the point. His bluntness made Shen Nanfei's eye twitch. You're done for. Yi Fan's cold fury. Yi Fan, who had been idly tapping his fingers on the table, froze momentarily upon hearing Han Qingye's words. So the scar-faced man impersonating Shen Nanfei is called Lao Mo? No wonder he's such a ruthless character. Exposed? Well, Shen Nanfei hesitated. Yi Fan had only told him to lure Han and Chao over but hadn't explained the full plan. Unsure how to respond, Shen Nanfei glanced at Yi Fan, who gave a slight shake of his head. Taking the cue, Shen Nanfei continued, No, nothing's exposed. It's just. Manji went home first after a fight with me. She's insisting on marrying that bastard Yi Fan. Worse, she started doubting my identity. I came to discuss with you too, what should we do about this? He tossed the question to Han Qingye and Qiao Yutong. From the surveillance footage, Shen Nanfei had already seen the two men attack Yi Lingyu. That imposter Lao Mo pretending to be Shen Manji's father must have put her through hell. Shen Nanfei burned to know how exactly did these monsters plan to treat my daughter. You scared me. I thought Yi Fan had already traced us. Qiao Yutong patted his chest in exaggerated relief. His Highness even called yesterday warning us to be cautious. I knew things couldn't have gone south so fast. As for Shen Manji, Qiao's lips curled into a leer. Lao Mo dropped the act. Such a gorgeous international star, why let outsiders have her? Since you're just impersonating Shen Nanfei, why not tame her yourself? If she resists, do what we did to the real Shen Nanfei, lock her up. Once Yi Fan arrives in Guangxing and finds no trace of her, what can he do? This way, the fallout from her announcing their marriage will fade. Later, we'll have the Goose sect use poison curses to control her. Marry her off to a beggar, a vagrant, hell, even a stray dog. That'd be the ultimate service to His Highness. Qiao spoke with gleeful malice while Han Qingye smirked. Lao Mo, don't tell us you've grown soft? Started seeing that slut as your real daughter? If you can't do it, hand her over to us. We'll train her properly, guaranteed obedience. Unaware of Shen Nanfei's thunderous expression, the two continued their vile banter. You animals! Shen Nanfei's face flushed crimson with rage. Snatching 2 cups of scalding water, he hurled the liquid straight into their faces. Ah! What the hell? Lao Mo, have you lost your mind? Though both Han and Qiao were martial sovereigns, the sudden attack at close range left them no time to react fully. While they dodged most of the water, some splashed onto their skin, leaving angry red marks. The burns were trivial for their cultivation level, but the humiliation was another matter. Lao Mo, what's wrong with you today? Something's off. Qiao Yutong, sharp-eyed and weaselly, grew suspicious. His gaze flicked repeatedly toward Yi Fan, who sat silently, exuding an oppressive aura that set Qiao on edge. Easy. Lao Mo's just worked up. We're only discussing options. Yi Fan, disguised as Shen Nanfei's nephew, interjected calmly. Let's hear more. Aside from these ideas, how else do you plan to deal with Yi Fan? Beneath the facade, Yi Fan's fury simmered. From the 5 Venom's child's intel, he'd known the Han and Qiao families were directly involved in his third brother's murder. But he hadn't anticipated their depravity, not just plotting to assault Shen Manji, but to marry her off to a stray dog? The sheer vileness of their scheme to humiliate his wife made his blood run cold. If I hadn't uncovered the Shen family's conspiracy. If Manji had returned home alone, she'd have faced unspeakable horrors defiled by their ancestor or brutalized by Lao Mo and these scum. Young man, your uncle's temper is concerning. Han Qingye eyed Yi Fan warily. As for Yi Fan, His Highness already assured us not to worry. A 10-man squad of martial emperors is en route to Guangxing. Right? Qiao added. His Highness ordered us to cooperate with their operation. The Shins are secondary, the team's primary target is some base. His plan is to let Yi Fan exhaust himself fighting the 4 families behind it before they strike. Yi Fan's brow furrowed. A base? Grandfather's Tiankue base. The secret legacy from his mother now compromised. If the enemy knew about it, his identity as the son of the Divine Gate's leader was exposed. This wasn't just about Prince Jin or the Yi family's pressure. The Divine Gate's ancient enemies, the dark forces they'd sealed away, all would hunt him relentlessly. Qiao Yutong's eyes narrowed as he pieced it together. Han. They're not Lao Mo or the liaison from the capital. If they were His Highness's men, they'd know these details. Lao Mo was supposed to brief us. Who the hell are you? Han and Qiao bolted up, martial energy flaring as they glared at Yi Fan and Shen Nanfei. With a cold snort, Yi Fan calmly adjusted his face, reverting to his true features. TSK. Much better. His voice dripped ice. When you murdered my brother, did you ever imagine this day? And now plotting to defile my wife. Fuck. It's Yi Fan. Lao Mo, you betrayed us. Damn it, I knew it. Run, Han, you take the door, I'll go through the window. Qiao Yutong's martial sovereign-level energy erupted as he lunged for the window, Han Qingye charging the door. Yet Yi Fan remained seated, leisurely sipping tea as Shen Nanfei fretted. Young Master Yi. They're escaping. If they get away now. Patience, Uncle Shen. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Let the bullets fly a while. They'll return on their own. What? Before Shen Nanfei could process this, 2 agonized shrieks rang out. My arm. My leg. Thud. Thud. Shen Nanfei gaped as Han and Chao's limbs were severed midair by invisible forces. Their bodies snared in a web of razor-thin threads, blood beating along the strands as they were dragged back, inch by inch, their flesh on the verge of being sliced to ribbons. Shen Nanfei's pupils contracted in shock. This is Yifan's doing? A Guqin wire trap? But when did he set this up? Had he acted rashly, even he might have been diced to pieces. Yifan! You're ruthless. Old Mo, you dare betray the prince? You're asking for death. Han Qingye and Chao Yutong each retreated a few steps from the window and doorway, their faces twisted with hatred as they glared at Yifan and Shen Nanfei. Shen Nanfei smirked coldly. Humph. You two mutts, do you really think I'm that so-called old Mo? Let me tell you, old Mo is long dead. I am the real Shen Nanfei. Bastards! How dare you insult my daughter like that? I'll kill you. Despite being only at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, Shen Nanfei didn't dare charge recklessly. Instead, he grabbed several bottles of liquor from the table and hurled their contents at Han Qingye and Chao Yutong without hesitation. Han Qingye still had enough strength to keep himself from collapsing, but his body was already sliced into segments by razor-thin threads. A mere foot apart, his form resembled a precariously stacked pile of blocks. The slightest movement would send him tumbling into pieces. When they tried to muster their martial energy, it leaked wildly from their wounds. How could they possibly resist the high-proof alcohol Shen Nanfei had splashed on them? Sizzle! Sizzle! The liquor seeped into their flesh through the thread-cut wounds. The agony! Ag! Damn you! Holy! FCK! 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 I'm dying! I'm dying! The room erupted with blood-curdling screams as Han Qingye and Chao Yutong writhed in pain, hopping madly like headless chickens. But their horror only deepened when, after stumbling back barely 2 meters, slash! Slash! A familiar, crisp sound rang out. To their despair, they realized that while their chests had already been sliced open, another set of silk-thin threads had inexplicably appeared behind them, cutting halfway through their backs. It was as if a cucumber had been split vertically, one slash from the left, another from the right. Though neither cut went all the way through, together they severed the body completely. Only the lingering muscle fibers pretended to hold them together. Ah! Why can't I feel my waist? My arms won't obey me. Han Qingye and Chao Yutong stood frozen in the room, their eyes darting frantically as they watched blood gush from their wounds. Moving even an inch was impossible. All they felt now was sheer terror. Shen Nanfei, meanwhile, was utterly stunned. He cautiously patted the air around him, checking for any hidden threads. Too horrifying. One wrong move and it'd be game over. Anyone who crossed Yifan was cursed for 8 lifetimes. Uncle Shen, don't worry. The area within 3 meters of you is safe, Yifan reassured with a faint smile. Only then did Shen Nanfei dare to sit down, gulping water to steady his nerves. What about them? Shen Nanfei glanced at Han Qingye and Chao Yutong, their bodies locked in a fragile equilibrium on the verge of disintegration. Yifan chuckled. I'm still waiting for their last words. Letting them die so easily would be too merciful. Ha! Shen Nanfei gaped at Yifan, utterly baffled by his son-in-law's reasoning. Waiting for their last words? What kind of logic was that? Han Qingye and Chao Yutong, meanwhile, were seething with frustration. If Yifan hadn't reminded them, they might have died in humiliating silence. Yifan, if you kill us, you're finished. Remember, this is Guang City. Our families have ruled here for decades. You'd better release us now or… Humph. You can't be everywhere at once. Just wait till we destroy the Shen family and your wife. Though their bodies were immobilized, their mouths weren't. That's right. We serve Prince Jin. Didn't you hear? His elite squad of 10 martial emperors is arriving soon. Do you really think you can take them all on alone? At their words, Yifan's brow twitched. Prince Jin's 10-man martial emperor squad was indeed troublesome. He'd have to postpone matters with the Goose sect and the Vermilion Bird faction to deal with them first. As the two continued their bluster, Yifan pulled out his phone, dialing Guoli and Yuchong on video call before projecting the feed onto the wall. Take a good look. Does this scene seem familiar? The footage showed Guoli, Yuchong, and others hunting down panicked martial artists. Wang Fugue dragged a cleaver behind him, roaring, "You bastards slaughtered my sworn brother's family. This is your retribution." Ag! Arg! The setting was a manor, now engulfed in smoke and chaos. 100 bulldozers advanced in formation, flattening half the estate in moments. What's the meaning of this? Han Qingye frowned, not yet grasping the situation. But Chao Yutong's face twisted in horror. H. Han. Brother Han. Isn't that your family's estate? Look, that's your wife. The realization hit Han Qingye like a thunderbolt. Holy SHT. Yi Fan, you're raising my home. You son of a. The footage shifted. Next was Han Chengye's secret training base, obliterated by Guo Li's artillery. Then came Chao Yutong's Chao Manor, his security company. Every core stronghold of the Han and Chao families in Guang City appeared on screen. Without exception, all were annihilated. The final clip showed the perimeter of White Cloud Hotel. Before entering, Han Chengye and Chao Yutong had stationed elite guards outside as backup. But now, the screen revealed their entire force wiped out. So, all your reinforcements are dead. No one's coming to save you. Yi Fan pocketed his phone, his gaze icy. When you joined the ambush on my third brother, you should have expected this day. Those who live by the sword, die by the sword. Yi Fan. You're vicious. This is adding insult to injury. You're a devil. A monster. Though their life force was fading fast, Han Chengye and Chao Yutong could still feel the crushing weight of despair, regret, and helplessness. If only they'd known how terrifying Yi Fan was. Why had they ever sided with Prince Jin against the Yi family? But there were no second chances. Exactly. I am adding insult to injury. My third brother fought for this nation bathed in blood on the battlefield. Did you ever consider his suffering when you surrounded him? Yi Fan's eyes burned with fury. Annihilate my family? Destroy my roots? Every last one of you will pay the price. As the two men wallowed in despair, Yi Fan approached, fan in hand, and gently waved it toward them. You. What now? We're already like this, can't you just let us go? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Don't worry. I'm just helping you find release. With a flick of his wrist, a breeze from the fan brushed against their bodies. The bizarre action confused them. What was Yi Fan trying to do? Kill them with wind? But they'd forgotten their bodies were already sliced apart, balanced on a knife's edge. The moment the breeze touched them, it's crooked, crooked. Why is my body tilting? A gust of wind swept through. Han Chengye and Chao Yutong watched in horror as their bodies began to lean sideways, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. And then, thud, thud, their heads tilted first, followed by their bodies, sliced apart by razor-thin threads, sliding to the ground in neat, diagonal sections, stacking up like layers of shale. Their heads separated from their bodies, forced to witness their own remains scatter into a grotesque pile of flesh. The sheer visual horror and terror drowned Han Chengye and Chao Yutong in overwhelming despair in their final moments. I was such a fool. Truly. What madness possessed me to join Lao Mo in targeting the third son of the Yi family? They had believed Prince Jin's plan was flawless, simultaneously striking the 10 prodigies of the Yi family in a single day to wipe them out. But Prince Jin had miscalculated one thing, a fool. And now, unbeknownst to them, that fool Yi Fan had turned the tables. Yunqing was purged, Huadu was purged, and now Guangxing's turn had come. As their last breaths faded, Han Chengye and Chao Yutong knew. The Han and Chao families were finished. Annihilated so silently that even Prince Jin in the capital likely had no idea what had happened. Yi Fan had moved too swiftly with thunderous force, eliminating Lao Mo within the Shin family, subduing the Shin family's patriarch, and even outmaneuvering the Han and Chao families in the process. Ruthless. This is too brutal. Yi Fan frowned at the scene before him. Uncle Shin, I hope this doesn't ruin your impression of me? He turned to Shin Nanfei beside him, smiling faintly. After all, this was his future father-in-law. Yi Fan had to maintain some decorum. Though Shin Nanfei was no stranger to bloodshed, the sheer horror of the spectacle still left him shaken. Those ghostly, imperceptible threads in Yi Fan's hands were terrifying, killing without a trace. But what truly amazed Shin Nanfei was Yi Fan's audacity. The prodigy of the Yi family, what good impression was there left to ruin? Ha! If Yi Fan had been some naive, kind-hearted fool, Prince Jin would have crushed him 10,000 times over by now. Survival demanded cunning. And it was precisely Yi Fan's ruthless precision that made the Shun family's deep alliance with the Yi clan their only path forward. Not at all. They brought this upon themselves. Without you, Xiaofan, the Shin family, and Mange would have faced disaster. Shin Nanfei smiled faintly in return. Decisive, unflinching, no false mercy. With a Yi Fan like this, the Yi family's rise was inevitable. Good. Clean this up. Yi Fan exhaled softly, staring at the pile of flesh. Silently, he whispered, Third brother, I've taken 3 of your killers. Rest in peace. Every last one who harmed you will pay. With a thought, the ember flame surged, engulfing the remains of Han Qingye and Chao Yutong. A wave of heat later, nothing remained. Not even the scent of blood lingered. Had he not witnessed it himself, Shin Nanfei would never have believed such a scene had unfolded here. Let's go, Uncle Shin. Mange must be waiting. Time for dinner. Yifan led the way out of the room, heading toward private room 801. Dinner was indeed on the agenda, but room 808 had merely been a gravesite for Han Qingye and Chao Yutong. The real meal awaited in room 801. All settled. Shin Mange rose gracefully, linking her arm with Yifan's, her eyes filled with concern. The loss of the Yi family's 10 prodigies weighed heavily on him, she knew. But with the family's survival at stake, grief was a luxury Yifan couldn't afford. Yifan gazed at her tenderly, warmth flooding his heart. Having the support of my 7 sisters-in-law. It truly is a blessing. And Shin Nanfei had only been impersonated. The real culprit behind third brother's death was Lao Mo, sent by Prince Jean. At least that meant no strain between him and Mange. As they sat down to eat, Shin Mange looked at Yifan expectantly. Xiaofan, tomorrow's my concert. Would you join me on stage for a few songs? When she'd first announced her marriage to the fool Yifan, it might have been impulsive. But after all they'd endured, her feelings for him were now genuine. As an international superstar, Shin Mange had always kept scandal at bay. Yet many in the industry still eyed her covetously. Some had even followed her to Guangxing, rumored to be plotting disruptions at her concert. She wanted to publicly affirm her bond with Yifan, cutting off those lingering ambitions. Though unaware of her exact thoughts, Yifan knew the concert wouldn't be peaceful. With Prince Jin's son, Zhao Wuyo, in his grasp, the prince's direct interference was limited. But the Yi family's rise, and the establishment of the Grand Preceptor's faction, had rattled more than just Prince Jin. Countless entrenched powers across Daxia saw Yifan as a threat. With direct confrontation now risky, targeting Shin Mange's concert to send a message was all too plausible. Of course, I'm no singer, but I can accompany you on the piano for one piece. As dinner wound down, Yifan excused himself to the restroom. Leaving the private room, he headed down the hallway. But as he passed another door, a fragrant breeze swept over him. Slender arms yanked him inside. Before he could react, he was pinned against the wall, a soft hand clamping over his mouth. 2 veiled, stunning girls glared at him, one pressing a dagger to his throat. Don't make a sound, the Kavya one hissed. We won't hurt you, just answer our questions. Blink if you understand. Yifan was baffled. An 8th-rank martial emperor, ambushed by 2 girls? A quick scan revealed their strength, barely at the martial venerable peak. He could crush them with a flick. But curiosity won out. He nodded. Do you know that scoundrel Yifan? The petite one demanded, waving her dagger. We heard he's dining here. Tell us where he is, and we'll let you go. She narrowed her eyes. Lie, and I'll castrate you. What? Scoundrel? These 2 beauties were after him? Yifan racked his brain. He didn't recognize them. What the hell is going on? These 2 beauties were none other than Daya and Xiaya, the twin holy maidens sent by the Gu sect's leader, Zhuang Baifan, to assassinate Yifan. However, in their haste, the sisters had forgotten to bring Yifan's photo with them. After tracking him to the White Cloud Hotel using intelligence reports, they found themselves at a loss. With no other options, they began randomly grabbing people in the hotel to interrogate. By now, they had already accosted 8 individuals, yet fate had it that the 9th happened to be Yifan himself. Yifan studied the 2 women with amusement. Their eyes were clear and guileless, giving them an almost foolishly innocent air. Before he could speak, a booming voice echoed from the hallway outside. Where's my bro? Old Wang's back from his mission. I'm starving. Bring me a chicken leg. It was Wang Fugue. Yifan's eyes gleamed with mischief. He quickly nodded at Daya and Xiaya. The maidens brightened instantly. Ah, you know him? Wonderful. Tell us, where's the villain hiding? Daya released her grip on Yifan's mouth, allowing him to speak. With a faint smile, Yifan replied, Yifan's in private room 801. I just saw him. But why do you call him a villain? What do you want with him? Our master sent us. Xiaya withdrew her dagger, her face twisting in outrage. That monster eats the brains of infants. He's pure evil. We're here to rid the world of the scourge. She pointed the blade at Yifan. Handsome, lead the way. If you help us kill that despicable Yifan today, you'll be a hero of justice. Wait, what? Eats infant brains? Yifan nearly choked. Since when was I that depraved? These girls were clearly too naive, hoodwinked by their master's lies. Under their threatening glares, Yifan reluctantly led the two stunning holy maidens toward room 801. When the trio appeared at the door, every head in the private room swiveled toward them. Shinmange's eye twitched. This bastard. He said he was going to the restroom. And now he's back with two more women? Just how many sisters am I going to have? Big bro Wang Fugue's mouth hung open, a chicken leg dangling halfway in. His gaze flicked between Yifan and the two beauties. So much for denying it earlier. The evidence is right here. Even with sister-in-law present, he's openly bringing women in. This guy's luck with women is insane. Big what? Shut it. Yifan snapped, silencing Wang Fugue with a glare. Then, turning to Daya and Xiaya, he pointed at Wang Fugue. There. That loudmouth is the scoundrel you're after, Yifan. Huh? What? The entire room froze in stunned silence. Shinanfei, Guili, Wang Fugue, Yamada Keiko, Shinmange, and even Yu Chang, leader of the Tianji Pavilion's assassination division, all gaped at Yifan in bewilderment. What kind of act is he pulling now? He is Yifan. Why is he denying it? Wang Fugue spread his hands helplessly, his face a picture of misery as he glanced between Yifan and the two women. He was on the verge of tearing his hair out. Though not the sharpest tool in the shed, Wang Fugue suddenly grasped the situation. Is Big Bro dumping his romantic baggage on me? But I'm terrible at lying. If he needed a scapegoat, why not pick old Gua? You, what? Admit it, you're Yifan. A deranged monster who feasts on infant brains. You're a disgrace to humanity. Yifan's tirade left everyone's jaws on the floor. Wang Fugue eats baby heads? What kind of nonsense is this? Has Yifan lost his mind? Wang Fugue had no clue what game Yifan was playing, but thankfully Guili seemed to catch on. He subtly tugged Wang Fugue's sleeve. Wang Fugue forced a grin. Ah! Yep, I'm Yifan. The moment he confessed, Daya and Xiaya lunged forward, their blades flashing to his throat. Vile fiend! We've got you now. Daya snarled. Today, justice will be served. Holding Wang Fugue at knife point, the sisters backed toward the door, addressing the room, keep eating. We're only here for Yifan, this doesn't concern the rest of you. In truth, Wang Fugue, a peak martial sovereign with the black tortoise armor's protection, could have easily overpowered them. But if this was Big Bro's plan, he'd play along. Thus, Wang Fugue allowed himself to be captured and dragged out of the hotel. Ladies, where are we going? He grumbled, eyeing the blades at his neck. If I'm gonna die, at least let me know why. Under normal circumstances, anyone daring to hold a knife to Wang Fugue's throat would have been pancaked into the ground. But today was different. Humph. Somewhere you can repent for your sins. Xiaya spat. Eating babies? You're a monster. And using skulls as chamber pots? Disgusting. Daya added, pointing across the street. We're taking you to that bar Dreamland. You'll get a chance to defend yourself. If you're as evil as Master claims, you won't leave alive. A bar? For a repentance session? Wang Fugue exchanged a baffled look with Yifan, who had quietly followed. What kind of logic is this? Are they seriously interrogating me in a nightclub? This is beyond absurd. Unbeknownst to them, Daya and Xiaya's reasoning was simple. First, they'd always been curious about bars but were warned by their sect that it was dangerous for girls to enter alone. So, they devised this brilliant plan, bringing their prisoner along as a shield. Second, since childhood, they'd accompanied their master and sect leader on countless missions. Targets were always labeled as evil without question, whether it was a philanthropist advocating for the poor or a volunteer feeding orphans. But as they grew older, doubts crept in. This time, they wouldn't kill blindly. They'd see for themselves just how wicked Yifan truly was. Daya and Xiaya were about to cross the street with Wang Fugue when they noticed Yifan following them. Puzzled, Daya spoke up. Why are you still following us? We already told you, once you told us who Yifan is, you were free to go. We won't trouble you. Yifan smiled faintly. I just happened to have some business at the bar across the street. Consider it a coincidence. You go ahead. Just then, an elderly blind woman tapped her cane, cautiously feeling her way across the road. Yifan quickly stepped forward. Grandma, be careful, this is a busy street. Let me help you across. Patiently, he guided her through the crosswalk. By the time they reached the other side, Dia and Xiaya were still there. Xiaya tilted her head, studying Yifan. Didn't expect you to be such a good guy, so helpful? As she spoke, she reached out to shake his hand. You're a decent person. From now on, you're our friend. If anyone ever bullies you, just tell us. We'll protect you and teach them a lesson. She spoke with such earnestness, her little fangs occasionally peeking out, adorable yet mischievous. Her slender, curvaceous figure added a touch of allure. Wang Fugue, standing nearby, nearly choked trying to suppress his laughter. Good heavens! These two girls were barely at the martial venerable level, they couldn't even beat him, let alone Yifan, their so-called big brother. Ha! And here they were, acting all high and mighty, vowing to protect the very man they were supposed to kill. What would their reaction be if they knew the person they were pledging to defend was their actual target? Oh? Well, thank you for your protection, Yifan said, shaking Xiaoya's hand. He deliberately squeezed her wrist, a sly smirk playing on his lips. Seems you two are good people too, huh? MMM. To Yifan's surprise, Xiaya didn't react much, but Dia suddenly squirmed, letting out a soft moan, her face flushing bright red. Huh? What was going on? Yifan was baffled. He had only touched Xiaya, so why was Dia reacting like this? Ding. Just as he wondered, the Tianji Pavilion's intelligence system transmitted data directly to his retina. These are the twin holy maidens of the Goose sect, sharing a psychic link. Back in Huadu, after Yifan and Yi Wansu, the Vermilion Bird Division leader, became intimate, she had handed over the Tianji Pavilion's intelligence network to him. The organization's technicians had implanted a high-tech retinal display in his eyes, functioning as a live feed connected to Tianji Pavilion's supercomputers. It provided real-time analysis, combat strategies, and instant intel on anything within his line of sight. So, the Goose sect is finally making a move? But Zhuang Baifan sent these two airheads to kill him? Was the Goose sect really that desperate? Truth be told, Yifan wasn't wrong. The Goose sect's third elder, Ling Yun, had died by his hand. Wudu Tongzi, second only to Zhuang Baifan, had also fallen to him. Even Zhuang Chao, Zhuang Baifan's own son, had been killed by Yifan. At this point, the Goose sect was running out of capable fighters, which was why Zhuang Baifan had resorted to sending Xiao Taizhen's two disciples after him. Twin holy maidens with a psychic link? Interesting. Did that mean if one sister experienced intense emotions or sensations, the other would feel it too? Of course we're good people. Xiaya declared solemnly. Come on. Since you're heading to the bar too, let's go together. I'll buy you a drink. Dia frowned slightly. Xiaya, maybe we shouldn't? Master sent us here for a mission. We shouldn't complicate things. Clearly, Dia was the more cautious and reserved of the two. Sis, relax. We agreed before coming that we'd let loose this time. Besides, the guy Master wants us to kill seems kinda clueless, not that evil, right? Later, we can even ask our new friend here to help us judge him. Wang Fugue, who had been quietly observing, nearly spat out his drink. I'm clueless. Okay, fine, I might be a bit slow, but at least my IQ is normal. But you too, you're even dumber than I am. The pot calling the kettle black, seriously. If not for Yifan's presence, he'd have beaten these two until even their parents wouldn't recognize them. White Cloud Hotel, room 801. After Yifan, Wang Fugue, Dia, and Xiaya left, the room fell into stunned silence for several seconds. Young Master Gua, do you have any idea what just happened? This whole situation feels bizarre. Shenanfei rubbed his temples, utterly perplexed. Yifan was undeniably powerful, he had effortlessly subdued the Shen family's ancestor and old Mo. Not to mention, just half an hour ago, Shenanfei had witnessed Yifan slicing Han Qingye and Chao Yutong into ribbons with a thread. How could such a formidable man be kidnapped by two naive girls? Ahem. Uncle Shen, I'm not entirely sure either. But Big Brother must have his reasons. Everything's under his control, don't worry. Even Guoli couldn't help but wonder at Yifan's theatrics. I'd better follow them. Yu Chong, leader of the Tianji Pavilion's assassination division, took his duties seriously. With a surge of energy, he vanished from the room, tailing the group toward Dreamland Bar. Dreamland Bar. Inside, Dia and Xiaya timidly escorted Wang Fugue, looking completely out of place, like country bumpkins in the big city. They didn't even know where the bar counter was. And these two called me clueless? This way. Wang Fugue took the lead, guiding them to the counter. Dia hesitantly asked, weed? Like 4 drinks. How much? She pulled out a white handkerchief, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a stack of worn-out bills, ready to count them. Both Yifan and Wang Fugue were stunned. What the? Were these two living under a rock? Miss, just scan the QR code. Totals $298. The bartender gave them a strange look before shooting a disdainful glance at Yi Fan and Wang Fugui. Scumbags. Clearly, these two seasoned players were taking advantage of innocent girls. Disgusting, trash, why can't I ever get this lucky? Huh? What horse? Where? A blood-sweating steed? Daya blinked in confusion, scanning the room. She saw no horses, just people speaking in riddles. To make matters worse, she realized she didn't have enough money. Can you give us a discount? Bargaining in a bar? The cashier at the front was stunned. In all his years working there, this was the first time he'd encountered such an absurd situation. Where did this little fairy come from, acting so adorably clueless? And she was a twin, no less. Miss, I'm sorry, but we don't bargain here. If you don't have enough cash, you can scan the QR code with your phone. Do you have your phone with you? Because Daya was pretty, the cashier patiently explained. Scan a horse with a phone? This was the second time Daya had heard this strange phrase. My phone is right here. If I scan a horse, do I not have to pay? She was genuinely puzzled. How could a phone scan a horse? Shouldn't that require a broom? As she spoke, Daya pulled out her phone. The moment the cashier, Wang Fugui, and the customers waiting in line saw the phone, they nearly spat out blood in disbelief. A Motorola brick phone? A Bird brand relic? Had these two stunning beauties time-traveled from the Stone Age? It was the 21st century, yet they were still using clunky, antenna-equipped phones the size of a brick, phones whose only other use besides calling was probably cracking walnuts. Hey, can you show me how to scan a horse with this? Daya earnestly handed her phone to the cashier. The cashier suppressed a laugh. Miss, your phone can't scan QR codes. Wang Fugui, unable to take it anymore, stepped in. Miss, what he means is scanning this QR code to make a payment. Here, let me show you. He pulled out his sleek smartphone and, under the twins' awestruck gazes, scanned the code, entered the amount, and completed the payment. Huh? That's all it takes. Shia gasped, eyeing Wang Fugui's gold-plated phone enviously. Why are your phones so pretty? The ones our master gave us are so ugly and heavy. She compared it to her own bird brick phone, her expression falling. But master said these were the best phones in the world. What's going on? Nearby, Yi Fan silently observed the scene while processing intel from the Tianji pavilion about the twin saints. For a moment, his heart ached. These two extraordinary twin saints were pitiable. Clearly, they were far too naive and innocent, completely brainwashed by their master, Xiao Taizhen, and the leader of the Goose sect. They had been turned into nothing more than killing machines for Xiao Taizhen and Zhuang Baifan. The worst part? They had no idea who they were really killing. In their minds, the targets their master assigned were all heinous criminals. The sisters had been raised in isolation, deprived of a normal life, like characters in The Truman Show, living in a fabricated world constructed by their master and the sect leader. Once their drinks were ready, the group settled into a quiet corner booth. Daya and Xiaya immediately fixed their intense gazes on Wang Fugui. Now, tell us the truth, did you really eat babies' brains and use human skulls as chamber pots? Wang Fugui nearly choked, shooting Yi Fan a desperate look. Ladies, that's completely false. Who even told you that? Do I look that brutal to you? Besides, murder is illegal, we live in a society governed by law. Do you even understand what that means? Let me explain. For the next few minutes, Wang Fugui felt his brain overheating as he dredged up every bit of knowledge he had to patiently educate the twins. So, in a lawful society, if I'd done those horrible things, the police would have arrested me long ago. Your master accused me of eating babies, where's the proof? Though not the sharpest tool in the shed, Wang Fugui was still a step ahead of the naive twins and gradually took control of the conversation. Well, no. Master always just described the crimes of the bad people and then we'd take action, Daya frowned. Though they'd only been out in the world for half a day, what she'd seen so far contradicted her master's teachings and her faith was beginning to waver. Just hearsay? Ha! You've been lied to, ladies. If we're going by baseless accusations, then I could say you both slept in my boss's bed last night, would you believe that? Wang Fugui stared them down. Look, you don't even have smartphones. Your entire lives have been controlled and restricted by your master. She's kept you from seeing the truth of the outside world, from forming your own thoughts. That's not right. Reverse brainwashing? Yi Fan watched with amusement as the nearly 2-meter-tall Wang Fugui, wedged between the petite twins, painstakingly tried to reason with them. Sis, what he's saying makes sense, Xiaya murmured, gazing enviously at the other bar patrons. Everyone here has a smartphone and they're not fighting or hurting each other like Master said they would. Do you think she's been lying to us? Daya hesitated, her eyes scanning the crowd until they landed on an elderly man in a long robe. Second elder, the second elder is here. Her heart lurched and she whispered urgently to Xiaya, he must be here to supervise us. We need to act now, finish master's mission and go back. The clash between the world she'd seen and the one her master had described left Dia flustered. Right now, all she wanted was to escape. But sis, do we really have to kill him? He hasn't done anything wrong. He seems like a good person, Xiaya frowned, studying Wang Fugue with newfound doubt. I don't know. But if we don't complete master's task, how will we explain ourselves? And the second elder is already here. If we disobey, we'll be punished. No sooner had Dia spoken than a stern voice crackled through their earpieces. What are you waiting for? Act now or face the sex discipline. At the mention of discipline, both sisters shuddered. Since childhood, they had endured brutal punishments that left them with a bone-deep fear of defiance. Though their conversation with Wang Fugue had made them question whether Yi Fan was truly evil, their master's commands still held sway. Yi Fan, we're sorry. You might be a good person, but we can't disobey master. Still, since we have to kill you, we'll make it as painless as possible. Xiaya's gaze was conflicted as she turned to her sister. Since he's going to die anyway, why don't we just kiss him to death? As a sort of compensation. Xiaya? You, ugh. If you want to kiss him, go ahead. Dia's face burned with embarrassment at her sister's outrageous suggestion. Wang Fugue, meanwhile, broke out in goosebumps. What the hell? Kiss me to death? No way. That's the boss's woman, I wouldn't dare lay a finger on her. Boss, save me. Yi Fan was also puzzled. Kiss someone to death? How on earth did this girl manage that? Were they poisonous? If so, then he absolutely had to give it a try. Seeing Wang Fugue's near-tearful expression, Yi Fan nodded reassuringly. I'm sorry, Yi Fan. I don't know why the sect leader wants you dead, maybe because you killed young master Zhuang Chao. But rest in peace, we'll make sure you get a proper burial. Xiaoya's expression darkened, her usual sparkle fading as she leaned in, seemingly ready to kiss Wang Fugue. Just as Wang Fugue was about to lose his mind in panic, Yi Fan muttered softly, star shift. In an instant, Yi Fan and Wang Fugue swapped places. Xiaoya's lips met Yi Fan's instead. The moment their skin touched, a sharp pain shot through Yi Fan's lips. His mouth visibly darkened, turning a sickly shade of purple. Poison? Yi Fan swiftly wrapped an arm around Xiaoya's slender waist, sensing her body's condition. In a flash, realization struck. Calamity toxin body? So, these two peerless holy maidens actually possessed the legendary calamity toxin body, a once-in-a-millennium constitution? Historically, it was also known as the disaster star physique. Due to its overwhelming toxicity, even a minor toxin leak could result in corpses littering the ground and rivers of blood. No wonder Xiaoya claimed a single kiss could kill. She meant poisoning them to death. For others, the calamity toxin body's venom was fatal, but not for Yi Fan. Among the techniques he had acquired from the Dragon Ring, one was the toxin scripture, a method specifically designed to control poisons. Nearly all toxins in the world were ineffective against him. Moreover, his body housed the ember flame. The moment the poison attacked, the flame flickered slightly, instantly incinerating every trace of toxin on his lips. This level of poison couldn't harm him. But letting such a voluntary act of affection slip by would be a waste. In that case? Without hesitation, Yi Fan responded passionately. Xiaoya had only intended a brief peck, but after a while, she realized Yi Fan wasn't letting go. In fact, he was getting more enthusiastic. What was happening? A soft moan escaped her lips as her body weakened, collapsing into Yi Fan's embrace. Beside them, Dia, who had been sitting primly, finally lost her composure as Yi Fan's movements intensified. Her body squirmed involuntarily, her eyes fluttering shut, her neck tilting back as shameless sounds slipped from her lips. Watching Dia's reaction, Yi Fan was both shocked and secretly delighted. So it was true? He was only kissing Xiaoya, yet Dia was experiencing the same sensations? Incredible! The ember flame in Yi Fan's body surged, channeling a warm current through their point of contact and rapidly enhancing Xiaoya's martial energy. Dia felt the same effect. Ha! Both sisters were stunned. What was going on? They had only meant to kill someone, but now a simple kiss was boosting their martial power. Xiaoya, that's enough, we should stop. Dia was so embarrassed she wished she could vanish into the ground. Yet, her heart fluttered strangely. So this was what kissing felt like? Due to their calamity toxin bodies, their entire beings were saturated with poison. They had never been able to experience romance or intimacy like normal people. Now, Xiaoya's bizarre attempt to kiss Yi Fan to death had given them both an unexpected first taste of passion. Yi Fan had planned to come clean, but the moment he opened his eyes, he spotted the gray-robed elder in the distance. The goo emperor in the 10,000 goo cauldron sensed dozens of venomous goo worms crawling inside the old man. So they were being watched? Time for a change in tactics. With that, Yi Fan's body suddenly convulsed violently. Foam spilled from his mouth as he collapsed onto the couch, his eyes rolling back. Holy shit! Wang Fugue, now seated across from them, nearly popped his eyes out in shock. Damn. Bro, your acting skills deserve an Oscar. If he didn't know Yi Fan's capabilities, he'd have thought this was real. But then again, Yi Fan had played the fool for years, deceiving everyone. Handling two young girls was child's play. As Yi Fan lay limp on the couch, the sisters finally snapped out of their daze. Ah! It's you? We kissed the wrong person. Xiaoya shrieked, horrified. Big bro. I didn't mean to kill you. Are you okay? She stared at Yi Fan, then at Wang Fugue, the real Yi Fan they were supposed to kill, still sitting unharmed across from them. Had they just harmed an innocent man? He's our friend. A good person. If he dies, I'll never forgive myself. Xiaoya whimpered like a guilty child. Originally, after getting to know him, she hadn't even wanted to kill Yi Fan. But it was their master and sect leader's order, they had no choice. Worse, every time she hesitated during a mission, a violent impulse would surge in her mind, urging her to brutally eliminate the target. This wasn't the first time. But just now, when she tried to kill Yi Fan, she had clearly felt her body moving against her will. Was someone controlling her? Her gaze flicked toward the second elder suspiciously. But right now, their biggest concern wasn't unraveling this mystery, it was saving Yi Fan. Let me try to suck the poison out, Daya murmured shyly, wiping the foam from Yi Fan's lips before pressing her mouth to his. Ha! Wang Fugue's neck stretched like a duck's as he watched in awe. Damn, bro's a master player. One fake feint and he's got both holy maidens wrapped around his finger. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. A different kind of sweetness, youthful and tart. Daya had only experienced the sensation of a kiss from a distance earlier, but this time she felt it tangibly, firsthand. In an instant, she was utterly intoxicated. Beside her, Xiaoya reacted just like her sister, her eyes dazed, her body limp as she slumped weakly against the couch. A soft, involuntary moan escaped her lips. Wang Fugue didn't understand the intricacies of what was happening, but he clearly witnessed the strange phenomenon. When the younger sister was intimate, the elder sister reacted the same way and vice versa. What the hell? Are they telepathically connected or something? Though often called foolish, Wang Fugue wasn't stupid, just a bit slow. Even without knowing the truth, he had pieced together most of the puzzle. Inside the booth, Daya and Yi Fan were kissing again. Not far away, Elder Zhenghua of the Goose sect was furious. He strode toward the booth with swift steps. When the holy maidens had attacked Wang Fugue earlier, Zhenghua had nearly lost his mind. Why are they targeting someone else when Yi Fan is right there? But by sheer coincidence, Yi Fan had collapsed onto the couch, and just as Zhenghua breathed a sigh of relief, the two holy maidens took turns kissing him. Are they addicted now? Trying to suck the poison out of him? Enough. The mission's done. Why are you still here? Zhenghua snapped at Daya and Xiaoya as he reached the booth, abruptly snapping Daya out of her daze. Ah! Daya struggled free from Yi Fan's embrace, looking at Zhenghua with fear. Elder, we might have targeted the wrong person. I was trying to draw the poison out to save him. Wrong person? Zhenghua frowned. What do you mean? The master sent you to kill Yi Fan, didn't he? Yes. But he's not Yi Fan, we accidentally hurt our friend. We can't kill an innocent man. Xiaoya pointed at Wang Fugue, who sat across the booth. That's Yi Fan. Zhenghua rubbed his temples in frustration. These two naive girls, he never should have let them act alone. You've got it backward. The one lying there is Yi Fan. That guy is Wang Fugue, one of his lackeys. Zhenghua glared warily at Wang Fugue, puzzled. Why isn't he reacting at all to his friend's death? What? He's not Yi Fan. Daya and Xiaoya gaped in shock, turning to Wang Fugue. The nearly 2-meter-tall giant waved at them with a simple grin. Hey there. You're really not Yi Fan? He is. The sisters glared at Wang Fugue, their voices trembling with anger. Yep. The guy lying next to you is my big bro, Yi Fan. Why didn't you say something? Daya and Xiaoya seethed, their chests heaving. Memories flashed through their minds, kidnapping Yi Fan from the hotel, everything that happened in the bar, and a strange emotion welled up inside them. Yi Fan helps old ladies cross the street. He's a good person, our friend. Deep down, they didn't want him to die. You never asked. You just pointed at me, called me Yi Fan, and tried to kill me. What was I supposed to do? Wang Fugue sighed inwardly. This was all Big Bro's plan, how was I supposed to know? Ugh. That damn Yu Fan, he tricked us. Serves him right. Xia punched Yu Fan's motionless body in frustration, her expression conflicted. Sis, he. The toxins of the calamity poisoned body were potent. Once absorbed through the mouth, extracting them was nearly impossible. Did Sis's attempt even work? Daya shook her head despondently. No effect. His pulse is still weak. Enough. A mistake is a mistake, the result's the same. Yi Fan's dead, mission accomplished. Zhonghua smirked, pulling out his phone to record a video. Master, the holy maidens have succeeded. Yi Fan's been poisoned. We'll extract ourselves now. Let's go. He barked the order, but the sisters stood frozen. Elder, we killed the wrong person. Yu Fan's a good man. We want to save him, hear his side of the story. Why did he kill Shuang Chao? After their brief time together, they were convinced neither Yi Fan nor Wang Fuguei were evil. They couldn't just let him die. Nonsense. Move now or I'll enforce discipline. Zhonghua's face darkened. Did you think acting alone meant you could escape control? With a flick of his wrist, several black beetles materialized on his arm, their wings buzzing ominously. The three corpses mind control goo, one of the 10 forbidden goo, capable of dominating souls. Instantly, the sisters' expressions twisted in pain. Their heads jerked uncontrollably, their pupils dilating unnaturally as an eerie force seized their minds, reducing them to mindless puppets shuffling toward Zhonghua. Though a flicker of resistance lingered in their eyes, the compulsion was too strong. They submitted. Pathetic. Did you really think you could defy me? Zhonghua sneered, his gaze lingering on them with greedy hunger. If not for their bodies being saturated with poison, he would have indulged himself. So young. So pure. Damn it. They're leaving just like that? Wang Fuguei watched in panic as Zhonghua led the sisters away. Big bro, quit pretending. Your future wives are being taken. What's the plan? What do I do? Stop. Seeing Yi Fan still unresponsive, Wang Fuguei gritted his teeth and stood. You can go, but leave them. Zhonghua turned, his smile venomous. Oh? The oaf has a death wish? Don't test me, boy. You're no match. Be grateful I'm letting you live to bury your brother. With a kick, he sent Yi Fan's corpse tumbling off the couch. Bang! Yi Fan's body slammed onto the ground with a dull thud, collapsing into a motionless heap. Wang Fuguei was stunned. Holy shit. Bro, are you actually in trouble? Poisoned? Bro, what's wrong? Wang Fuguei rushed to Yi Fan's side, lifting him up with a face full of worry. Based on his brother's earlier plan, this was supposed to be a scheme to trick the two girls, but what if he ended up trapping himself instead? Zhonghua, seeing Yi Fan's deathly pale face and the rapid dissipation of his life force, couldn't help but grin. Ha! Everyone says Yi Fan is so amazing, so invincible? Pfft. Looks like he's nothing special after all. In the end, he still died at the hands of my goose sect. Originally planning to leave, Zhonghua was now exhilarated at the sight of Yi Fan's apparent death. He turned back, pulled out his phone, and crouched beside Yi Fan, ready to take a selfie with the corpse. No way I'm missing this historic moment, gotta take a picture for keepsake. But first, I need to make sure he's really dead. After the photo, I'll finish him off, crush his heart and dantian, sever his tendons. Only then can I be completely at ease. After adjusting his angle several times, Zhonghua grew impatient when Wang Fuguei kept blocking the shot. Scram! With a roar, a surge of martial energy blasted out, slamming Wang Fuguei into the wall and leaving a crater in its wake. Cough! Wang Fuguei struggled to his feet, blood trickling from his lips. Though protected by his black tortoise armor, the sheer difference in strength left his chest heaving. He knew he was no match for Zhonghua. But with Yi Fan's pulse fading and his life hanging by a thread, Zhonghua still dared to humiliate him? To sever his tendons and destroy his dantian? Wang Fuguei wouldn't allow it. You old bastard. You're asking for death. Grabbing a chair, Wang Fuguei hurled it at Zhonghua with all his might. Zhonghua smirked. Is that all you've got? A mere chair? At his martial venerable level, did this fool really think it could hurt him? With a casual wave, Zhonghua shattered the chair into splinters. But he hadn't expected Wang Fuguei's feint. While Zhonghua was distracted, the big man lunged forward and smashed his phone to pieces. Hey, dumbass, no more photos for you. Wang Fuguei wiped the blood from his lips, grinning triumphantly. The damage was minimal, but the insult was massive. Zhonghua had just wanted a souvenir, but now his phone was destroyed. This was no longer about a picture, it was about pride. You little shit. You think I won't kill you? Zhonghua's face darkened as his aura erupted violently. Noticing the growing crowd outside the booth, he unleashed a wave of killing intent. What the hell are you staring at? You want to die too? Boom. A shockwave of energy reduced the bar to chaos, tables overturned, lights exploded, sparks flying everywhere. The onlookers didn't dare linger, screaming as they fled in panic. Meanwhile, Wang Fugue had already lifted Yi Fan up. Don't worry, bro. I've already called Old Gua and the others. Even if I have to fight to the death today, I'll get you out of here. As long as you're still breathing, Dr. Lei can save you. In Wang Fugue's heart, he truly believed Yi Fan was dying. But as a true brother, he'd risked his life for Yi Fan countless times before, back when Yi Fan was still weak and foolish. And now he remained just as loyal. Leaning against the couch, Yi Fan watched Wang Fugue's unwavering resolve and smiled faintly. This brother is worth it. On the other side, after driving away the crowd, Zhonghua unleashed his full power. A martial emperor's overwhelming aura rippled through the air, distorting space itself as he strode toward Wang Fugue. You bastard, you've really pissed me off. Zhonghua sneered. I'll tear you apart piece by piece, grind you into dust, and send you to hell with your worthless brother. You Wang family chose to follow the Yi clan. You should have expected this day. I thought Yi Fan was smarter than yielding you. That fool kneeled before me, let me gouge out his eyeballs. Ha! Turns out you're both equally stupid, dying from a single kiss? Pathetic. Zhonghua's oppressive aura locked the entire scene in place. Wang Fugue, relying solely on his black tortoise armor, could barely resist the crushing pressure. His body refused to move as Zhonghua raised a dagger, aiming straight for his heart. First, I'll slowly push this blade into your chest, then I'll split you open from the inside. You'll get to watch your own guts squirm before you die. Zhonghua, drunk on his own cruelty, failed to notice one crucial detail. Yi Fan had opened his eyes. Especially when he heard Zhonghua admit to gouging out his third brother's eyes, Yi Fan's body trembled. In the Five Venoms Child's video, Zhonghua hadn't appeared. So he was one of the direct perpetrators. Perfect. Today I'll send you to join them. Zhonghua, at the early martial emperor stage and bolstered by poison goo, was indeed beyond Wang Fugue's level. To him, Wang Fugue was nothing but an ant, a plaything to torment before killing. But after all his taunting, instead of cowering in fear, Wang Fugue remained stoic, glaring coldly at him. This lack of reaction infuriated Zhonghua. Scream, damn it. You think I won't do it? Fine, I'll show you. Whoosh. Zhonghua thrust the dagger forward with a surge of energy, aiming straight for Wang Fugue's heart. Wang Fugue's eyes burned with hatred. He was young and he didn't want to die, but for his brother he had no regrets. If they had to die here today, at least they'd walk the Yellow Springs Road together. His only regret? Failing to protect Yi Fan. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Fugue glanced toward the couch and froze. Where's bro? Yi Fan, who had been lying there just moments ago, had vanished. Crack. Zhonghua's wrist twisted at an unnatural angle as a crushing force seized his arm. Before he could react, agony exploded in his chest. His own dagger, now reversed, was being driven into his body by an invisible hand, following exactly the path he'd just described. The sound of flesh being sliced open sent shivers down Zhonghua's spine. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his eyes bulged in shock. Who? Who just attacked me? Wang Fugue was still standing in place, and all the surrounding guests had already been cleared out. Terrified, Zhonghua looked up. When he saw the owner of the large hand, his legs nearly gave out. Yi Fan? It's you? But you're supposed to be dead. Was this a corpse coming back to life? Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. After the initial shock, Zhonghua immediately felt an excruciating pain in his chest. At that moment, his body was split cleanly down the middle, like a cucumber sliced in half. From his chest all the way down to his thighs, he was now two separate halves, held together only by his neck and head. The gruesome sight was enough to make anyone's scalp crawl. Zhonghua glanced down at his own body and let out a shrill scream. Yi Fan, you bastard! I'll kill you! He tried to summon his emperor-level martial energy, second rank, to attack. But his dantian had already been severed in two. How could he possibly muster any strength now? Squelch! Squelch! No matter how hard he tried to circulate his energy, all that happened was a few bubbles of blood oozing from his severed veins. Zhonghua was on the verge of madness. I'm a second-rank martial emperor. In all of Great Xia, I'm one of the top-tier experts. How the hell am I so useless against Yi Fan? I didn't even see him move. What he didn't know was that before Yi Fan had struck, He had already activated his absolute domain, suppressing Zhonghua's power completely. All right, since you wanted to take a commemorative photo earlier, I'll grant your wish. Let's take a selfie. Yifan pulled out his phone, adjusted the angle, and stood beside Zhonghua. You piece of shit. Why the hell are you making that face? Did your dad just die? Yifan turned and saw Zhonghua's miserable expression. Enraged, he slapped him hard across the face. Zhonghua's condition was dire. His body had been split in half, but Yifan had sealed his blood vessels with martial energy to prevent bleeding. If he moved even slightly, his two halves would lose balance and fully separate, spelling instant death. I'm sorry, Yifan. Please spare me. I didn't actually want to kill you today. It was all just a misunderstanding. Forcing a smile despite the agony, Zhonghua begged pathetically. But in his mind, he was bewildered. The calamity poison body's toxin invaded Yifan's body. Yet he's still alive? What kind of monster is this guy? Big bro, you're okay. Thank goodness. I was scared to death. Wang Fugue rushed over excitedly, then turned and snarled at Zhonghua. Spare you? Keep dreaming. You gouged out third bro's eyes. You think we'd let you walk away today? Damn it, you beat me half to death earlier. Now it's my turn. With a wicked grin, Wang Fugue grabbed Zhonghua's legs and yanked them apart. Let's do some yoga. Ah! With a single pull, Zhonghua's body split completely in two. A final, despairing scream escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground. You brought this on yourself. You wanted to cut me in half earlier. Now see how it feels. Wang Fugue stomped on Zhonghua's head, then turned to Yifan. Big bro, what should we do with him? Should we let Minister Yu's men clean this up? Originally, Wang Fugue had planned to avenge Yifan's third brother by gouging out Zhonghua's eyes. But that seemed too cruel. If a dog bites you, you don't bite it back. Otherwise, you're no better than the dog. No need. Yifan's lips twitched slightly. Silently, he thought, third brother, one less murderer remains. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the 10,000 goo cauldron. From Zhonghua's corpse, swarms of poisonous goo worms wriggled out. Yifan burned most of them along with the body, except for Zhonghua's lifebound goo, Black Widow, and a few corpse puppet goo. The lifebound goo was needed to deceive Zhuang Baifan, while the corpse puppet goo were crucial for controlling Deya and Xiaoya. Since the twins were still under the goo's influence, these worms couldn't die yet. Go buy those circus monkeys outside. I'll need them later, Yifan ordered, spotting a street performer with trained monkeys through the window. Got it. Once Wang Fugue left, Yifan turned to the twin priestesses, Deya and Xiaoya. Their eyes were hollow, their expressions blank. Now Yifan understood. Their earlier robotic obedience wasn't natural. They'd been implanted with corpse puppet goo, allowing the goo cult to control them at critical moments. When the twins had resisted orders to save Yifan earlier, Elder Zhonghua had activated the goo to seize their bodies. Now that Yifan held the goo worms, he chanted the release command. Instantly, the twins' consciousness returned. Ah, Sister Yifan. He. Xiaoya gasped, frantically turning to check on him. Deya, equally worried, looked toward the booth. There stood Yifan, smiling casually. Ladies, let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Yifan. Nice to meet you. Hope we get along. Due to earlier mishaps, Yifan had already kissed both sisters. Plus, he could tell they weren't truly evil. He decided to help them by removing the goo from their bodies. Why Yifan? You're alive. How? Xiaoya stammered, shocked yet thrilled. Then she frowned. But Master said the calamity poison's toxin is deadlier than arsenic. There's no antidote. How is this possible? Deya, more composed, scrutinized him. Are you human or a ghost? We didn't want to kill you. But earlier our bodies moved on their own. If you're dead, don't haunt us. Xiaoya clung to her sister, eyeing Yifan warily. With a roguish smirk, Yifan stepped closer. Heh, you two already kissed me. That makes me your man now. How could I not come for you? In life or death, you're mine. He spread his arms as if to embrace them. the sisters shrieked, flailing their arms. Stay back. Don't come near us. But as Xiaoya covered her eyes, she peeked through her fingers, watching him. Seeing the adorable expressions of the two sisters, Yifan carefully gauged the moment before finally stopping. He reached out and pinched each of their cheeks lightly. All right, enough teasing. I'm alive, see? I cast a shadow. Ha! Daya and Xiaoya felt the warmth of his hand on their faces and glanced at his shadow on the ground. Slowly, they began to believe him. You're really alive? But the toxins of the calamity poison body are nearly incurable. We both kissed you. How are you unharmed? How did you survive? Yifan shrugged. You have your unique calamity poison body, and I have the exceptionally rare 9 yang dragon veins. It's an innate fire constitution that can refine and resist any poison. He didn't mention the secret of his eternal flame, but his explanation based on the 9 yang dragon veins was close enough. Oh, so that's how it is. Their master, Xiao Taijin, had indeed mentioned the 9 yang dragon veins before, a once-in-10 millennia constitution that destined its bearer to greatness. Now that they could converse normally with Yifan, feel his warmth, and see his shadow, Daya and Xiaoya were convinced he wasn't a ghost. Their panic subsided. So, you're immune to our toxins? Daya was still pondering how to explain things, but Xiaoya, unable to contain her excitement, lunged forward without warning, wrapping her arms around Yifan's neck and pressing her lips to his again. MMPH. Before Xiaoya could even make a sound, Daya, sensitive to her sister's emotions, let out a soft moan, her body trembling with an inexplicable sensation. Xiaoya, wait, damn this constitution. Whenever her sister felt intense emotions, Daya would experience them too. It was beyond frustrating. She could sense Xiaoya's fiery passion, as if her sister wanted to melt into Yifan's chest. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaoya finally pulled away. Seeing Yifan completely unharmed, she jumped for joy. This is amazing. Finally, a man who isn't afraid of our bodies. Yifan, you already said you're our man. So from now on, my sister and I are your girlfriends. You'd better treat us well. Humph. Lucky you. Yifan's cheek twitched as he watched her gleeful expression. Who's the lucky one here? Still, he didn't dislike these two innocent, adorable saintesses. He'd play along for now. Xiaoya, stop this. Daya, far more reserved and socially anxious, was overwhelmed by her sister's boldness, especially since their emotions were shared. Yifan, I'm sorry. Today was probably a misunderstanding. You don't seem like the kind of person who eats babies' heads. My sister and I never meant to kill you. It's just. Daya tried to explain, her face flushed, but Yifan cut her off. I know. Your bodies act against your will, driven by a violent impulse that forces you to attack your target, whether you want to or not. His precise explanation stunned the sisters. Their eyes widened in shock. Is Yifan a god? How does he know everything? Because your bodies have been implanted with one of the 10 forbidden goo, the 3-corpse brain goo. It hijacks your actions in those moments. Yifan's expression turned grave. Now, I'll help you remove them. Yay! Brother Fan, you're the best. Do we need to take our clothes off? Oh, you should know. My sister and I have amazing figures, curvy in all the right places. Sis always complained no man would ever dare admire us. But now you can. As she spoke, Xiaoya untied her sash, letting her white dress slip halfway down. Instantly, her perky nearly spilled out, pale, supple, and undeniably wise. Damn, impressive. Yifan hadn't expected someone so young to be so gifted. If Xiaoya was like this, her sister must be even more blessed. But removing the 3-corpse brain goo didn't require disrobing. Besides, they were still in a bar. Even though the crowd had dispersed, someone might barge in. Such a view shouldn't be shared. Sharing joy is better than keeping it to oneself? This young master is selfish. If I'm going to admire them, it'll be somewhere private. No need. We'll discuss your figures later. Yifan hastily stopped her. If he delayed any longer, this minx might strip down to nothing. With a thought, crimson threads of spiritual energy shot from his body, splitting into two strands that entered Daya and Xiaoya. Having previously extracted the 3 corpse brain goo from Xiong Tianhua and others in Huadu, this was routine for him. Within minutes, the threads pulled out 6 writhing goo worms. These were similar to the ones in Xiong Tianhua's body but distinct, furry, black with streaks of crimson, their veins visibly pulsing as they squirmed under the red thread's restraint. If not for their deadly nature, they'd almost look cute. Wow, they're adorable. These are the 3 corpse brain goo. Xiaoya reached out curiously to touch one. Whoosh! The moment her finger made contact, the goo swelled to twice its size, now as thick as a banana, its eyes bulging menacingly. Careful! Daya yanked her sister back. Don't touch them. They could burrow into you again. Though raised in the Miaojianggu sect, their master and sect leader had kept them sheltered. Still, they knew enough about goo to recognize the danger. Now that the parasites were out, Xiaoya had no intention of letting them back in. Humph! So these little monsters were controlling us. But who planted them in our bodies? Xiaoya frowned, tapping her chin in thought. Yifan almost wanted to crack open her skull to see what was inside. How can someone be this naive? No need to wonder. It was your master and the sect leader. They used the goo to turn you into mindless assassins, Yifan stated bluntly. Yifan, even if you helped us, don't speak ill of our master. She took us in as orphans. She'd never do this. Daya defended her, though inwardly she was 70 to 80% convinced. The truth was undeniable when all the pieces fell into place. Emotionally, however, neither sister was ready to accept it. Sigh. Looking at the reddened eyes of the 2 girls, Yifan couldn't help but feel uneasy. These 2 girls had been born with a cursed constitution, poisoning their entire village to death. Their master had taken them in and raised them, already an immense kindness. Now, the truth was that their master had only been using them. Even if they came to understand this, accepting it wouldn't be easy. Brother, I got the monkeys. Damn, that guy was such a ripoff. 3 monkeys cost me 30,000. If he hadn't been missing a leg, my fists would have taught him a lesson. Just as the atmosphere in the bar booth grew tense, Wang Fugue's voice rang out from the entrance. The burly Wang Fugue had hauled in a giant iron cage, directly through the doorway, though the entrance was clearly too narrow. Being the simple-minded brute he was, Fugue simply punched a massive hole in the bar door to make way. Clang! Wang Fugue slammed the cage onto the ground, startling the monkeys inside, who screeched and scrambled in panic. Brother Yi, what do you need these monkeys for? Daya and Xiaoya looked at Yifan in confusion, completely unable to guess his intentions. Yifan flicked his wrist, and crimson threads lifted the 3 corpse brain control goo floating before him, along with the innate poison spider extracted from Zhonghua. We can't just destroy these poison goo yet. If we do, the goo cult will immediately sense it. Your master might suspect you too, and your lives would be in danger. So, I'll find new hosts for these parasites. Once they're implanted in the monkeys, the goo cult will assume they're still inside you too. Oh! The twins nodded half-understandingly, their expressions conflicted, lost in thought. Just as Yifan was about to transfer the goo into the monkeys, a graceful figure reappeared in the bar. Yamada Keiko approached with 2 new phones in hand. Master, these 2 Huawei phones already have SIM cards installed. Young Master Gua asked me to bring them to you. She handed the phones to Yifan, then instinctively pressed herself closer. Yifan's body was like a furnace, radiating benefits to those near him, and Yamada Keiko wasn't one to miss such opportunities. But her actions instantly provoked Xiaoya, who bared her teeth like a territorial kitten, hissing, "Who are you? Stay away from my boyfriend. Where do you think your hand is going?" Seeing Yamada Keiko's hand creeping toward Yifan's chest, Xiaoya dashed over and slapped it away before wedging herself into his arms, determined to compete for dominance. Seeing the 2 beauties in his arms, Yifan sighed helplessly. He encircled their slender waists, separating them, then explained to Xiaoya. She's my personal maid, quite literally. Also, I already have 7 wives. So, you two should think carefully. Do you still want to be my girlfriends? If Daya and Xiaoya were serious about following him, they'd have to learn these things sooner or later. Better to lay it all out now. We already knew. At the Yi family funeral, your 7 wives announced their marriage to you. The martial world doesn't follow mundane rules. It's no big deal. Humph. I just can't stand her acting all seductive. Xiaoya pouted, shooting Yamada Keiko a glare so acidic it could curdle the air. Yifan glanced at Daya, who blushed but didn't object. Silent consent. What a mess. Sigh. Ding. In Yifan's pupils, intelligence from the Tianji Pavilion and Han Yue's network converged. Compiled footage of the 132 targets Daya and Xiaoya had assassinated under their master's orders, along with brief profiles and mission snippets. Frowning, Yifan forwarded the files to Yamada Keiko. Keiko, teach them how to use smartphones. As he spoke, he gave her a meaningful look. She opened the phone, saw the videos, and immediately understood his intent. To truly win over these 2 saintesses, they had to see the truth, to recognize their master and the Gu cult leader for what they were. I don't want her teaching me, Xiaoya protested, though her eyes sparkled at the sleek phone. Yamada Keiko ignored her attitude, guiding the twins to the sofa and patiently explaining, "This is the power button. This is for internet. This for videos." Xiaoya pretended disinterest at first but was soon hooked. Wow, this takes photos? Sis, look how good they turn out. Wait, this scans QR codes? I thought it was an actual horse. Before long, Yamada Keiko subtly steered their attention to the mission footage. Huh? Isn't this that guy we assassinated after his speech? He lived in such hardship, but Master said he feasted on human suffering and killed for fun. As more videos played, the twins grew quiet. Yifan exhaled deeply. Bombarding them with harsh truths was cruel, but necessary for their growth. Turning to the caged monkeys, he let crimson threads carry the goo into their bodies. Once the parasites were securely embedded, Yifan smirked. Zhuang Baifan, leader of the goo cult, you love controlling others with the 3-corpse brain goo, don't you? Well, now it's your turn to suffer. Deep in the Miaojiang Mountains, at the goo cult's headquarters, Zhuang Baifan strolled through the gardens with Xiao Taijin when a message arrived from Elder Zhonghua. The attached video showed Yifan foaming at the mouth, collapsing, along with Zhonghua's confirmation. Leader, Yifan is done for. The saintess's calamity poison has seeped into his body. Not even the gods can save him now. Zhuang Baifan rewatched it multiple times, verifying the sender and Yifan's death, then burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, that little bastard Yifan is finally dead. Woo, yahoo, screech. Mid-celebration, he suddenly felt unbearably itchy. Scratching wildly, he then developed an odd affinity for the trees, leaping onto a branch, then swinging to another like a primate. Ooh, okay, eek. His excited cries didn't sound human at all. Is he regressing? Xiao Taijin stared up at him, baffled. What's wrong with him lately? First, he started lapping water from bowls like a dog. Then he kept licking her. And now this tree climbing? Is Yifan really dead? Was sending Daya and Xiaoya alone the right move? Taijin, it's so much fun up here in the tree. Want to join me? Zhuang Baifan hung upside down from a branch, looking down at Xiao Taijin as he called out to her. No, enjoy yourself alone. Xiao Taijin sighed deeply. This Zhuang Baifan is hopeless. As she walked out of the garden, she tried calling Daya and Xiaoya's phones repeatedly, but none of the calls went through. What's going on? Zhonghua had personally witnessed Daya and Xiaoya using the calamity poison body to kill Yifan. With the mission completed, they should have retreated immediately, so why were they suddenly unreachable? A sense of foreboding rose in Xiao Taijin's heart. Years ago, her Qingyi sect had been destroyed, forcing her to take refuge in the Gu cult, enduring humiliation all this time in hopes of rebuilding her sect with their help. She had even allowed Zhuang Baifan to claim her body. Yet, after all these years, Zhuang Baifan only showed enthusiasm when exploiting her and her two disciples. Whenever it came to actually helping her rebuild the sect, he would feign ignorance or make excuses. As a result, there had been no real progress. Meanwhile, Xiao Taijin and her disciples had carried out countless missions for Zhuang Baifan, killing many people. Though Xiao Taijin was no saint herself, she couldn't help but despise Zhuang Baifan's recent alliances with the Jin Prince of Shangjing, the Black Clothes Society of Dongying, and the Dark Church of Western Europe, knowing their actions now threatened the safety of Great Xia. A rift had formed between them. Ding! Just as she was lost in thought, a text arrived from Zhong Hua's number. We're being pursued by Yi Fan's men. Need a few days to regroup. Don't worry. So that's it. Relieved, Xiao Taijin let out a breath. Yi Fan had grown powerful, surrounded by formidable warriors. Even the imperial court had established the Grand Preceptor's office, openly supporting him. If he were killed, his followers would never let it slide. Still, Daya and Xiaoya had unique constitutions. They should be fine. Those two foolish girls must remain under my control. They'll still be useful later. Guang City, bar booth. Yamada Keiko guided Daya and Xiaoya through a series of videos, footage of their past mission targets. When they saw that their victims had been teachers, advocates for the poor, and donors to orphanages, all good people, the sisters broke down in tears. Had they really killed so many innocents? Worse still, some clips showed cult master Zhuang Baifan and their own master conspiring to manipulate them into eliminating those who stood in the way of the Gu cult's shady prophets. How could this be? Sister, my heart hurts. Xiaoya sobbed, her eyes red and swollen, her spirit hollowed out. Beside her, Daya stared blankly, her gaze empty. For nearly 20 years, their master had been like a mother to them, their guiding faith. Now that faith had crumbled, leaving them adrift. Brother Fan. Xiaoya suddenly spotted Yi Fan nearby. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly. I'm so heartbroken. It's okay. Let it out. Yi Fan held her gently, stroking her back. Growth often came with pain. Noticing Daya's distress, he opened his arms to her as well. Daya hesitated, her expression conflicted. Can I trust you? After 2 decades of deception, they no longer dared to believe easily. Understanding her doubt, Yi Fan gave a firm nod. After a pause, Daya finally stepped forward, burying herself in his embrace. Her body trembled violently as she wept. Grief, overwhelming grief. Yi Fan sighed, channeling a soothing energy into them to calm their emotions. Slowly, the sisters drifted into sleep. Sleep, a good rest will help. Find them a safe, hidden place to stay. You'll look after them for now. Yi Fan turned to Yamada Keiko with a frown. And here's your task. Within 2 days, corrupt them. Corrupt them? In what way, master? Yamada Keiko smirked, her eyes glinting mischievously. Yi Fan rolled his eyes and flicked her forehead. Not like that. Teach them the harsh realities of the world. Make them less naive so they won't be fooled again. Also, give them this manual when they wake up. It'll help them control the toxins in their bodies. He handed her a copy of the poison scripture. As Yamada Keiko led the sisters away, Wang Fugue followed, hauling a steel cage. Boss, are we heading straight to the base now? Yi Fan had 3 objectives in Guang City. 1. Confirm Shin Nanfei's involvement in his elder brother's death, now resolved. 2. Investigate his third brother's murder and recover the Immortal Palace map, halfway done. The Han and Chao families, along with key Gu cult members, had been dealt with. Only a few military leaders and other clans remained. 3. Retrieve the runic base left by his mother. Not yet. The Jin Prince sent a squad of 10 martial emperors. To reclaim the Tiankue base, we must eliminate them first. His gaze darkened. A couple of martial emperors were manageable, but a coordinated group was trouble. The best strategy? Divide and conquer. Moreover, since the base was jointly managed by 4 families, securing the support of even one would make things easier. Old Gua, any updates? Stepping out of the bar, Yi Fan found Guo Li and Yu Chang waiting with their men. Boss, we've gathered intel on the 4 families. Just got word. They've sent representatives to a banquet at the Pearl Grand Hotel tonight, along with other major clans. Security's tight, so our scouts couldn't get close. No idea what's happening inside. A banquet? Today? What a coincidence. Let's check it out. Pearl Grand Hotel, 8th floor. 3 tables were set in the hall, seating about 30 people. At the head sat a young man in round sunglasses, his head bandaged, both ears missing. This was Panshur, aide to the Gene Prince. After his unauthorized operation in Yunqing, the prince had sawed off his ears as punishment. Now, Panshur directed all his fury at Yifan. When he learned of the Gene Prince's plan to ally with the 4 families against Yifan in Guangxing, he volunteered to lead the strike, personally. Gentlemen, since Representatives Han and Chao couldn't attend, we shouldn't keep Commander Pan waiting. Let's begin. A portly man stood, smiling obsequiously. We're honored by Commander Pan's presence. With his guidance, we... Thud. Thud. Before he could finish, Panshur snatched a fork and knife, stabbing the man's throat and chest repeatedly. 8 brutal strikes later, the man collapsed in a pool of blood. Eat. No speeches. Wiping his hands calmly, Panshur tore into a chicken leg. The banquet of terror. The martial arts bodyguards accompanying Panshur rushed forward instantly. 2 of them dragged away the obese man's corpse, while the others pulled out rags and swiftly wiped the bloodstains from the floor. Swish, swish, swish. The entire cleanup took less than 20 seconds. The floor was restored to pristine condition, and even the air was sprayed with freshener. Had they not witnessed it themselves, the assembled family heads would never have believed that a living man had just been killed before their eyes. Yet Panshur, the steward standing beside Prince Jean, continued eating with undisturbed calm. Ah! A nearby server, frozen in shock for several seconds, finally let out a scream as the bodyguards exited the hall. But remembering Panshur's brutality, she clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling further cries. Panshur paused mid-bite, his icy gaze locking onto the trembling woman. She collapsed to her knees, hands clamped over her ears, her entire body shaking. Spare me, Steward Pan. I didn't mean to. Covering her ears? A flash of resentment crossed Panshur's eyes. His fingers brushed the sides of his face, where his ears had once been, before Prince Jean sawed them off. The hall fell deathly silent. The dozens of families present were either direct vassals of Prince Jean or subordinate allies. They had come today hoping to curry favor with Panshur, the prince's right-hand man. But now it was clear. This steward was not someone to trifle with. All eyes fixed on the petrified server. A collective mental eulogy unfolded. If Manager Zhao was stabbed to death just for babbling a welcome speech, this poor girl won't survive. Just as everyone braced for another murder, Panshur smiled. He helped the server up, patting her shoulder kindly. Relax, sweetheart. I'm not that scary. Go on. Just remember to serve me personally later. That's it? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of madman was this? Why the stares? Eat. The chatty one's already gone. You don't want to join him, do you? Panshur's grin widened. The family heads and representatives scrambled for their chopsticks, shoveling food into their mouths. Yet those seated nearest to him subtly edged away, putting distance between themselves and the unpredictable steward. Then chaos erupted again. Seriously? You're actually eating? Pigs! The lot of you! Bang! Panshur whipped out a shotgun and blasted a suited man beside him into gory fragments. He then seized another guest, a middle-aged CEO in a dress shirt, and slammed his face into a boiling hot pot. The man's muffled screams bubbled in the scorching broth until his struggles ceased. Thud! Thud! Every family head and representative dropped to their knees, foreheads pressed to the floor. No one dared risk becoming the next victim. Enough! I've had my fun. Panshur dusted off his hands. Today's agenda is simple. Prince Jean wants Yichun dead in Guang City. Execute this order without deviation. If I discover anyone slacking, disobeying, or worse, colluding with Yichun, His cold snort sent shivers through the room. The reaction pleased Pan Shi. This was the fear he demanded. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. He needed Guang City's forces consolidated under his absolute control. His word was law, no objections tolerated. On your feet. After this banquet, all family masters must report to me within the hour. As for the 4 great families, Pan Shi's tone shifted slightly. Though ruthless to others, he showed measured respect to these 4. They controlled the Tiankue base, a facility wielding influence beyond the mortal world. Prince Jin coveted its arcane weaponry and connections, and Pan Shi's mission was to secure both. Now really eat. Relax. No more surprises. At least not for you. His gaze trailed the exiting server, lips curling cruelly. Mocking the steward for having no ears? Foolish girl. Meanwhile, at the Pearl Grand Hotel's entrance, Yi Chun sensed hundreds of martial experts surrounding the building, dozens at the Grandmaster level, with even martial monarchs and martial emperors lurking among them. Such defenses would deter most intruders. But not him. A spatial blink later, Yi Chun materialized on the 8th floor corridor. There, he spotted a server clutching a soup bowl, tears streaming as she whimpered, "I don't want to die." It was the same woman from the banquet hall. Though Pan Shi had spared her earlier, dread gnawed at her. A man who kills over a greeting won't forgive a scream. She hovered outside the doors, paralyzed. "What's wrong?" Yi Chun asked gently. The server startled. Noting his attire, unlike Pan Shi's faction, she relaxed slightly. "Tish, they're murdering people." Steward Pan just. Yi Chun's eyes hardened. In high-stakes negotiations, witnesses were liabilities. Whether this woman screamed or not, her fate was sealed. So Prince Jin's lapdog is a rabid beast? Good. He'll die tonight. Stay close, Yi Chun said. I'll ensure you leave alive. In the dining hall, the tense atmosphere from earlier had made everyone eat with extreme caution. Why hasn't my soup arrived yet? Pan Shi threw the chicken leg in his hand onto the table and scowled, his voice sharp with impatience. His outburst instantly ratcheted up the tension in the room. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they recalled Pan Shi's earlier words to the waitress. He had demanded that she personally serve him. It seemed Pan Shi, the ruthless manager, still hadn't let her off the hook. Given Pan Shi's sadistic tendencies, even if the waitress made no mistake, he would find an excuse to kill her. Thud, thud, thud. Manager Pan, your soup is here. Just as everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point, the waitress appeared in the hall, carrying a bowl of soup as she hurried toward Pan Shi. Though Yi Fan had reassured her not to be nervous, facing a demon who had already killed 3 people in such a short time, it was impossible for her not to tremble. By the time she reached Pan Shi, her hands were shaking so badly that the soup nearly spilled from the bowl. Good. You're quite obedient, Pan Shi smirked as she set the soup down. Seeing that he made no further move, the waitress secretly sighed in relief. This was the last dish. Once she lifted the lid, she could leave the hall and escape danger. But just as she was about to open it, Pan Shi suddenly grabbed her wrist. Hey, beautiful, let's make a bet. I'll wager whether there's cilantro in this soup. I hate cilantro. If there is, you lose and you'll have to compensate me for ruining my mood. If there isn't, you win and you'll be safe. This was seaweed egg drop soup. By all logic, it shouldn't contain cilantro. Before the waitress could respond, Pan Shi yanked off the lid, revealing the steaming, fragrant soup completely free of cilantro. No cilantro. None at all. The waitress gasped in relief, her face lighting up with joy. She was finally safe. Manager Pan, please enjoy your meal. As she spoke, she turned to leave, determined to flee the moment she stepped out of the hall, to leave Guangqing and never look back. Wait. Pan Shi seized her arm the instant she took a step. You're right, there's no cilantro. But I also hate eggs. Ha ha. Click. His expression darkened as he pulled out a desert eagle and shoved the barrel into her mouth, his finger tightening on the trigger without hesitation. From the moment she had covered her ears earlier, Pan Shi had taken it as mockery. In his mind, she had been marked for death long ago. MMPH. Terror twisted the waitress's face. The emotional whiplash had pushed her to the brink of collapse. Desperate, she cast pleading glances at the other powerful figures in the hall. But they were all cowed by Pan Shi's authority and brutality, barely able to protect themselves, let alone stand up for a mere waitress. Besides, these Guangqing elites worked under Jin Wang, How many of them hadn't taken lives before? To them, a lowly waitress's life was worth less than a dog's. Her death meant nothing, just another expendable casualty. Human life was cheaper than a mutt's. Such was the darkness in their hearts. The waitress's hope withered. Her gaze drifted to the hall's entrance. Where was that young man from the hallway? The one who had promised to come in with her, to save her? She scanned the area but saw no sign of Yi Fan. Finally, she gave up. Of course. If even Guangqing's elite feared Pan Shi, how could some random youth dare oppose him? What a rotten world. The lives of the powerless were that worthless. Goodbye, cruel world. As she shut her eyes in despair, a violet blur streaked across the room. Crack! A surge of energy sliced through the air just as Pan Shi pulled the trigger. The Desert Eagle was cleanly severed in two. Clink! The firing pin shattered. Though the trigger clicked, no bullet fired. Whoosh! The violet streak materialized beside the waitress as Yi Fan's true form appeared, yanking her back a full meter. Cough! She hacked out the broken gun barrel lodged in her mouth. Gasps! The sudden appearance of a stranger, one who had dared to save the waitress from Pan Shi, sent shockwaves through the room. When the gathered elites recognized the young man's face, they recoiled in horror, pressing against the walls. Why Yi Fan? It was him. Every family present was aligned with Jin Wang, sworn enemies of the Yi clan. Many had even participated in the recent attacks against them. With the Yi clan's resurgence, they had all been dreading the day Yi Fan would come for revenge. And now here he was. Their hearts pounded in terror. Rustle. Bodyguards stationed along the walls and at the entrance surged forward, ready to attack. But Pan Shi only laughed wildly, spreading his arms. Ha! Yi Fan, I was starting to think you wouldn't show. Your intel network must be trash, you're way slower than I expected. He tossed aside the broken pistol and smirked. I've been waiting just to tell you this. I came to Guangqing to steal what your mother left you. I'll make you watch as I break your wife before I finish you off. Hey, think you can save this waitress? Dream on. Yi Fan's gaze turned glacial. You're dead. With a cold snort, he summoned his martial energy, ready to strike. Pan Shi, Jin Wang's lackey, was only a 4th-level martial emperor. His guards weren't much stronger. Killing him would be easy. According to Han Qingye and Xiao Yutong's intel, Jin Wang's 10 elite martial emperors weren't here. Don't move. I'd strongly advise against it, young Master Yi. Pan Shi grinned. I've prepared a little gift for you. Take a look. He flicked on a large screen. The moment Yi Fan saw what was displayed, his face twisted in fury. Pan Shi, you coward. Targeting them. On the screen, dozens of young girls hung suspended in the air, bound and dangling at least 20 to 30 meters above the hardened concrete ground below. At such a height, if anyone were to fall, survival would be impossible. In the footage, a sharp-faced man sat inside the crane's basket, holding a remote control in his hand. Pan Shi smirked arrogantly as he addressed Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, take a good look. There are 30 girls hanging up there. Ha! Now I'll give you a choice. Do you save this waitress right in front of you, or those 30 girls? If you choose to save this waitress, those 30 girls will plummet from the sky, boom, splattering on impact. They'll die because of you. Could you live with that? But if you choose to save those 30 girls, then tough luck. This waitress will die right before your eyes. Pan Shi's face twisted into a vicious grin as he grabbed the waitress by her hair. Still, one death is better than 30, right? Ha! You've got 3 seconds to decide. Watching Yi Fan's expression, Pan Shi was convinced he had him completely cornered. Yi Fan, never thought you'd end up like this, huh? Heh! Don't worry. We're just getting started. Pan Shi smugly patted Yi Fan's cheek. Don't even think about moving. Their lives are in your hands now. Internally, Pan Shi sighed in relief. This Yi Fan isn't the monstrous legend they say he is after all. If that's the case, then the backup plans I prepared might not even be necessary. Emotional blackmail, trying to manipulate Yi Fan by preying on his kindness? Humph. Yi Fan was no saint. When it came to vengeance, he settled scores on the spot. So, the moment Pan Shi's hand reached out to pat his cheek, Yi Fan moved. He seized Pan Shi's wrist and twisted it backward with brutal force. Crack! A crisp snap echoed as Pan Shi's hand bent at a 90-degree angle, breaking instantly. Bam! Yi Fan's fist followed, smashing into Pan Shi's nose, shattering it on impact. Blood and shattered teeth sprayed across the floor as Pan Shi spat out a mouthful of crimson. But Yi Fan wasn't done. He lunged forward, driving a kick into Pan Shi's thigh with enough force to fracture the bone, sending him crashing to the ground. Yi Fan's plan was simple. Since Pan Shi's men had kidnapped those girls, he'd strike first, take Pan Shi hostage, and use his life as leverage to force the kidnappers to release them. Boom! Boom! The violent fluctuations of Yi Fan's Emperor-level 8th stage cultivation shook the entire 8th floor hall. Among those present, Pan Shi, at Emperor-level 4th or 5th stage, was the strongest, yet he was utterly outmatched, reduced to a punching bag under Yi Fan's onslaught. The elite families of Guangxing who had gathered in the hall trembled in terror, their teeth chattering. This is insane. The once arrogant manager Pan was now being brutalized beyond recognition. Though Pan Shi was their direct superior, many of these influential figures couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of schadenfreude, even relief. This lunatic Pan Shi deserves this. If he doesn't die here, his cruelty will be the death of us all sooner or later. Ha 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 ha. Despite being beaten to a pulp, Pan Shi lay on the ground, laughing maniacally instead of screaming in pain. That's the stuff. Come on, Yi Fan. Kill me if you dare. Ha! This is just the beginning of our little game. Yi Fan glanced at the screen displaying the captive girls, his gaze icy. You think I won't? The footage of the kidnapping had already been transmitted to the Tianji Pavilion's intelligence network. They were analyzing the scene and would soon pinpoint the location. With the Tianji Pavilion's resources mobilized, they'd have an exact location within 5 minutes, enough time to launch a rescue. Ha! I'm betting you won't. Not only that, in 5 minutes you'll be on your knees, begging for my forgiveness. You believe that? Pan Shi cackled wildly, his eyes flickering toward the waitress. You're dead. A murderous glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Over the years, those who had threatened him had long since turned to fertilizer beneath 6 feet of earth. Gathering his martial energy, Yi Fan prepared to deliver the killing blow. But just as he moved, a pair of arms suddenly wrapped tightly around his waist. No, big brother. I'm scared. The waitress clung to him, her entire body trembling. If you kill him, we'll all die. HM? Yi Fan turned in surprise. It was the same waitress, now holding him in a death grip. Frowning, he spoke softly. Don't be afraid. He's just a dog loyal to Prince Jean. Even if he dies, no one will touch you. Promise. Now let go. He reached down to gently pry her arms away, careful not to hurt her since she had no martial energy. But before he could finish, thunk, Yi Fan's body stiffened abruptly. His eyes widened in shock as he looked down at his waist. The waitress had just plunged a pitch-black wooden stake deep into his body. Dark, sinister energy billowed from the stake like smoke. The waitress wasted no time. She yanked her hands free and darted back to Pan Shi's side, helping him up. Manager Pan, are you all right? What? The sudden betrayal sent shockwaves through the hall. The elite families stared in disbelief, their minds reeling. Holy shit, the waitress was one of Pan Shi's people. A hidden assassin, planted for this exact moment. How deep does this deception go? With Yi Fan caught off guard at such a critical moment, there was no way he could have dodged. Ha ha ha, bet you didn't see that coming. Did you, Yi Fan? Pan Shi laughed triumphantly as he staggered to his feet, his gaze venomous. That stake is coated with 72 different poisons and engraved with an ancient dark curse. It'll seep into your bones, corroding your meridians and skeleton bit by bit. You're finished, Yi Fan. A savage gleam flashed in Pan Shi's eyes. The secret weapon from the Holy Envoy really works. Yi Fan's brow furrowed as he stared coldly at the waitress. This is why kindness gets you killed. His expression hardened. He genuinely believed she was a victim, only to realize she was Pan Shi's trump card, lying in wait for this very strike. But did Pan Shi really think a wooden stake could kill him? Had he forgotten about the eternal flame and divine fragments within Yi Fan's body? Yi Fan reached to pull the stake out, but the moment his fingers touched it, the stake melted, transforming into a viscous black liquid that seeped entirely into his body. A wave of deathly energy surged through him, saturating every cell. The eternal flame inside him sensed the danger and flared up, ready to purify the invading darkness. But before it could react, a mass of black liquid shot straight to Yifan's dantian, enveloping the flame in a suffocating shroud, cutting it off completely. Oh shit. For the first time in a long while, genuine panic gripped Yifan. At that moment, Yifan felt as though he could see his great-grandmother beckoning to him from beyond. Yifan's unique bloodline constitution, combined with the support of his ember flame energy, had initially made him dismissive of the 72 types of toxins invading his body. But now, the ancient dark curse from the wooden stake had transformed into a black liquid, encasing his ember flame. Instantly, Yifan sensed the aura of death. The toxins rampaged through his body, making his head spin. Without hesitation, he channeled his Emperor-level 8th rank martial energy, desperately resisting the poison. An Emperor-level 8th rank physique was, by all logic, as tough as tempered steel. Ordinary martial attacks would trigger an instinctive defensive response. The problem was, the waitress hadn't used martial energy at all. Caught off guard, Yifan had suffered severe damage. Yet even gravely injured, his Emperor-level 8th rank strength, the special inheritance from his Dragon Seal Ring, and his toxin-resistant techniques like the Poison Sutra allowed him to temporarily suppress the 72 toxins. The real trouble was the dark energy from the blackened wooden stake. As Panshur had warned, part of it ensnared his ember flame, while the rest dispersed throughout his body, clinging to his meridians and bones. It devoured the vitality in his bones. Yifan's power was being suppressed, steadily weakening. His movements grew sluggish and worse. He sensed a growing number of Emperor-level experts gathering in the hotel. Now he understood. Panshur's so-called meeting of Guang City's elites had been a trap all along, a lure to draw him here. Humph, you want to kill me? Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. With a roar, Yifan unleashed a surge of martial energy, slashing his battle blade toward Panshur and the waitress in a devastating arc. Holy shit, he can still fight. Panshur shuddered in terror. As the attack closed in, he yanked the waitress in front of him as a human shield. No, Director Pan, she screamed, but it was too late. Boom! The blast tore a gaping hole through the hotel wall. The waitress's chest was obliterated, her body fracturing like shattered glass. A gust of wind swept in, her remains crumbled to dust. Using my mercy against me? You got what you deserved. The stench of blood filled the air. The gathered elites, who had been ready to cheer moments earlier, now cowered in the corners. Is this Yifan's last stand? A cornered beast is the most dangerous. Several clan members seized the chance to slip out unnoticed. Humph! Failing to kill Panshur in one strike, Yifan attacked again. His aura sent weapons flying as 8 blades of energy shot toward Panshur from all directions. Shying, the blades shrieked through the air, sealing every escape route. Panshur's pupils dilated. Help! He shrieked, pouring all his energy into fleeing, but he couldn't move. Even the martial sovereign-level bodyguards were too slow. Thud, thud, thud. 7 blades impaled Panshur, through his heart, dantian, and finally his crotch. Splat! His toothpick was cleanly severed, reducing his weight by 2 taels. Damn why irk! Blood gushed from Panshur's mouth as his strength faded. Yifan had no time to finish him. The dark energy's corrosion made his vision blur and his legs buckle. Agony seared through his bones, as if countless knives were carving into them. He tried activating his teleportation skill, but it failed. His shadow clone technique? Suppressed. Shit. His power was draining rapidly. His trump cards were locked, and darkness crept into his vision. Kill him? Panshur, still nailed to the wall, spat blood as he rasped the order. No more delays. Yifan smashed through the guard's blockade and bolted for the stairs. But his punch lacked its former force. Cough. Black blood sprayed from his mouth. His skin split, oozing blood. The guard's fear turned to triumph. He's crippled, his powers dropping below martial sovereign. Get him. Capture Yifan and the prince wins. We're saved. They chased as Yi Fan staggered forward. The stairway, once a mere blink away, now felt impossibly distant. His steps slowed. His body swayed. Don't fall. Can't fall. If I die, what happens to the Yi family? What happens to my 7 sisters-in-law? The prince will slaughter them all. But willpower alone couldn't defy his limits. His knees buckled. The guard's eyes gleamed. The great Xia's #1 prodigy, about to die by their hands? Creak. Just as they closed in, a door down the hallway swung open. Whoosh! After Yi Fan fled the 8th floor hall, the remaining influential figures of Guang City erupted into chaos. What do we do now? Chief Pan is dead. This is a disaster. Should we call an ambulance? Teske. What a pity. Mutual destruction. I don't know whether to celebrate or mourn. Ha ha ha. Some family representatives couldn't help but burst into laughter mid-sentence. Though there were only 30 family representatives in the hall, their emotions splintered into countless variations. Some anxious, some delighted, others exhilarated. About a third of the core family representatives, seeing Panshur nailed to the wall, rushed forward to pull out the blades and rescue him. After all, even a dead horse had to be treated as if it were alive. But just as they approached, Panshur moved. Ha! Did you all think I was dead? Sorry to disappoint. I'm still kicking. Surprised? Shocked? You bastards tried to kill me. Yet here I stand. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Panshur casually yanked the blades from his own body. Squelch! Each blade tore free from his flesh like rubber, emitting a grotesque, squelching sound that sent chills down everyone's spines. And with every extraction, strange, plant-like fibers stretched from his wounds, white, thread-like tendrils weaving rapidly like spider silk, stitching his injuries back together. What the hell? Is he even human? An immortal body? Chief Pan is on another level. The family heads and representatives gaped in disbelief as Panshur's wounds healed before their eyes. Even his severed ahem appendage, which Yi Fan had sliced off, began regrowing, though it stopped after reaching the size of an earthworm. God damn it. That's it. Fuck. Yi Fan, you bastard. You ruined my future happiness. I'll kill your entire bloodline. Panshur's crushed nose, broken arms, and shattered legs were all regenerating at an unnatural speed, defying all logic. The Guang City elites watched, jaws nearly hitting the floor. What kind of madness was this? Had martial arts cultivation advanced to such terrifying heights? What they didn't know was that the fibrous tendrils inside Panshur's body were actually controlled by a fleshy orb deep in his dantian, its writhing filaments acting like puppet strings. Everyone after him. Yi Fan must not escape. All units. Lock down the building. Prepare the dark soul-staking pillars. They're his weakness. Panshur snatched a walkie-talkie from a subordinate and barked orders like a madman. Today's trap had been a test, to see if the soul-staking pillars, gifted by the Blazing Sun envoy, could truly suppress Yi Fan. Panshur had even prepared an escape plan in case they failed. But the pillars had worked better than expected. Yi Fan had been crippled, teetering on death's door. There was no way Panshur would let this chance slip. Yes, sir. The remaining bodyguards and family representatives roared in unison, charging into the hallway with blades drawn. Meanwhile, in the hallway, the assassins were mere seconds from reaching Yi Fan as he collapsed. 3 meters. That was all it would take. A few more slashes, and even a god couldn't survive being minced into paste. But at the critical moment, click, a door swung open. A masked man in black lunged out, grabbed Yi Fan, and yanked him inside. Ha! The pursuers skidded to a halt, confusion plastered across their faces. Was this another one of Chief Pan's schemes? Had he predicted Yi Fan's collapse here? Phew! False alarm. Chief Pan had it covered all along. So much for Yi Fan's legendary strength. In the end, he still fell to Chief Pan. With Yi Fan gone, the Yi family is finished. Even the imperial court's support for the Grand Preceptor's faction means nothing now. The assassins relaxed, assuming the masked man was part of Panshur's plan. After all, the Pearl Hotel had been cleared out before the banquet. No outsiders should have been inside. Inside the room, the masked man pressed a finger to his lips. Sure. Don't worry, young Master Yi. I was sent by the family head to extract you. Without wasting a second, he pulled out a stack of talismans and slapped them onto Yifan's chest and forehead. Hang in there, we're short on time. Fizz. The yellowed parchments glowed with ancient, intricate runes, emitting a sacred light. As they adhered to Yifan's skin, golden energy surged into his body, clashing against the dark miasma within. The radiance shielded his vital meridians, pushing back the corruption. The faint dragon tattoos on Yifan's chest flickered to life, resonating with the talisman's power. The 9 yang dragon veins were activating, but the dark energy was tenacious. The two forces deadlocked, leaving Yifan still powerless. They'll break in any second. If you're lucid, brace yourself. We need to move. The masked man hauled Yifan to the window and jumped. What they? Yifan's heart nearly stopped. This was the 8th floor, a 30-meter drop. Even a martial emperor wouldn't survive this recklessness. But instead of plummeting, they soared horizontally, zipping along a pre-rigged zip line straight to the 5th floor of the adjacent building. Oh! At this moment, although Yifan's martial abilities were still suppressed and had not yet recovered, his mind had mostly cleared. Seeing the situation before him, Yifan was completely stunned. What was going on? What were the odds that the moment he passed out, someone would swoop in to rescue him at the critical moment? Had he just escaped the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den? Who are you? Who is your family's master? Yifan asked the masked man with a grave expression. As he spoke, Yifan happened to glide over the heads of Guali, Wang Fuguei, and the others below. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled out his phone and hurled it at Wang Fuguei's head. Song Yang of Guang City. Song Yang? The Song family, one of the 4 great families of Song, Qi, Liang, and Chen? The same Song family that controlled the Tiankue base? Before Yifan could even seek them out, they had come for him first? What the hell was going on? Ah! Who the FCK hit me? Who? Outside the Pearl Hotel, Wang Fuguei, Guali, Yuchang, Yamada Keiko, and the others were anxiously waiting for Yifan. Yifan had been inside the hotel for so long, yet there was no news. Everyone was growing restless. Wang Fuguei had tried several times to force his way in, but Guali had stopped him each time. Just as their anxiety peaked, Wang Fuguei's head was suddenly struck. He jumped up in fury, shouting, "Don't push your luck! I'll storm in there and kill every last one of you." Rubbing his head in anger, he looked down and saw a phone lying on the ground. One that looked eerily familiar. Huh? Isn't this Big Bro's phone? Wang Fuguei picked it up and glanced around, but there was no sign of anyone. Guali, too, stared at the phone in Wang Fuguei's hand, his brow furrowed. Then, Wang Fuguei suddenly looked up, just in time to see Yifan and the masked man swiftly gliding across the sky toward the opposite building. He froze in shock. FF flying. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, his words stumbling. His cheeks puffed out, his head shaking as he pointed frantically at the sky. What's flying? Old Wang, you're acting weird today, Guali muttered before following Wang Fuguei's gaze. His eyes widened. Holy SHT. Big Bro. Quick. Minister Yu Chong. We need to back him up. Guali immediately extended his perception and sensed that Yifan's martial aura was completely suppressed. If he was being carried like this, something must have gone wrong. Yu Chong looked up and saw the situation. His heart sank. Formation. Block the enemy. The rest of you, follow me to protect the pavilion master. At this point, Guali, Wang Fuguei, Yamada Keiko, Yu Chong, and the others no longer cared about discretion. They channeled their energy to the limit, kicked off the ground, and shot toward the opposite building like cannonballs. Using windows and ledges as footholds, they scaled the building at lightning speed, heading straight for the 5th floor room where Yifan and the masked man had disappeared. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the Pearl Hotel, Pan Shi stormed out of the hall with his remaining assassins and bodyguards, only to collide with the retreating pursuers. Where the hell is Yifan? I sent you to hunt him down. And you're running back like chickens? Enraged, Panshir kicked the squad leader, sending him sprawling. The leader scrambled up, bewildered. Chief Pan, wasn't that ambush in the room arranged by you? Didn't your people already capture Yifan? Seeing Panshir's stunned expression, the leader's heart sank. Chief Pan, those people in the room weren't yours? OSHT. He instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Arranged my ass. When the hell did I set up an ambush? All our men are here and downstairs. Panshir was on the verge of losing his mind. Seeing his useless subordinates still standing around, he roared, "Why the FCK are you still here? Go after him." "Yes, sir." The assassins scrambled toward the room in question. As they ran, the squad leader tried to reassure Panshir. "Don't worry, Chief. Our men have the hotel exit sealed. Yifan is badly injured. He can't escape. Shut your damn mouth, you jinx." Panshir slapped him across the face, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Whoever was in that room wasn't his people. And if they had pulled Yifan inside, they must have had an escape plan. Bang, bang, bang. When the assassins reached the door, a few of them actually knocked politely. "Anyone in there?" Panshir wanted to tear his hair out. What kind of idiots did I hire? Who the hell knocks at a time like this? You think they're as stupid as you? Crash. Without hesitation, Panshir smashed the door open and charged in, his men following closely. The room was empty, but at the window, a zip line stretched across to the 5th-floor window of the opposite building. "Chief Pan, they're over there." A subordinate pointed at the opposite window, where the masked man had just set Yifan down. At that moment, Yifan turned and locked eyes with Panshir, then flipped him off. "God damn it." Panshir punched the wall in fury, leaving a gaping hole. "Arg, I'm gonna lose it." "Don't worry, Chief. We'll chase them down the zip line." The same dim-witted squad leader grabbed the line and started sliding across. Panshir was speechless. Were his men actually brain-dead? Did they really think the enemy would leave the zip line intact after escaping? "Get back here." Before he could finish, snap. The line broke, and the idiot subordinate plummeted to the street below. "Fking hell. I'm surrounded by morons." Panshir covered his face in despair. It was like his men had no survival instincts whatsoever. "Chief Pan, should we still pursue?" Another subordinate asked hesitantly. Panshir glanced across the street. Guali, Yuchong, and the Tianji Pavilion experts had already surrounded the building. Even if they chased now, capturing Yifan would be nearly impossible. "Pursue my ass. Humph. Let's see how long Yifan can last under the dark soul-sealing pillar's curse. Sooner or later, it'll devour him completely." The dark soul-locking wood was a secret weapon that the Blazing Sun envoy covertly handed to Panshir when he left Shangjing, instructing him to bring it along. Though the Blazing Sun envoy had already reached the Martial Saint realm, due to bloodline suppression, they couldn't get close to Yifan, making it impossible for them to act against him directly. Previously, the Blazing Sun envoy had supported Zhou Ming, elevating his strength to the Martial Emperor level. Yet even that wasn't enough to defeat Yifan. Thus, in recent times, the Blazing Sun envoy had resorted to ancient forbidden techniques combined with their own secret methods to refine a batch of soul-locking wood, specifically designed to counter Yifan. This time, they had Panshir wield the soul-locking wood to test its power, but no one expected its effects to be so devastating, crippling Yifan in an instant. Send someone to follow them discreetly and report their movements at all times. Panshir cast a smug glance toward the building where Yifan and his group were, then pulled out an encrypted phone and slipped into a secluded spot to make a call. "Your Eminence, the soul-locking wood worked. Yifan's bloodline is rapidly corroding." To outsiders, Panshir was the most favored subordinate of Prince Jin. Yet no one knew he had secretly allied with the Blazing Sun envoy. On the 5th floor opposite, the masked man had just landed with Yifan through the window. Whoosh! In an instant, Yuchong, Guali, Wang Fugue, Yamada Keiko, and dozens of other elites from the Tianji Pavilion surrounded them from all directions. "Bastard! Let go of my brother now, or I'll tear you apart." Wang Fuguei, seeing Yi Fan's weakened state, dragged a massive axe forward, ready to strike. The masked man's actual strength wasn't particularly high, only at the peak of the martial venerable realm. However, when Yi Fan had approached him earlier, he sensed an unstable but immense energy fluctuation within the man's body. One that, if unleashed, might reach martial emperor-level combat power. Still, even with such strength, the masked man stood no chance against so many elite fighters. Lao Wang, don't act rashly. He's our savior. Yi Fan weakly raised a hand, stopping Guoli, Yu Chong, and Wang Fuguei from attacking. Ha! Wang Fuguei's brain short-circuited again. We need to retreat immediately. Back to the Shun residence. Guoli, ever the strategist, shot a sharp glance at the masked man before signaling Wang Fuguei to carry Yi Fan. They swiftly evacuated the building and sped off in a car. Yi Fan had entered the Pearl Grand Hotel with his martial prowess intact. Yet now it was completely gone. Something catastrophic must have happened inside. Inside the Hummer, Wang Fuguei drove while Guoli, Yi Fan, Yu Chong, and the masked man sat in silence. Brother, what exactly happened in there? Guoli asked, his face tense as he observed the dark energy swirling across Yi Fan's skin. Prince Jin's men ambushed me. Their methods this time were troublesome. If not for this brother here. Yi Fan glanced at the masked man. What should I call you? Frost Demon. The man's reply was curt, offering no further explanation. At this moment, Yi Fan could clearly feel the dark energy of the soul-locking would ravaging his body again as the talisman's power waned. The sinister force clung to his bones, relentlessly corroding and devouring his vitality. Though Yi Fan's 9 yang meridians continuously repaired the damage, the two forces waged a brutal tug-of-war within his body. For now, they were locked in a stalemate, but overall, with his inner flame smothered by the dark energy, Yi Fan's 9 yang meridians were at a disadvantage. He could even sense the bones near his waist growing brittle, their structure weakening like sandcastles on a beach. One touch and they might crumble to dust. Sigh. Under the soul-locking wood's corrosion, his physique was utterly defenseless. If this continued, his entire body would eventually erode into nothingness, like weathered stone turning to dust. What if my bones were harder? Could they resist the corrosion? The thought sparked an epiphany. Strengthening his skeletal foundation? Yi Fan recalled a manual he'd obtained from the Shin family's ancestor, using his inner flame to temper his bones, refining them like steel to purge impurities and elevate them from mortal bone to spirit bone. Would that withstand the dark energy's erosion? But the problem was this. The dark energy, the talisman's power, his 9 yang meridians, and his inner flame were locked in a delicate equilibrium. Without external intervention, he couldn't mobilize his inner flame at all. Frost Demon, do you have more talismans? Yi Fan asked urgently. With the dark energy gaining the upper hand, he needed talismans to buy time and strategize. All here. Frost Demon produced a large bundle of talismans and handed them over. Yi Fan's eyes lit up as he swiftly activated and applied them to his body. He had hoped that stacking more talismans would amplify their effect, but after the 7th talisman, the rest proved useless. Damn it! What now? What kind of power could break this deadlock? Ordinary martial energy wouldn't work. It had to be something akin to divine fragments or ancient forces. Guoli and the others watched silently as Yi Fan closed his eyes, deep in thought, not daring to disturb him. Soon they arrived at the Shin estate. Brother Yi, what happened? You were fine earlier. Shin Mange rushed over as the car stopped, throwing her arms around Yi Fan. Please, don't let anything happen to you. Had Yi Fan not exposed Lao Mo's impersonation of her father and slain the Shin family's monstrous ancestor, her fate would have been unspeakably grim. In her heart, she had already wholly accepted him. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto Yi Fan's neck. Hiss! The moment an ordinary teardrop touched his skin, the dense black energy there recoiled violently, as if scalded, fleeing in all directions. Yet, lost in their grief and worry, no one noticed this fleeting anomaly. I'm fine. Mange, be gentle. My waist is about to break. Yifan was held tightly in Shin Mange's embrace. Though she wasn't using much force, the dark energy corroding his bones had left his waist so brittle that even this light embrace threatened to shatter him. Ah! Shin Mange gasped in alarm and immediately released him. But by now, the talismans on Yifan's body had lost their effect. His entire form was engulfed in a swirling black mist. Pure dark energy had gained the upper hand. His bones had weakened to the point where even standing was a struggle. Crack! The moment Shin Mange let go, a sickening snap echoed from Yifan's waist, startling everyone present. What's happening? How could someone as powerful as Yifan suddenly become as fragile as an old man on the verge of collapse? Brother Yi, your waist, are you okay? Shin Mange quickly reached out to steady him again, then snapped at the Shin family bodyguards. Hurry! Don't just stand there. Get a stretcher and carry him inside. Though the dark energy continued its relentless assault, the moment Shin Mange's wrist brushed against Yifan's waist, the roiling black mist recoiled. For a brief moment, the skin around his wound returned to its normal color. This time, Shin Nanfei saw it. So did Yamada Keiko, and Yifan felt it. Inside his body, for forces, the 9 dragon yang vein, the talismans, the sacred flame, and the soul shackle were locked in a vicious battle, using his body as their battleground. The 9 dragon yang vein desperately protected his vital meridians, while the dark energy of the soul shackle ensnared the sacred flame deep within his dantian. Though the sacred flame burned fiercely, struggling to break free, it remained just short of breaking through. Meanwhile, the ancient dark energy from the soul shackle corroded his limbs, systematically overwhelming him, like the countryside encircling the city. Yifan had already lost control of his own body. Just as despair began to take hold, Shin Mange's touch caused the dark energy to retreat. Why does her presence repel the darkness? His mind raced until he recalled Shin Nanfei's words about the Immortal Path invitation. Of course, Shin Nanfei had sealed the Immortal Path invitation within Shin Mange's body, meaning she carried traces of its power. The invitation was a decree from the immortals. Even a wisp of its divine energy would be enough. If he could channel even a sliver of that power into his body, it would disrupt the current stalemate. The combined might of the sacred flame, the 9 dragon yang vein, and the talismans could then eradicate the soul shackle's corruption. But there was one problem. Shin Nanfei had said there was only one way to obtain the Immortal Path invitation: consummation. Yet Yifan's bones were now as brittle as ice. Any movement could shatter him. How could they possibly? In his current state, even the slightest pressure would break him apart. Quick! Take young Master Yi to Mange's chamber. Shin Nanfei barked orders as the bodyguards rushed Yifan into the estate. Once Yifan was laid on the bed, Shin Nanfei turned to his daughter with grave urgency. Mange, whether Yifan lives or dies, depends on you now. The only thing that can save him is the Immortal Path invitation within you. What? Shin Mange was stunned, but she quickly understood. Her father had brought Yifan to her room and mentioned the invitation. This could only mean one thing. But Yifan's body was rigid, his bones on the verge of collapse. How could they possibly? Whoosh! The dark energy, sensing imminent victory, grew even more frenzied. With the last of his fading consciousness, Yifan whispered weakly, "Kiss me." Okay. Though uncertain of his intentions, Shin Mange obeyed without hesitation, leaning down to press her lips against his. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room in the western suburbs of Shangjing, the blazing sun envoy and several robed figures stood before a large screen displaying a projection of Yifan's body. His meridians, the writhing black energy, the 9 dragon sigils, and the sacred flame flickering deep within his dantian. Envoy, our readings confirm the dark energy has gained overwhelming dominance. Once the soul shackle absorbs the remaining vitality from his bones, even if those 2 forces protect his heart, Yifan will perish. The success rate on the screen climbed steadily, 60%, 65%, 70%. Within seconds, it reached 80%. The blazing sun envoy exhaled in relief. Good. As the descendant of the previous divine gate leader, his bloodline has always suppressed us. Now, it's finally over. He smirked. Without the divine gate's interference, who can stop our king's rise? Humanity will kneel as our slaves. But before he could finish, a piercing alarm blared. On the screen, a thin golden thread, entering through Yifan's lips, pierced through the black mist, carving a path straight to his dantian. The sacred flame, long imprisoned by the dark energy, erupted like a volcano the moment the golden thread breached its prison. Boom! A blinding radiance exploded from Yifan's core, incinerating every trace of darkness in its wake. The success rate, which had been at 80%, plummeted to 0, then into negative infinity. Before the blazing sun envoy could react, the screen dissolved into static. The projection vanished. Guang City, Shun family mansion. In Shin Mange's boudoir, she leaned in to kiss Yifan's lips as he had instructed. Though her movements were inexperienced, she did her best to follow the techniques she had learned from short videos and books. But at this moment, after uttering his last words, Yifan had completely lost consciousness. His body lay stiff on the bed, motionless and unresponsive. Shin Mange kissed him desperately, but after a long while, there was still no reaction. Anxiety crept into her heart. Xiao Fan, please, don't let anything happen to you. She sat up, reaching out to touch him. But then she hesitated. The last time she had barely brushed against him. His waist had let out a sickening crack. What if, this time, he fell apart entirely? What should I do? Shin Mange stared at Yifan in a daze, her mind blank. What can I do? Consummate the marriage? Transfer her immortal path guidance to him? But in Yifan's current state, was that even possible? Lost and helpless, she paced the room, unsure of what to do. Yet, remembering her father's words and Yifan's final plea before losing consciousness, she blushed but steeled herself. Slowly, she removed her clothes and lay down beside him, pressing her body tightly against his. Outside the room, Guali, Wang Fugue, Yu Chong, and the others waited in tense silence. Patriarch Shin, will my brother be all right? Wang Fugue paced back and forth, his agitation palpable. How did he end up like this just from a trip to Pearl Grand Hotel? Those damned bastards. Every last one of them is scheming with 800 tricks up their sleeves. Earlier, when Shin Nanfei had arranged for Shun Mange to be alone with Yifan, Guali had studied Yifan's expression. He hadn't objected. In fact, he had nodded slightly, as if confirming that Shin Mange indeed held the key to solving his crisis. But how? Frost Demon, Guali turned to the icy woman who had rescued Yifan. What exactly happened in the hotel? I don't know the details, the Frost Demon replied tersely, uncharacteristically verbose for her. But a wooden stake pierced his body and melted into him. It carried an ancient dark curse, corroding his bones and devouring his vitality. A cursed wooden stake embedded in Yifan's body? The group exchanged bewildered glances. This was no ordinary weapon. Prince Jin's methods had surpassed their understanding. None of them could help now. Everything depended on Yifan himself. Inside the room, Shin Mange and Yifan remained locked in a kiss, their fingers intertwined. Unbeknownst to her, as their lips met, a faint golden thread of energy passed from her into Yifan's body, sinking into his dantian. The thread tore open a fissure in the black liquid that had been smothering the ember of Yifan's inner flame. Freed from its prison, the flame erupted like a flood, its crimson fire surging through Yifan's veins in an instant. Hiss! The blazing heat incinerated every trace of the dark mist within him. Hum! As the black vapor dissipated, the 9 dragon sigils on Yifan's chest flared with golden light, counterattacking and repairing his ravaged meridians. Yet the dark liquid, the cursed power of the soul-binding stake, though defeated, refused to surrender. It retreated into Yifan's bones, merging with them in a last-ditch effort to taint him permanently. Cunning. If it couldn't kill him, it would fuse with him, ensuring the dark curse would haunt him forever. This ancient curse, meticulously crafted by the Burning Sun envoys, was no trifling matter. It had even developed a semblance of sentience. Had this happened to anyone else, they would have been doomed, either slowly consumed by the curse or turned into a puppet for its masters. But Yi Fan had already devised a countermeasure on the way back from Pearl Grand Hotel. Now, with the faint trace of immortal energy from Shun Mange's body tipping the scales, his inner flame and the 9 yang meridians had seized the advantage. Yi Fan's consciousness stirred, and a trickle of his martial energy began circulating again. Without hesitation, he followed the bone-refining method from the ancient manual the Shin family's ancestor had unearthed. He channeled the crimson flame, directing it to sear his own bones, 1 inch at a time. Ah! The agony was instant. As the fire scorched the bones near his heart, Yi Fan let out a strangled cry. The pain was beyond excruciating. It felt as though his very marrow was being purified in hellfire. The crimson flame split into thousands of threads, weaving through his skeleton, penetrating every cell. Kakik, the dark curse, now fused with his bones, recoiled in shock. Who in their right mind would willingly burn their own bones? Forced to retreat from his heart, the curse scattered chaotically through his body. But Yi Fan wasn't about to let it escape. There was nowhere left to hide. Fan Gu! Shin Mange, still kissing him, jolted at his scream. Her eyes widened in hope. Sitting up, she saw the dragon sigils on his chest pulsing with light. A faint fiery aura enveloped his body, and the black miasma had completely vanished from his skin. Fan Gu, are you recovering? She gasped, elated. Had her kiss really been so powerful? Should she kiss him again? Stay back! Yi Fan gritted out through the pain. Don't let anyone disturb me. He continued the agonizing process, methodically burning every inch of his skeleton. The crimson flame, capable of reducing all things to ash, should have turned his bones to dust. Yet, as it purified the bones around his heart, they didn't crumble. Instead, they transformed. His once gray bones, ordinary mortal bones, limiting his potential to the peak of martial saint, now gleamed like polished jade, radiant and infused with spiritual energy. A holy luminescence shimmered across their surface. Yi Fan recognized it immediately. His mortal bones had ascended to spirit bones, and not a trace of the dark curse remained. Bone refinement required immense energy. Though the divine fragment within him and the latent power of the 9 yang meridians helped, it wasn't enough. But then he made a startling discovery. The dark curse's energy, when burned by the flame, released vast amounts of nourishment. It was the perfect fuel. Had the divine gate's enemies already made their move? This soul-binding stake had clearly been tailor-made for him, designed to suppress his bloodline, abilities, and talent in one fell swoop. Yet they hadn't accounted for the Shin family's immortal path guidance. That wisp of immortal energy, however faint, had been enough to break the deadlock, allowing Yi Fan to turn the tables. Even more ironically, the ancient curse's power had become the very resource he needed to refine his bones. With spirit bones, he could fully absorb the divine fragment's power and harmonize with the 9 yang meridian's might. Breaking through to martial saint would be effortless. Who in Guang City could stop him now? Having grasped the key to success, Yi Fan's subsequent progress went much smoother. Using the dark restraints within the soul-locking wood as nourishment, the ember flame rapidly tempered every bone and meridian in his body. By the time all traces of the dark restraints within Yi Fan were fully refined, every bone in his body had instantly ascended to the level of spirit bones. At this moment, Yi Fan's comprehension of martial arts and his understanding of power had leaped several tiers, far surpassing what he could achieve during his mortal bone phase. He could clearly sense that his cultivation speed had also increased manifold. The power of the divine shard within him and the energy of the 9 yang veins began to release automatically, filling his newly forged spirit bones. In an instant, not only had Yi Fan's strength fully recovered, but it had also broken through to the peak of the 9th grade martial emperor realm. And it was still rising. If he wished, he could immediately advance to the martial saint realm without issue. But since his bones had already been enhanced, there was no need to rush. Stabilizing his foundation at the 9th grade martial emperor level would only pave the way for future breakthroughs. Closing his eyes, Yi Fan immersed himself in the sensation of every cell in his body. The feeling of his power returning was exhilarating. To his surprise, he even discovered that the Crimson Thread spirit fused within him had also evolved alongside his bone enhancement. Though its form remained unchanged, the Crimson Thread spirit now exuded an aura of supremacy, a domineering presence that seemed to command reverence. Crimson Thread Overlord Body. These ancient spirit beasts were no ordinary entities. As for the full implications of the Crimson Thread spirit's evolution, that was a mystery to be unraveled later. Meanwhile, in the room, Shin Mange sat obediently by the bedside, her fair skin barely concealed by the last remnants of her undergarments, which accentuated her breathtaking figure. Though Yi Fan had admired her beauty back in Huadu, seeing her like this now was an entirely different experience. Shin Mange, an international superstar and the nation's pure-hearted goddess, was an unattainable dream for most men. Yet here she was, waiting by his side like a devoted wife, praying for her husband's recovery. Mange? Yi Fan sat up and called her name softly. Startled, Shin Mange flung herself into his arms, her voice trembling with emotion. You scared me to death, you jerk. She lightly pounded his chest but immediately stopped, her eyes wide with concern. You're really okay now? You're not going to collapse again, are you? The last time she'd hugged him, even the slightest pressure had nearly broken him. I'm fine. In fact, I'm terrifyingly strong now. Want to test it out? Yi Fan smirked mischievously before planting a kiss on her cheek. I owe third sister-in-law big time. If not for the wisp of immortal energy from the immortal path guidance, the ember flame within him would have remained sealed by the soul-locking wood and the power of the 9 yang veins would never have awakened. His fate would have been a pitiful demise. Ah, you're so bad. Laogua and Yu Chong are right outside. Tonight, okay? Shin Mange squirmed in his embrace, her black shoulder strap slipping down, nearly unleashing the snowy peaks beneath. Yi Fan couldn't help but glance. Noticing his gaze, Shin Mange blushed furiously. She considered adjusting her clothes but then relented. Let him look. I'm his sooner or later anyway. Hey, so why did you strip earlier? What were you planning? Yi Fan teased, enjoying her flustered reaction. Shin Mange's face turned crimson. Ishiwa was right, you really are a rogue. Honestly, have you always been this? She trailed off, too embarrassed to finish. The scoundrel. Haha. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Let's clean up and head out. They're probably worried. Yi Fan's expression turned solemn as he glanced out the window. Prince Jin plans to make a big move in Guangqing? Fine. Let's make it even bigger, enough to sever all his roots here in the Vermilion Bird domain. Prince Jin Zhao Jin's influence in Great Xia stemmed largely from his control over the southern war domain's Vermilion Bird region where he commanded nearly 1 million troops. That was why he dared challenge the Yi family. But now that Vermilion Bird officials had participated in the assassination attempt against third brother, Yi Fan would turn the entire region upside down. Eliminate the culprits. Overthrow the domain. With his foundation in ruins, Prince Jin would be nothing but a toothless tiger. Meanwhile, in a western suburb of Shangjing. In a dimly lit room, the projected image of Yi Fan's body structure flickered before dissolving into static. Then, with a sharp crack, the projection device exploded. The blazing sun envoy spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back against the wall for support. Envoy, are you all right? What happened? Panicked, a dozen subordinates rushed to his side. The envoy's face was pale with shock. The ancient restraints within the soul-locking wood were broken by Yi Fan? What kind of monster is he? His expression darkened further. And that immortal energy I sensed. Is the immortal gate involved now? This complicates things far beyond expectation. Scanning the room, he barked orders, monitor Yi Fan's every move but do not engage. Stay hidden at all costs. I must consult the higher-ups, we need a new strategy to eliminate him. Yes, envoy. Back in Guangqing at the Shin family estate. As Yi Fan and Shin Mange stepped out of the room, the entire hall erupted in relief. Boss, you're okay. Told you. The boss is invincible, indestructible. Thank heavens the pavilion master is safe. Yi Fan acknowledged them with a nod before approaching Ice Demon. Thank you. What's your master's next move? Had Ice Demon not extracted him from the hotel at the critical moment, even if Yu Chong and Guoli fought their way in, it would have been too late. Ice Demon replied calmly, the master said, if young Master Yi died, I was to be the scapegoat. If you lived, all would be well. Before the operation, he evacuated his family. Now that you've survived, I'll inform him. A sacrificial pawn? A two-pronged gamble? If Yi Fan had perished, the blame would fall solely on Ice Demon, absolving the Song family. But since he'd survived, the Songs had bet correctly and now clung to a golden thigh. Interesting. The moment Ice Demon's call connected, an angry shout erupted from the other end. Damn it. Took you long enough? Get over here and save me. 2 martial emperor bastards are hacking at me with swords. On the other end of the phone was none other than Song Yang, the patriarch of the Song family, one of the 4 great families of Guangxing. Before today's banquet, Song Yang had secretly gathered all his family members and dispersed them separately. The banquet itself was attended only by a representative, while Ice Demon was left behind to seize an opportunity. Unexpectedly, Ice Demon actually succeeded in rescuing Yi Fan. However, Pan Shi's faction was no pushover. Based on their investigations, they quickly identified Ice Demon as a servant of the Song family. In response, Pan Shi dispatched 2 emperor-level martial artists to forcibly capture Song Yang and demand an explanation. At the same time, he sent a large contingent to apprehend all members of the Song family, ensuring no disturbances would arise during the takeover of the Tiankue base. After all, transferring control of the mysterious Tiankue base required all 4 families to be present and simultaneously activate their keys. In fact, Pan Shi had planned to take over the base that morning, but he couldn't reach the Liang family's patriarch, who claimed to be away on business and wouldn't return until that evening. Clearly, it was just an excuse. Pan Shi knew the Liang family was playing coy, waiting to see who would gain the upper hand in Guangxing before making their final decision. That was why Pan Shi had organized the banquet, brutally executing Guangxing's prominent family leaders as a show of force. Those who submit shall prosper. Those who resist shall perish. Yet now, a mere servant of the Song family had snatched Yi Fan away at the critical moment. Upon learning this, Pan Shi nearly exploded in rage. Were these 4 families each scheming with 800 tricks up their sleeves? To make matters worse, Pan Shi's men reported that the Song family's mansion had been completely emptied. None of its core members were left. All of them had vanished without a trace. Eventually, Pan Shi's 2 emperor-level subordinates managed to track Song Yang down. Enraged, Pan Shi gave the order, "Capture Song Yang, dead or alive." "Patriarch, where are you?" Ice Demon frowned and quickly asked. Yi Fan's brow furrowed as well. Song Yang had, after all, sent Ice Demon to rescue him. Though opportunistic, it still counted as a life-saving favor. Yi Fan couldn't just abandon him now. "I've been running laps around the Shin Manor 8 fucking times." Since Ice Demon had the phone on speaker, everyone present heard the words clearly. Laps around the Shin Manor? Yi Fan was speechless. This Song Yang was something else. After evacuating his family, he had gone straight to the Shin Manor's vicinity. Could his plea for shelter be any more obvious? Even if Yi Fan hadn't awakened, the Tianji Pavilion's experts and the Yi family's core forces could still have provided some cover. What a clever little schemer. With his newly evolved spirit bone, Yi Fan's martial prowess had ascended to the 9th-tier emperor level, and his sensory range had more than doubled. Extending his perception outward, he immediately detected 3 emperor-level auras clashing in a deserted park west of the Shin Manor. There, one fleeing emperor expert kept circling around abandoned buildings, while the 2 pursuing warriors, also emperor level, seemed oddly dim-witted, blindly chasing without any tactical sense. They're emperor-level elites. If they just smashed the buildings, where could Song Yang hide? "Let's go save your patriarch." A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Prince Jin's banquet had nearly cost Yi Fan his life. Now that he had recovered, it was time for payback. West of Shin Manor, abandoned park. As he sprinted, Song Yang muttered under his breath, "Has young Master Yi finally awakened? Mission accomplished. Damn it, these 2 emperor-level pursuers must be brain-dead. They're like a pair of blockheads." Ducking behind a crumbling wall, he peeked out at the 2 warriors. They're emperor-level experts. If they just split up and flanked me, I'd be done for. Instead, they're both chasing me in a straight line like idiots. Don't they know my movement skills are top tier? The 2 pursuers, having lost track of Song Yang again, stood dumbly in place, their heads swiveling left and right like malfunctioning robots. "You 2 morons. Just smash the damn buildings. A furious voice crackled through their earpieces. Understood. Snapping to attention, the warriors swung their blades, unleashing devastating energy waves that obliterated the structures around Song Yang. Finally figured it out, huh? Song Yang smirked, darting aside, but a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Pan Shi brought 10 Emperor-level fighters, yet they all seem off. What's going on? With his cover destroyed, Song Yang found himself cornered between the two warriors. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, Yu Chang, and Guoli had already reached the park's entrance. Sensing their approach, Song Yang raised his hands in mock surrender. Hold on. Let's wait for someone before we fight. All right? The warriors hesitated, exchanging glances before one growled. Song Yang, Lord Pan demands your presence. Come willingly, or we'll drag your corpse back. In the next instant, their blades slashed forward, compressing the air with explosive force. Song Yang staggered under the pressure, his face paling as he shouted toward the trees. Young Master Yi, if you don't act now, I'm dead. He knew Yi Fan had arrived. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to stall two Emperor-level opponents. After all, Song Yang had only recently broken through to the Emperor realm, while these two were solidly third tier. Without his agility, he stood no chance. Behind the trees, Yi Fan had been observing for a while. Activating his demon eye, he saw it clearly. Egg sacs. Just like the ones inside the Grandmaster-level warriors bred by old Mo, these two Emperor-level fighters also harbored writhing, tentacled parasites. But unlike the cyan worms in the Grandmasters, these were golden, larger, and far more intricate, their tendrils entwined with the host's organs in a grotesque symbiosis. The resemblance to Yi Fan's own crimson thread tyrant body was uncanny, nearly 95% identical. Could these parasites be the same species as my spirit entity? As the thought formed, the evolved crimson thread tyrant body within him stirred eagerly, radiating an almost hungry impulse to approach the worms. Interesting. It seemed his parasite had a taste for its kin. The plot thickens. Though Song Yang's howls outside were dramatic, Yi Fan remained utterly unruffled. In that brief moment of observation, Yi Fan had already discerned Song Yang's extraordinary agility. Even with two martial Emperor-level experts attacking simultaneously, landing a hit on Song Yang wouldn't be easy. Boom. Boom. The two martial emperors swung their blades at Song Yang's position, cleaving two massive 3-zhang-long trenches into the ground. Cough. Cough. As the dust settled, Song Yang staggered forward, coughing violently, his figure a far cry from his earlier composure. Covered in dirt and grass, his face smudged with grime, he looked utterly disheveled as he darted toward Yi Fan's hiding spot. Young Master Yi, you can't just leave me to die. This is downright cruel. Just as Song Yang was about to plunge into the woods, Yi Fan finally stepped out with Guili, Wang Fugue, and the others, feigning surprise. Ah, my deepest apologies, Patriarch Song. I arrived a tad late, are you all right? I'm eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Yi Fan clasped his hands in mock sincerity. Song Yang was speechless. Brother, could you be any faker? You've been here for at least 2 minutes, watching me make a fool of myself before showing up. This was deliberate. And it was. This was Yi Fan's petty revenge for Song Yang's duplicity and hedging his bets. No worries. Perfect timing. Oh, damn it, they're coming again. Young Master Yi, watch out. Mid-sentence, Song Yang sensed the two dim-witted martial emperors charging once more. He ducked behind Yi Fan, then, as if that wasn't safe enough, scurried all the way to the back of the group, hiding behind Guoli and Wang Fugue. Patriarch Song, why run so far? Yi Fan chuckled. You're quite the character. It's breezy back here. But young Master Yi, their blades are right there. Aren't you going to dodge? Song Yang gaped as the two martial emperors' swords descended toward Yi Fan's head, now mere inches away. Yet Yi Fan didn't flinch. Is he really this confident? With a casual wave, Yi Fan unleashed a surge of martial energy, activating his absolute domain. Instantly, the two martial emperors' power was suppressed below the control realm. Yi Fan raised 2 fingers and stopped both blades dead in their tracks. No matter how hard the martial emperors strained, their weapons refused to budge another inch. Song Yang's jaw nearly hit the ground. What the hell? He blocked 2 martial emperor tier attacks with 2 fingers. Since when are martial emperors this disposable? What kind of monster is this? Did I just make the smartest decision of my life? Is the Song family about to soar? He swallowed hard. Yifan's strength had to be at least Martial Emperor Tier 5 or 6. If he could shrug off a soul-sealing curse like it was nothing, how could Prince Jean ever hope to challenge him? Meanwhile, after immobilizing the two attackers, Yifan flicked his fingers and 3,000 crimson threads shot forth, eagerly burrowing into their bodies. Bzzzt. Crackle. The moment the threads made contact, a surge of electric current crackled through Yifan's crimson tyrant body, accompanied by a resonant hum, like high-voltage cables sparking to life. Through the threads, Yifan sensed his crimson tyrant's tendrils forcibly linking with the main neural pathways of the parasites inside the two martial emperors. Then, a stream of golden fluid began flowing from their bodies into his. The parasite eggs inside them submitted without resistance. This is insane, but undeniably real. His evolved crimson tyrant body was draining nutrients and energy from the two martial emperors. Like a landlord collecting rent? Some kind of Mayan civilization hierarchy? Was his crimson tyrant the parent organism while the parasites in the martial emperors were its offspring, compelled to offer tribute? The golden liquid now inside Yifan bypassed the crimson tyrant entirely, funneling directly into his dantian. There, under the refining flames of his ember heart blaze, it condensed from a thick stream into a hair-thin golden strand, settling silently at his core. Yifan could sense the strand's terrifying power, yet when he tried to mobilize it like conventional martial energy, it refused to respond. What kind of opportunity is this? A flash of recognition flickered in his mind. Had he seen something like this before? But the thought slipped away as quickly as it came. Once the harvest was complete, the crimson tyrant's threads retracted. Though its independent consciousness had been purged by the Emberheart blaze, Yifan could still feel its eagerness to please. We pay homage to our master. The two martial emperors, now free of their earlier days, dropped to their knees in reverence. Holy shit! Guoli, Wangfugue, Yuchong, and Songyang stared in disbelief. What just happened? Did young Master Ye's sheer charisma make two martial emperors submit instantly? Only Yifan knew the truth. They'd surrendered to the Crimson Tyrant's dominance. Or rather, the parasite eggs inside them had. But the result was the same. With the Crimson Tyrant's will erased by the Emberheart blaze, these two were now Yifan's slaves. Outwardly, though, they were still Prince Jin's loyal subordinates, key pieces in Pan Shi's plan to seize the Tiankue base behind the four great families. Now everything clicked. This was how Pan Shi and Prince Jin had mass-produced experts above the Grandmaster realm, even 10 martial emperors. They weren't trained conventionally. Instead, their bodies were hijacked by parasitic eggs, merging with the organisms to forcibly amplify their power. The cost? Their strength became fixed, their intellect eroded, and eventually their consciousness would vanish entirely. A smirk tugged at Yifan's lips. If the Crimson Tyrant could control parasite-infected warriors, what if he used it to take command of all Pan Shi's forces? Now that would be a sight to see. Yifan's revelation. Yifan was just about to order the two somewhat foolish martial emperor experts to rise when a sudden flash of imagery crossed his mind. An inexplicable view of his own ankle appeared before his eyes. What's going on? His gaze was clearly fixed on the two martial emperors, so why was he seeing his own foot and only half of it at that? As confusion set in, the crimson thread overlord physique within him stirred, causing the muscles around his eyes to twitch. Then came the shocking realization: the vision he was experiencing wasn't from his own eyes. Instead, it was being transmitted by the crimson thread overlord physique, as if a tiny window had opened in his field of view. Unbelievable. Stunned, Yifan glanced down at the two kneeling martial emperors and followed their line of sight only to confirm it matched the partial view of his foot. "You look up," he barked at one of the men. The moment the man obeyed, the transmitted image swayed, and Yifan saw his own face staring back at him, clear as day, even mirroring his blinking in perfect sync. Holy shit! A tidal wave of shock surged through him. This thing can really share vision. If the Crimson Thread Overlord physique could not only control these parasitic hosts but also access their sight, the implications were terrifying. With these martial emperors lurking around Pan Shi or even Prince Jin, he'd essentially have eyes everywhere. But then pain. A sharp ache split through his skull, and the borrowed vision vanished. Sensing inward, he discovered the golden thread coiled deep in his dantian had thinned, its energy significantly depleted. So, vision sharing drains the thread's power? It's not sustainable indefinitely. Still, even sporadic use was invaluable. And with two martial emperors as hidden trump cards, loyal sleeper agents capable of betrayal at his command, his confidence for the final showdown in Shangjing soared. Enough. On your feet, Yifan commanded. The mission to hunt Song Yang ends now. Report back that I intervened. And from this moment on your names are number 1 and number 2. He'd realized, as the Crimson Thread Overlord physique evolved alongside his bone refinement, more parasitic hosts would inevitably cross his path. Remembering their original names was pointless, numbering them was far simpler. As you will, Master. The two obeyed and vanished with a single leap. Strangely, though their free will remained suppressed, they seemed sharper now. Was it because their master had changed? Aftermath and alliances. Boss, you're just letting them go? Yu Chang stepped forward, uneasy. Eliminating 2 martial emperors would have weakened the 4 great families. Fewer obstacles when we take over. He hadn't witnessed the full extent of Yi Fan's control. Relax. There'll be assets when the time comes, Yi Fan assured. Thus, what had been a life-or-death chase for Song Yang dissolved effortlessly. From behind a tree, Song Yang finally peeked out. Young Master Yi, it's really over? They won't return. Yi Fan almost laughed. This timid, chatty man, how had he mustered the courage to send the icy, ruthless Frost Demon to rescue him at the banquet? Polar opposites. Hard to believe Frost Demon serves him. You're safe, Yi Fan said flatly. Song Yang, head of one of the 4 guardian families, was past 40 yet skittish as a hare. Mother's choice in protectors, truly eccentric. Thank heavens. Song Yang straightened his robes and bowed deeply. Song Yang thanks you for saving my life. Then, with theatrical solemnity, head of the Song family pays respects to the young master. Welcome home. He even feigned kneeling. Spare me the act, Yi Fan said, stopping him with a hand. What's done is done. But from now on, no tricks. His gaze flicked to Frost Demon. Never. I swear on my honor. Song Yang raised a hand skyward. The 4 families may oversee the Tiankue base, but our position is precarious. One misstep and we lose everything, including the legacy your mother entrusted to us. Sending Frost Demon to the banquet was my only choice, to honor her will and protect the base. Yi Fan considered this. Not entirely unreasonable. Tiankue base housed formidable runic weaponry and engraving technology, a prize countless factions coveted. With the Divine Gate disbanded and his mother missing, the base's defenders were sitting ducks. Enough. Brief me on the 4 families and the base, Yi Fan said, shifting focus. Securing Tiankue was his priority. Of course. Panshur Prince Jin's aide already demanded control this morning. But Liang Etong, that old fox, conveniently left on business. Without all 4 family heads present, the base can't be transferred, so Panshur backed off for now. So Panshur made his move first. Panshur's staying with the Qin family, no doubt colluding with Prince Jin. The Qi family's Qi Yuan has been searching for you, but Panshur stationed 2 martial emperors to surveil him. He's practically under house arrest. The picture became clear. Song and Qi families, still loyal, likely to support Yi Fan. Liang family playing both sides, awaiting the victor. Qin family, fully aligned with Prince Jin. Since Qi Yuan can't come to us, we'll go to him, Yi Fan said with a smirk. Today's near-death ordeal had borne unexpected fruit. His mortal bones had ascended to spirit grade, his cultivation broke through to martial emperor rank 9, and the Crimson Thread physique had evolved into its overlord form. With 2 martial emperor slaves under his command and the potential for more, given Panshur's mass-produced parasitic experts, he was ready. All men are trash. Except for Master. Master is the best man in the world. You'll come to realize how wonderful he is, Yamada Keiko grew slightly intoxicated just thinking about the aura emanating from Yi Fan. In the southern suburbs of Guangxing, Yamada Keiko had purchased a villa specifically for Yi Fan, a golden house, to hide his beauties. No, rather, it was to fulfill Yi Fan's request. Corrupt the 2 saintesses, Daya and Xiaoya. Within 2 days. Yes, Sister Keiko, you're absolutely right. Brother Fan is the best man. Xiaoya nodded frantically in agreement. At first, Xiaoya had been hostile toward Yamada Keiko, but after spending some time together, the 3 quickly became close. Miss Keiko, why did you buy so many clothes? Daya stared in shock at the pile of colorful garments strewn across the sofa. Were those even clothes? Some were barely the size of a palm. What could they possibly cover? Others were sheer or lace-cut, practically see-through. How embarrassing would it be to wear them outside? A few outfits resembled flight attendant uniforms, but with 80% less fabric. There were even nurse costumes, short, flimsy things. Damn capitalists, skimping on fabric like this. Of course, it's to corrupt you too. Yamada Keiko smirked mischievously. Come on, we only have 2 days. If you don't perform well, Master won't want you anymore. Ah, sis, hurry up, let's start changing. Though Xiaoya and Daya now relied on Yifan, they still felt a twinge of anxiety at Keiko's words. Under Yamada Keiko's guidance, the two saintesses quickly caught on, and the room soon became a scene of limitless temptation. Of course, Yamada Keiko knew what Yifan really meant by corrupt, teaching Daya and Xiaoya about the dangers of society, warning them not to trust others too easily. And who better to teach them than someone as wickedly cunning as herself? She'd been drilling these lessons into them non-stop, but freedom of dress was also part of the curriculum. In 2 days, when she handed over these two exquisite saintesses, Master would surely be in for a brand new experience, and he'd definitely reward her well. Achoo! On the road to the Qi family, Yifan, traveling with Wang Fugue, Guali, and others, suddenly sneezed for no reason. Not sick. So who's talking trash about me? Shin Mange's upcoming concert in Guangxing had caused a surge in the city's population, leading to heavy traffic. Their car inched forward slowly. Song Yang, sitting beside Yifan, kept scanning the streets when he suddenly spotted an old man in the square and gasped. Huh? Old Master Qi actually snuck out. Yifan followed his gaze and saw an elderly man in a tang suit, happily munching on a candied hawthorn stick in one hand and a sugar painting in the other. Sticky syrup clung to his white beard as he smacked his lips. Delicious! Thank you, my dear granddaughter. Jiao Jiao is the only one who pampers me. Beside him, a girl in denim shorts and a ponytail grinned. Of course, you spoiled me rotten when I was little. Eat slowly, the bodyguards won't catch us here. I'll keep watch. That's Qi Debong, the Qi family patriarch, and his granddaughter Qi Jiao, Song Yang explained. The old man has severe diabetes and other chronic illnesses, so his family forbids sweets. But he keeps sneaking out for candied treats. Gets caught all the time. Lately, Qi Jiao's been helping him escape. Yifan couldn't help but smile. His own grandfather, Yi Zhenghua, had fought his whole life, only for their family to be nearly wiped out. Sigh. I have to work harder. Revive the Yi family and ensure its prosperity. The Yi clan once had 10 great talents. Under his leadership, they'd have 20, 30, even more. Running through the names in his head, Wang Fei from Shangjing, Qiu Wan from Huadu, Ren Shuiying, Imperial Consort Jining Xuan, Daya, Xiaoya, Yamada Keiko. Yeah, it's doable. Just as their car was about to move, Yifan spotted a man in a baseball cap rushing toward Qi Debong and Qi Jiao, deliberately bumping into the old man. Sorry, so sorry. Wasn't looking where I was going. The man steadied Qi Debong, his face hidden behind sunglasses. But in that split second, unnoticed by anyone, the man's fingernail flicked 3 specks of powder into Qi Debang's mouth. From a distance, Yifan saw the thick black aura swirling within the powder. Poison. A deadly cocktail of toxins, and one he'd never encountered before. No harm done, young man. Just be careful next time. At least my candied hawthorn's safe. Qi Debong chuckled, oblivious. The man nodded and vanished into the crowd. Stop the car. Yifan barked at Wang Fugue, already leaping toward Qi Debong. The poison was fast-acting and complex. He wasn't sure how quickly it would take effect, but he had to act now. Normally, he'd ignore such things, but Song Yang had said the Qi family were loyal allies of his mother. He couldn't turn a blind eye. Grabbing Qi Debang's wrist, Yifan's expression darkened. The old man's condition was dire, frail, riddled with illness, and now venom surging through his veins. Without immediate treatment, it'd be catastrophic. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of my grandpa. Qi Jiao slapped Yifan's hand away and shielded Qi Debong. Back off. Miss, your grandfather's been poisoned, Yifan said urgently. That man just dosed him. If you don't let me help, he'll start vomiting blood and convulsing. It might be too late to save him. Poisoned? What kind of scam is this? Qi Jiao glared. A guy bumps into him, and now he's poisoned? Don't make me laugh. Yifan sighed. I'm serious. Every second counts. Shut up. Stop cursing my grandpa. Chi Jiao brandished her phone. Scammer. Get lost, or I'm calling the police. Her white tank top trembled with rage, along with other volatile assets. These damn con artists are getting bolder by the day. What did you just say about my big brother? Keep running your mouth and I'll beat you up. Before Yi Fan could even speak, Wang Fugue had already charged forward. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he loomed over Chi Jiao's petite frame like an iron tower, glaring down at her menacingly. Chi Jiao, with her twin ponytails, tiny shorts, and a white crop top, looked almost like a middle schooler next to Wang Fugue, barely reaching his chest. But despite his intimidating presence, she didn't back down an inch. What are you yelling for, you big oaf? You think I'm scared of you? She planted her hands on her hips and glared right back. Humph. A musclehead like you, all brawn and no brains, you might not even be a match for me. Oh, you little. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wang Fugue's face darkened. As a martial venerable with his special black tortoise armor, he had never feared a fight. Yet here he was, being threatened by a girl half his size. He stepped forward, reaching out to grab her shoulder, intending to throw her to the ground and teach her a lesson. His arm was already charged with martial energy. Bam! But to his shock, Chi Jiu brutally swatted his hand away. Oh? So you know martial arts? Wang Fugue sneered. Fine. Let's see how much my fists hurt when they land on you. With a cold snort, he unleashed the full power of his Grandmaster-level strength, throwing a punch straight at Chi Jiao's chest. Mercy? Not a chance. In Wang Fugue's eyes, women were nothing but trouble. If fists could solve a problem, words were a waste of time. Chi Jiao smirked. Instead of dodging, she simply cocked her fist and met his punch head-on. No technique, no finesse, just raw force. Boom. A shockwave erupted, followed by a dull thud. A figure went flying, but to everyone's astonishment, it wasn't Chi Jiao. It was Wang Fugue. The 2-meter-tall giant had been sent flying by a tiny, doll-like girl who now rubbed her nose with a bored expression. Humph. Thought you were strong? What a joke. Why even act tough? Ha! Even Yu Fan, who had been watching from the sidelines, was stunned. This doesn't make sense. When Wang Fugue attacked, Yi Fan had sensed no martial energy from Chi Jiao. He'd even worried she might get hurt. Yet her tiny fist had sent a martial venerable flying. Even if Wang Fugue had only used Grandmaster-level strength, an ordinary girl shouldn't have been able to counter that. Damn it, you little brat. You cheated. I wasn't ready, let's go again. Wang Fugue, sprawled on the ground, roared in fury and surged forward, martial energy flaring. But Guili, glancing at Yi Fan, grabbed him. Calm down, old Wang. Let the boss decide first. Meanwhile, Song Yang hurried over, seeing Yi Fan's confusion. Young Master Yi, I didn't get a chance to introduce her earlier. Chi Jiao was born with freakish strength. She's never trained in martial arts, but even grandmasters can't take a punch from her. No martial arts, but natural brute strength? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, studying Chi Jiao with a faint smile. Interesting. His mother's 4 great families each had their own quirks, it seemed. Miss, we're not scammers. Your grandfather really is poisoned. If we don't act fast, he'll die. Yi Fan glanced at Chi Debang, his demon eye revealing the black toxins creeping toward the old man's organs. I need to block the poison now. That's right, Ajiao. It's me, Uncle Song. Young Master Yi isn't lying. If he says your grandfather's poisoned, it's true. Elder Chi, do you remember me? I'm Song Yang. Song Yang stepped forward, introducing himself. Huh? What Yang? What way? Are you with these scammers too? I'll call the cops. To everyone's shock, Chi Debang, who had seemed perfectly normal, responded with utter nonsense. Song Yang frowned. What's wrong with Elder Chi? Chi Jiao sighed. Lately his body's been better, but his mind, he only recognizes me now. Not even my father. She hesitated, then added, Uncle Song, you haven't been tricked too, have you? Scammers work in groups these days. My grandfather's fine, he doesn't need any help. You should stay away from them. Come on, Grandpa. Let's go. No playing with scammers. She tugged at her grandfather's arm, trying to leave. But Yi Fan could see the poison nearing the old man's heart. These were his mother's most loyal subordinates. He couldn't just walk away. But this violent little brat kept getting in the way. Fine. Time to get rough. Move. Yi Fan shoved Chi Jiao aside, pulling out silver needles. In a flash, he struck several vital points on Chi Debang's body, channeling energy to protect his heart. This wouldn't cure him, but it would buy time. You. Let go of my grandfather, you scammer. Chi Jiao lunged at him, but Yi Fan grabbed her twin ponytails and slammed her face first into a nearby pillar, squishing her cheeks against the stone. Bastard! How dare you treat me like this? I'll kill you. She thrashed, swinging her fists, but Yifan twisted her ponytails around her wrists, pinning her in place. Since he needed both hands for the Ghost Valley 13 Needles technique, he planted a foot on her slender waist, pressing her against the pillar to keep her still. Holy! The onlookers gaped. What the hell? That tiny waist, meant to be held, maybe even gripped during more intimate moments, and this guy was stepping on it. Was he even human? Qi Jiao was livid. You. This is the ultimate insult. Let me go, or I swear I'll murder you. What kind of people were these? First, a giant oaf tried to punch her. Now, this seemingly refined guy was stepping on her. Elegant on the outside, savage on the inside, typical. Whoosh. 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 Yifan completely ignored Qi Jiao as his silver needles swiftly pierced through old Master Qi's skin. Using his inner energy, he formed a protective barrier within the old man's body, blocking the toxins from reaching his heart. This way, although the poison in Qi Debang's body would still take effect, at least he wouldn't die immediately. Hey man, that's not cool. Bullying a young girl and an old man, what kind of skill is that? Yeah. Waving around a silver needle like you're some reincarnation of Hua Tua? Scammers these days are getting way too convincing. Come on, everyone, let's draw a circle and curse him. We can't let scum like this get away with it in broad daylight. Let go of the old man, or we'll call the police. As the crowd grew rowdier, the onlookers raised wrenches, canes, and even watermelons ready to hurl them at Yifan. You idiots! My boss is saving the old man, are you blind? Wang Fugue, already furious, grew even angrier at the clueless crowd. One punch from me and you're done for. Look, he's mad. They're mad. Damn scammer. Damn scammer. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Yifan frowned and scanned the crowd. Besides the man in the baseball cap who had left earlier, he spotted several other suspicious figures lurking among the bystanders, and they were the ones stirring up the commotion the most. Humph. So it was a coordinated attack. Poisoning old Master Qi wasn't as simple as it seemed. The Qi family's most coveted asset right now was control over their base. These guys were probably after that. Just as Wang Fugue was about to throw a punch, Yifan stopped him and turned to Qi Jiao. Qi Jiao was pinned against a pillar by Yifan's foot, her face squished and her chest. After screaming in frustration, she finally snapped. I'm going berserk. Ah! With a fierce cry, a faint golden glow enveloped her body. The next second, she headbutted the thick pillar, snap, shattering it clean in half. Boom. The 10-meter-tall concrete pillar toppled toward the crowd. What the? This little loli had a head harder than steel? She just broke a concrete pillar with her skull? Now that was hardcore. Even Yifan was stunned. A young girl with no martial energy fluctuations, yet she possessed such terrifying strength. More importantly, the moment Qi Jiao broke the pillar, the golden light around her faintly took the shape of a dragon coiling around her body. Her battle cry even carried a hint of a dragon's roar. A twin-tailed beauty, a flying dragon, and a dragon rider? For a split second, Yifan's mind flashed to a certain meme. At that moment, he even felt a reaction from the 9 dragon tattoos on his chest. Could Qi Jiao be connected to my 9 yang dragon veins? As the pillar teetered, Yifan released Qi Jiao's braid. Freeing her hands, she immediately caught the falling pillar and hoisted it above Yifan and the others. Don't push me. Back off now, or I'll unleash my ultimate move. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. Yifan smirked. This little loli might be hot-tempered, but she's got a good heart. Hey, beauty, sure you don't want me to treat your grandpa? Don't regret it later. You might even beg me to save him. He gave Qi Jiao a sly look. The poison in old Master Qi's body was temporarily suppressed, but in less than 5 minutes it would erupt violently, vomiting blood, convulsions, foaming at the mouth, his entire body turning black. The symptoms would be horrifying. Regret? You damn scammer, are you kidding? Qi Jiao regret? She scoffed. I'd rather jump into the river and drown than ever ask you for help. Get lost. Qi Jiao glared daggers at Yifan. If not for the crowd, she would have swung the pillar and flattened him on the spot. Oh? Then in 5 minutes, when your grandpa starts vomiting blood and convulsing, don't expect me to help so easily. Yifan waved dismissively. If you don't want him to die, hurry home. We'll meet again. With a smirk, he signaled Wang Fugue and the others, and they quickly retreated toward their car. Meet again? In your dreams. I hope I never see you again. Qi Jiao growled. Freak. Boss, we're just leaving like that? That angry little potato, I really wanted to teach her a lesson for hitting me. Wang Fugue grumbled, rubbing his head. Guoli chimed in, Boss, what about old Master Qi? Yifan smiled faintly. Relax. I stabilized the poison in his body for now, but that little firecracker needs a scare. He glanced around. Yu Chang was no longer there. How's Minister Yu Chang? Earlier, while treating the old man, Yi Fan had secretly instructed Yu Chang to tail the man in the baseball cap. He's still tracking him but hasn't made a move yet. Waiting for your orders. Yi Fan nodded, then scanned the crowd again. You noticed those suspicious people in the crowd, right? Have them all captured and sent to the Chi family. There's going to be quite a show later. Understood. Guoli signaled and several agile figures vanished into the crowd. After Yi Fan left, most of the onlookers dispersed, but a few remained. Hey, little girl, you okay? Damn, you're strong. You should have crushed that scammer. No mercy for people like that. Yeah, your grandpa looks perfectly healthy. How could he be sick? Ugh, some folks just love taking shortcuts. The instigators, having achieved their goal, slipped away into the alleys only to be ambushed, hooded, and knocked out cold. Every single one of them. Back in the square, Qi Jiao forcefully jammed the broken pillar back into the ground, then took her grandfather's hand. Grandpa, let's go. But Qi Debang, who had been happily eating his candy, suddenly froze, then clutched his chest. Splat! A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth like a burst pipe. His body crumpled, convulsing violently as if electrocuted. Foam bubbled from his lips, his limbs twisted unnaturally, and a guttural, inhuman sound escaped his throat. Ah! Grandpa! What's wrong? Grandpa, don't scare me. Grandpa! Qi Jiao's face paled in terror as she knelt beside him, her hands trembling. Vomiting blood, convulsions, foaming at the mouth. Exactly like that bastard said. Grandpa really was poisoned. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Go home? Yi Fan had warned her, if you don't want your grandpa to die, hurry home. The Qi family hall. The head of the Qi family, Qi Yuan, sat at the head of the hall, his face dark with anger. Seated to the side were several middle-aged men dressed in luxurious robes, their cuffs embroidered with tiger patterns. The leader, a square-faced, portly man, spoke with a false smile. Patriarch Qi, we've made our intentions clear. All we ask is for your cooperation in opening the Tiankue base so our ancient martial minor alliance can retrieve a few runic weapons. In return, these elixirs, rare cultivation manuals, and precious herbs are yours. We'll also deal with those pesky flies in your family and even handle the pressure from Prince Jin of Shangjing. With our protection, the Qi family will rise to become one of the most powerful clans in the secular world. So, what do you say? Care to reconsider? These men hailed from the ancient martial realm, a minor faction separate from the main ancient martial alliance. With the decline of the Nangong family, the current ruling clan of the alliance, the 7 major families had formed their own coalition, dissatisfied with the alliance's restrictions. The leader, Qiu Yuanji, was the deputy patriarch of the Qiu family, one of the top factions within this minor alliance. Their goal was clear. They too had set their sights on the Tiankue base. Qi Yuan frowned as he surveyed the mountains of rare elixirs, cultivation manuals, and medicinal herbs piled in the hall. With such resources, the Qi family could mass-produce elite martial artists and instantly elevate their status in the secular world. It was impossible not to be tempted. But Qi Yuan was an honest man. He still remembered the words his mistress had entrusted to him 20 years ago before her departure. If the young master returns, you must hand over the Tiankue base to him intact. And just yesterday, Qi Yuan had received a call from Song Yang. The young master had arrived in Guangchen and intended to reclaim the base. Now, whether it was Prince Jin or the so-called ancient martial minor alliance, Qi Yuan would not yield to anyone. Master Qiu, there's no need for further discussion. I've repeated myself multiple times, the Tiankue base belongs to the young master. The Qi family is merely its custodian. Without his permission, we will not surrender it to anyone. You may leave. He waved to the steward beside him. Escort them out. With that, Qi Yuan turned to leave. The Tiankue base, with its runic weapons and secret forging techniques, had clearly become a target for many. Wait! Even as the steward began ushering Qiu Yuanji and his men out, the latter remained seated, his expression darkening. Patriarch Qi, must you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Do we really have to resort to force? His voice turned icy. This is your last chance. Will you comply or not? Get out. Though mild-mannered, Qi Yuan was no pushover. Surging energy gathered in his palm as he hurled a chair straight at Qiu Yuanji. His stance was unmistakable. Fine. Very well. Qiu Yuanji's face twisted into a sneer. If you're willing to sacrifice your own father's life, then go ahead. Or perhaps you'd even abandon all 120 members of the Qi family. I suggest you call your daughter and check on your father's condition first. Who knows? The old man might already be coughing up blood by now. Ha! Qi Yuan's hair stood on end. A terrible premonition gripped him as he turned to the steward. Where are father and Jiao Jiao? Weren't they supposed to be strolling in the backyard? Just then, a guard rushed in, panic in his voice. Patriarch, bad news. The young miss sneaked out again with the old master. We're searching for them now. Qi Yuan's heart turned to ice. If they were still within the Qi estate, any foul play could be countered. But outside? Anything could happen. If you dare harm a single hair on my daughter or father, I will make you pay. He glared at Qiu Yuanji before quickly dialing his daughter, Qi Jiao, on video call. That reckless girl. He had warned her repeatedly about the unrest in Guangxing, yet she not only disobeyed but even dragged the old man along. The city square. Qi Jiao held her grandfather in her arms, watching in horror as he coughed up blood. She was still puzzling over the stranger's earlier words when her father's video call came through. Her face paled. After such a disaster, she knew a scolding was inevitable. But things had already spiraled out of control. Gritting her teeth, she answered, Dad, where are you? How's grandfather? Qi Yuan's voice cut off as he saw the old man's condition through the screen. His expression twisted in fury. What the hell happened? Someone bumped into us and then a group of people surrounded us, saying grandfather was poisoned and harassing me. After they left, he started vomiting blood. Qi Jiao recounted the events shakily. Before leaving, one of them said if we wanted grandfather to live, we had to bring him home immediately. Dad, they must be scammers. A coordinated trap. You have to be careful. A coordinated trap. Qi Yuan shot a murderous glare at Qiu Yuanji before growling into the phone, bring your grandfather back. Now. The moment he hung up, he lunged forward, seizing Qiu Yuanji by the collar and slamming him against the wall. You vile bastards. Resorting to such underhanded tricks, what kind of warriors are you? Qiu Yuanji only laughed unfazed. Underhanded or not, it works. Besides, Patriarch Qi, I gave you a chance. You forced her hand. Blame yourself. His grin widened. Tell your precious daughter to hurry back. The antidote won't last forever. If the old man dies, that's on you. Qi Yuan's fists trembled with the urge to crush these scum. But with his father's life hanging by a thread, he had no choice but to swallow his rage. Just then, a guard rushed in. Patriarch. A group has arrived at the gate. They claim to have met the young miss and say they can save the old master. Qi Yuan's face darkened further. These bastards move fast. A coordinated trap, indeed. Now they had the audacity to show up at his doorstep? Fine. Let's see who dares poison my father and then flaunt it in my face. Let them in. Pass my order, all members of the Qi family prepare for battle. With a grim expression, Qi Yuan strode toward the entrance of the grand hall. These bastards dare lay a hand on my family? Qi Yuan had already made up his mind, today blood would be spilled. As Qi Yuan seethed with rage, Qiu Yuanji and the men beside him exchanged puzzled glances. According to their plan, the operatives who poisoned the Qi family were supposed to withdraw from Guangxing immediately after completing their mission. The rest would be handled by Qiu Yuanji and his men. So why are they now at the Qi family's doorstep? Though the scheme was already an open secret, Qiu Yuanji's poisoning had torn off all pretenses, it was still best to avoid letting their operatives fall into Qi Yuan's hands. Using such underhanded tactics against a secular family would draw heavy criticism in the martial world. Elder Qiu. The men turned to Qiu Yuanji. Annoyed, Qiu Yuanji snapped, Don't look at me like that. I'm not stupid enough to arrange this. I'll call and find out what's going on. He pulled out his phone and dialed the numbers of the operatives responsible for the poisoning and surveillance. Beep, beep, beep. One call after another, but none connected. What's happening? We just saw old Master Qi poisoned. Could something have gone wrong? Qiu Yuanji's companions grew uneasy. If the four great families of Guangxin, the overseers of the Tiankue base, fully turn against us, we'll be in deep trouble. What's there to fear? We're all martial emperor-level experts. Even if we can't win, can't we at least escape? Qiu Yuanji's heart skipped a beat. Let's go out and see. At the Qi family's gates stood Yifan, Guoli, Wang Fugue, and the others. Song Yang had received an urgent call and was still on the phone in the car, leaving only Yifan and Guoli's group at the entrance. Which bastards dared poison my father? Qi Yuan stormed out, waving his hand as a swarm of Qi family bodyguards encircled Yifan and his companions. You're courting death. His sharp gaze swept over Yifan and Guoli, then paused. Young Master Yi? Yifan, once known as the foolish young master of the Yi family, had recently awakened and caused massive upheavals in Yunqian, Tianan province, and Huadu. The Xuanwu domain had even named him its new heir, and the imperial court had announced the establishment of the Grand Preceptor's residence. Though the news was suppressed, the Qi family had their own channels. With such a rising star, how could the Qi family not pay attention? Indeed, family head Qi, my unannounced visit today concerns some past matters. Yi Fan gave a slight bow, studying Qi Yuan. The resemblance between father and daughter was clear, both carried the same fierce energy. Move. Get out of the way. Before Yi Fan could finish, the bodyguards at the gate were shoved aside as Qi Jiao rushed in, carrying her grandfather, Qi Debang, on her back. The moment she spotted Yi Fan, she exploded. You damn con artists. So it was you even had the nerve to come to our home. Dad, it's them. They ambushed Grandpa and me earlier. That bastard kicked me in the waist, pinned me to a pillar, and kept stabbing Grandpa with needles. I'm sure Grandpa vomited blood because of his acupuncture. Dad, hurry, arrest them all. Qi Jiao ranted furiously, then turned to the stunned bodyguards. What are you all standing around for? Move. If anything happens to Grandpa, I'll hold you responsible. Jiao, calm down. There might be a misunderstanding here. Qi Yuan rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. Given Yi Fan's current status and reputation, not to mention his inevitable succession as the Tiankue base's young master, why would he poison old Master Qi? Wouldn't that be completely pointless? But Qi Jiao is beyond reason. There's no misunderstanding. Dad, look at that guy's smug grin, it's definitely them. Did they threaten you with Grandpa's life? She was vaguely aware of the Qi family's internal struggles. Her grandfather had faced assassination and kidnapping attempts before. Well, there was a threat, but... Qi Yuan glanced toward the hall. The ones threatening him weren't Yi Fan and his group, it was someone else entirely. Before Qi Yuan could explain, Song Yang strode in from the courtyard, having finished his call. Brother Qi, you've always wanted to meet young Master Yi in person. Well, here he is. With him here, the Tiankue base matter will be resolved. But Zhao Jiu seems to have misunderstood us. Brother Qi, you should clarify things. The sight of Song Yang only enraged Qi Jiao further. Dad, even Uncle Song has been brainwashed by these frauds. We have to save him today. Her hysterics left Yi Fan, Wang Fugue, and Guili speechless. This hot-headed little potato might be strong, but is she missing a screw or two? Little potato, if you keep calling us frauds, I will smack you, Wang Fugue growled, cracking his knuckles. Shut up, you useless oaf. I don't have time for your nonsense. That's it. I can't take it anymore. Wang Fugue turned to Yi Fan with a pleading look. Brother, I really want to teach her a lesson. Yi Fan remained calm, his keen senses scanning the courtyard. He quickly detected the uneasy presence of Qiu Yuanji and his men in the hall. Damn it. Yi Fan showing up now complicates everything, one of Qiu Yuanji's men muttered. With the Nangong family backing him, they even wiped out the Feng family. We can't afford to clash with him directly yet. Yeah. Is today's plan a bust? A sense of foreboding crept into Qiu Yuanji's heart. Were my missing operatives Yi Fan's doing? Come out. Yi Fan's voice boomed, resonating deep into the souls of everyone present. If you dared act, dare you not admit it? No use hiding now. Qiu Yuanji sighed and stepped out of the hall with his two companions. In the courtyard, Qi Jiao was still fuming until she noticed everyone's calm demeanor. Then she saw the three martial experts emerge from the hall. Her brow furrowed. Slowly, she turned to her father. Qi Yuan nodded. That's right, Jiao Jiao. I was about to say someone did threaten us, claiming they poisoned your grandfather. But it wasn't young Master Yi. He glared at Qiu Yuanji before bowing slightly to Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Qi Jiao stood frozen, the wind tousling her hair. So, it was all a misunderstanding? I've been a complete fool. Qi Jiao's gaze snapped to Yi Fan, who smirked. Told you we'd meet again. Her mind reeled. Was he really detoxifying Grandpa earlier? When did the poisoning even happen? Wang Fugue crowed, Little potato, wake up. Without Big Bro's help, your grandpa'd be worm food. Grovel properly. Yet Qi Jiao's eyes narrowed. Dad, they're probably all collaborators. Qi Yuan gaped at his daughter's logic leap. Yi Fan owns Tiankue base, why sabotage it? Moron. Yi Fan resisted the urge to spank some sense into her. Good thing I planned to tame this wildcat. Seizing the opening, Qiu Yuanji hissed to allies, exactly? We're partners. Yi Fan orchestrated the poisoning. The synchronized lies made even Qi Yuan waver. Who should I believe? Bullshit. Wang Fugue roared. I witnessed Yi Fan saving old Master Qi. Arrest them all. Qi Jiao insisted. Still delusional? Yi Fan whistled sharply. Thud. Thud. Yu Chong's squad hauled in hooded prisoners who immediately incriminated themselves. Release us. Xiao Yuanji will, poisoned old Qi myself. What do you do? Only our antidote, Xiao Yuanji paled all my operatives captured? Qi Zhao's breath hitched recognizing the baseball-capped man from the square. That collision was the poisoning? So Yu Fan was genuinely helping? After I bit him? Mortification burned her cheeks. The prisoners' hoods yanked off exposed their panic. Boss Qiao, you promised, I recorded our deal, Idiots. Xiao Yuanji's fingers twitched toward escape. Seize them. Shi Yuan finally ordered. With a derisive laugh, Xiao brandished a vial. Move and I shatter the antidote. Tension crackled until a shink. 3,000 crimson threads speared through Qiao's group, paralyzing the mid-step. My body. Xiao croaked as the threads severed his meridian control. Just how strong is this foolish Heir? The vial levitated to Yi Fan, who sniffed it, then smashed it. Hiss. The liquid ate through concrete instantly. No antidote exists. Xiao grinned bleakly. 72 synergistic toxins. Enjoy watching old Qi croak, Qi Zhao's stomach dropped. No. Antidote? Her earlier vow echoed mockingly. I drowned before begging Yi Fan. Now her eyes darted to the courtyard lake. Do I actually have to jump? Thud. Yi Fan suddenly struck, his fist shattering Qiao Yuanji's chest in a single blow. He sneered coldly. You thought you could drag someone down with you? Dream on. As he spoke, Yi Fan grabbed Qiao Yuanji's head and activated the 7 stars soul-extinguishing hand. Ah! What are you doing? The overwhelming mental force surged into Qiao Yuanji's mind, compounded by the searing pain in his chest, making him scream in agony. But it lasted only a moment. Under the crushing pressure of the technique, Qiao Yuanji's expression dulled, his eyes turning hollow. Where's the antidote? Yi Fan demanded coldly, his mental energy scouring Qiao Yuanji's mind. There is no antidote. We never intended to let old Master Qi live. Gasp. The crowd inhaled sharply. It was clear Yi Fan had used some form of mental control akin to hypnosis to force the truth out. If even under such coercion Qiao Yuanji insisted there was no antidote, then it must be true. Frowning, Yi Fan released Qiao Yuanji and turned to old Master Qi. Thanks to Yi Fan's earlier use of the Ghost Valley 13 needles to protect the old man's heart meridians, old Master Qi, though still coughing blood and convulsing, was temporarily stabilized from immediate death. Give it up, Yi Fan. You can't save Qi Debong. One of Qiao Yuanji's remaining companions sneered. Humph. Did you really think securing the Tiankue base would be so easy? Even if you take it, you won't hold it for long. Whoosh. With a mere thought, Yi Fan summoned the ember flame, reducing the 2 men to ashes in an instant. Who said I can't save him? Yi Fan smirked, his gaze shifting to Qi Zhao. Under his stare, Qi Zhao shivered. Shi Yuan, realizing the situation, stepped forward. Young Master Yi, please save my father. His voice was heavy with helplessness as he watched his father suffer. Yi Fan chuckled lightly. Of course I'll save him. But I'm waiting for someone to speak up. Someone who called me a fraud earlier. My mood isn't exactly pleasant right now. Qi Yuan sighed, glancing at his daughter. This spoiled girl. Qi Zhao finally understood. She had misjudged Yi Fan. He had been trying to save her grandfather, yet she had insulted him, even threatened him. I swore I'd never beg him, but now I have to. Mortifying. Her toes curled in embarrassment. But seeing her grandfather's condition worsen, she clenched her teeth. I'm sorry. She bowed deeply at a perfect 90 degrees, her voice strained. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you a fraud. Please, save my grandfather. Her mechanical bow left her loose tank top barely containing her ample curves, her hair cascading to hide her flushed face. Damn you, Yi Fan. If you can't save him, I'll chop you into pieces. She bit her lip, seething inwardly. Oh? Is this how you beg? Yi Fan's smirk widened. The Qi family steward couldn't take it anymore. Master Qi, this has gone far enough. The old master won't last much longer. Qi Yuan, though anxious, sensed Yi Fan's intent. Let's wait. As I recall, Yi Fan mused, you said you'd rather drown than beg me, didn't you? Wang Fugue seized the moment. That's right. You were so full of yourself earlier, little potato. Go on, jump into the lake. Do it and my brother will save your grandfather. He hadn't forgotten the punch she'd landed on him. You. Qi Zhao glared at them. Have you no mercy at all? Mercy? Not a chance. Fine. I'll jump. Without hesitation, she leaped into the nearby lake. Splash. The petite girl flailed in the deep water, gasping and choking. Qi Yuan paled. Someone help her. She can't swim. What? Yifan was stunned. This reckless girl, he had only meant to teach her a lesson, not drown her. As Qi Jiao sank, Yifan flashed forward, scooping her out of the water and onto the shore. Drenched, her thin clothes clung to her body, accentuating every curve. Her shorts had slipped slightly, revealing the edge of black lace beneath. Her fair skin, long legs, all exuded a mix of innocence and seduction. Even Yifan, no stranger to beauty, felt a stir. Cough. Qi Jiao clung to him like an octopus, her arms locked around his neck, her body pressed flush against his. Her assets left his shirt soaked. His hands hovered awkwardly. Where do I even hold her? D-Dragon. Holy hell. Wang Fuguei suddenly shouted. A dragon's wrapped around Brother Yi. Everyone blinked. A faint golden light shimmered around Qi Jiao, coiling like a joyful serpent around Yifan. A dragon's aura? What the hell was this? Wang Fuguei and the others had noticed the peculiar state of Qi Jiao, and naturally so had Yifan. Back in the square, Yifan had already sensed the dragon-shaped pattern on Qi Jiao's body, accompanied by faint draconic whispers. At the time, he couldn't be certain, but now he saw it clearly. The 9 dragon sigils on his own chest were glowing brilliantly, one of them pulsing with radiant light as if resonating with the mark on Qi Jiao. And then there was her slender waist, delicate yet alluring, exerting an inexplicable pull on him. It was as if an invisible force guided his hand toward her. Hiss! The moment Yifan's fingers brushed against Qi Jiao's waist, a surge of ancient, overwhelming energy flooded from her body into his. It carried the joy of a long-awaited reunion, the relief of a millennia-old yearning finally fulfilled. The sensation was surreal. Yifan stared at the petite girl with her ponytail, his brow furrowed in confusion. A deep, inexplicable connection tugged at his mind, yet its nature eluded him. MMM. A soft moan escaped Qi Jiao's lips as Yifan's scorching palm pressed against her waist. Her eyes, glazed with emotion, locked onto his as she whispered, "My king, have I finally found you?" The words struck Yifan like thunder. "What did you just say?" His gaze sharpened. This girl seemed to know something about the truth behind his 9-dragon yang meridian. But his hope was short-lived. Startled by his question, Qi Jiao snapped out of her daze, her face flushing. "Why you? Where are you touching? Let go of me." The golden dragon-shaped aura surrounding her vanished instantly. As soon as she scolded him, Qi Jiao realized her own compromising position. Her limbs tangled around Yifan like an octopus. She had been the one clinging to him. Her voice faltered. Thank you." Only now did it dawn on her. Yifan had just saved her life. This is so embarrassing. Why did every encounter with him end like this? But what shocked her even more was the surge of energy coursing through her body the moment Yifan withdrew his hand. A torrent of warmth flooded her meridians, condensing into martial essence in mere seconds. For years, Qi Jiao had been unable to cultivate even a wisp of martial power. Yet now, after a single touch from Yifan, her strength had skyrocketed, reaching the control realm, bordering on Grandmaster level. How? Was his hand that magical? And stranger still, after their brief contact, an irresistible pull drew her toward him, as if he were someone irreplaceable in her life. "You're welcome," Yifan replied, his tone softer now. He, too, sensed the mysterious link between them. That cryptic phrase she'd uttered seemed like a subconscious call from her bloodline, a riddle yet to be deciphered. But one thing was certain. He'd keep this feisty little firecracker by his side. After all, their bloodlines were undeniably connected. Meanwhile, cough, cough, old Master Qi Debong vomited another mouthful of blood. This time, pitch black. "Father!" Qi Yuan's voice trembled with panic. "Young Master Yi, please." Yifan's expression darkened. He swiftly laid the old man on a stone table in the courtyard and summoned 81 silver needles. With precision, he unleashed the Ghost Valley 13 needles, a long-lost art capable of snatching lives from the jaws of death. Channeling his inner energy, Yifan sealed the toxins within Qi Debang's body, forcing them toward his arms. Under normal circumstances, even 72 different poisons would have been purged by now, aided by Yifan's Emberflame and Crimson Silk Overlord physique. But just as success seemed imminent, the toxins regenerated. In the blink of an eye, they surged back, flooding the old man's veins anew. Worse, lurking within the poison was a sinister, shadowy energy. Soul-binding wood? Yifan's face paled. Hours ago, he'd nearly died from this very energy after Panshir's ambush. Now it was inside Chi Debong too? Did the Jin family and the ancient martial alliance share the same sinister backer? Was this the work of that immortal? Fortunately, the dark energy here was weaker, confined to the blood, not the bones. But without the Ember Flame or the 9-Dragon Yang Meridian, purging it safely was near impossible. The flames required would reduce the old man to ashes. Young Master Yi, what's wrong? Qi Yuan asked anxiously. Qi Jiao bit her lip. Yifan, if you're holding back because of me, fine. If you cure Grandpa, I'll give myself to you. Her face burned as she glared. Humph. Men are all the same. Yifan nearly choked. What nonsense is this? If not for her earlier interference at the square, the poison wouldn't have progressed this far. Cough. More black blood spilled from Qi Debang's lips, his skin now darkening ominously. Nearby, the half-dead Xiao Yuanqi let out a hoarse laugh. Save your effort, Yifan. Our poison is reinforced by a master's curse. Unless you drain his blood, the toxins will keep reviving. Qi Debang is doomed. Damn it. Yifan clenched his fists. If the old man died here, even if Qi Yuan still handed over the Tiankue base, resentment would fester. What do I do? Around him, Guoli, Wang Fugue, Yu Chong, and Qi Yuan watched in despair. The sound of flowing water from the nearby lake echoed softly. Water. Exchange. A wild idea struck Yifan. His eyes flicked to Qiao Yuanqi, still breathing. Blood replacement. Minister Yu. Quickly use your vitality energy to assist Qiao Yuanqi, but make sure he doesn't die right away. Yifan barked at Yu Chong, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. Humph. This Qiao Yuanqi wanted to wait and watch me fail, didn't he? Well, let him be hoist with his own petard. Yifan's plan was simple. Since old Master Qi's blood had been completely tainted beyond salvation, requiring a full blood replacement to save his life, why not discard it entirely? Instead, he would exchange it with Qiao Yuanqi's blood. Qiao Yuanqi was in his prime, a martial emperor at the peak of health. Swapping his blood with old Master Qi's would be perfect. In a hospital, such a procedure would require cumbersome dialysis equipment. But Yifan had the 3,000 crimson threads, and the crimson thread overlord body creating fine conduits was effortless for him. Yifan, I already promised myself to you. Don't give me hope just to crush it, all right? Please save my grandfather. Why did you stop? If you cure him, I'll obey you in everything from now on, I swear. Qi Jiao's voice trembled with tears as she clutched Yifan's arm, shaking it desperately. Though her movements inadvertently pressed against him, sending warmth through his body, Yifan had no mind for such distractions now. Remember your words. The moment he spoke, Yifan realized the unintended implication. He had meant to remind Qi Jiao to obey him in the future, but the phrasing sounded different. No time to explain, old Master Qi's life was fading fast. Move aside. Shoving Qi Jiao away, Yifan summoned the 3,000 crimson threads from his wrist. Half of them snaked into old Master Qi's body, while the other half burrowed into Qiao Yuanqi's veins, entwining with his blood and siphoning it away. Under Yu Chong's control, Qiao Yuanqi couldn't even die if he wanted to. Despite the gaping hole in his chest, his wound had been staunched, and Yu Chong's vitality energy kept him agonizingly conscious. Yifan, you devil! What the hell are you doing? Just kill me if you want. What kind of sick game is this? Qiao Yuanqi's healthy blood surged through the crimson conduits, funneling into old Master Qi's veins. Meanwhile, the tainted blood from old Master Qi was extracted and pumped into Qiao Yuanqi's body. The corrupted blood, laced with dark energy, tried to corrode the crimson threads, but a flash of golden light from Yifan's crimson thread overlord body instantly subdued it. Though each thread was hair-thin, thousands worked in unison. Within moments, old Master Qi's once blackened skin regained its normal hue. On the other hand, half of Qiao Yuanqi's body had been drained and replaced with the tainted blood, his flesh now darkening grotesquely. Damn you, Yifan! You treacherous bastard, stealing my blood like this. Stop! Stop! Aya! Qiao Yuanqi wasn't afraid of death, but this humiliation was unbearable. This was supposed to be my victory. I came to kill old Master Qi to force Qi Yuan to surrender, and now I'm the one dying in his place. His roars of fury were futile. In under a minute, the blood exchange was complete. Yi Fan retracted the threads and nodded at Yu Chang, who released Qiu Yuanji. By now, Qiu Yuanji's body was shrouded in black toxins, his flesh withering into charcoal. 72 poisons ravaged him, his veins dissolving under the dark energy's corrosion. You're a demon. With a final hateful glare, Qiu Yuanji collapsed, his body melting into a pool of putrid blood. A flick of Yi Fan's wrist summoned ember flame, incinerating the remains into nothingness. Just like that, he was gone. The sheer audacity of Yi Fan's plan left everyone speechless. Blood exchange? Swapping fates? How did he even conceive of something like this? Qi Yuan and Song Yang stared at Yi Fan with awe. This young master might even surpass his mother's legendary prowess. After years of humiliation, is the Tiankue base finally rising again? Flames, crimson threads, just how many secrets does he hold? Wang Fugue, ever the simpleton, barely batted an eye. He was used to his boss's miracles. Yu Chang nodded sagely. As expected of the pavilion master. Qi Jiao exhaled in relief. That bastard Qiu Yuanji got what he deserved. But was her grandfather truly saved? Grandfather. She called softly, leaning over old Master Qi's still form. Father? Can you hear me? Qi Yuan gripped his father's hand, voice trembling with hope. No response. Qi Yuan checked for a pulse, then recoiled in horror. No breath. Young Master Yi, you said he'd be fine. What's happening? Yi Fan frowned. Impossible. His demon eye had confirmed it. Old Master Qi's body was cleansed, his ailments erased. He should have been as robust as a man in his 40s. Ha! Got you, didn't I? Suddenly, old Master Qi sprang upright, leaping off the table with a grin. I feel 50 years younger, strong enough to punch a mountain. Qi Yuan and Qi Jiao gaped. This old man, still so mischievous even at death's door. Come. Today calls for celebration, a feast in young Master Yi's honor, to thank him for saving my life. Old Master Qi declared, bowing deeply to Yi Fan. But as the group moved to leave, 2 martial emperors materialized, blocking the gate. Apologies. Without the chief steward's permission, no one leaves this compound. The overseers sent by Pan Shir had arrived. Seeing the emergence of these 2 martial emperor-level powerhouses, Qi Yuan gave a bitter smile. It's these 2 big idiots who have been monitoring me since last night. Although Qi Yuan had barely entered the martial emperor level, his strength was only at the 1st grade. Facing 2 third-grade martial emperor experts, he stood no chance, especially with so many family members around. Thus, Qi Yuan had no choice but to endure. Don't call us big idiots? Patriarch Qi Yuan, we've put up with you long enough. If you keep calling us that, we won't be polite anymore. Yi Fan glanced at them and detected parasitic eggs within these 2 martial emperors as well. However, these 2 seemed slightly smarter than the ones who had been chasing Song Yang earlier. But with Yi Fan's red silk overlord physique, the suppression of his bloodline far surpassed the influence of those parasitic eggs, making him completely unafraid. What if I insist on taking Patriarch Qi Yuan with me? Yi Fan took a step forward, calmly staring down the 2 martial emperor experts. Any who defy the chief steward's orders execute without mercy. The 2 martial emperors responded in unison, their martial aura surging violently. Be careful. Qi Jiao, seeing Yi Fan stepping forward to confront the 2 martial emperors face to face, couldn't help but feel anxious. She rushed to Yi Fan's side, fists raised, ready to fight. Let's just avoid direct conflict with them. You might get hurt. Qi Jiao knew Yi Fan was incredibly skilled in medicine but had no idea just how formidable he really was. Due to their previous intimate contact and the appearance of the dragon-shaped light, Qi Jiao felt an inexplicable connection with Yi Fan. Hurt? Upon hearing Qi Jiao's words, Song Yang and Wang Fugue's faces twitched uncontrollably. At this point, Yi Fan's strength was already at the 9th grade martial emperor level. If he wanted to deal with these low-level martial emperors, he could wipe them out instantly. Not to mention, with his red silk overlord physique, Yi Fan could easily subdue these martial emperors. How on earth could he get hurt? But conflict today is inevitable. Yi Fan smiled faintly. If he wanted to take control of the Tiankue base, he needed the support of the Qi family. And with Pan Shir sending 2 experts to hold Qi Yuan hostage, how could Qi Yuan possibly support Yi Fan? Before Qi Jiao could continue, Yi Fan cut her off. Don't worry. I have my own methods. Within 30 seconds, without even making a move, I'll have them kneeling on the ground calling me Daddy. What? Qi Jiao looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. Yi Fan, stop bragging. There's still 2 third-grade martial emperors. If you said you could beat them down and make them call you daddy, that'd be one thing. But without lifting a finger? No way. Exactly. We would never call you daddy. The two martial emperors on the other side scowled, hands gripping the hilts of their battle sabers. Though Yifan hadn't made a move yet, their instincts screamed that he was dangerous, especially with the aura emanating from him that made them want to kneel and worship. That aura was none other than the influence of Yifan's red silk overlord physique. The red silk spirit within him was akin to a monarch compared to the parasitic eggs in their bodies. Under the strict hierarchical suppression of the parasitic lineage, lower-ranking beings had no choice but to submit to higher-ranking ones. You'll have no choice but to call me that. Yifan took another step forward, now nearly face-to-face with the two martial emperors. Don't come any closer, or I'll slash you. The two martial emperors brandished their sabers, struggling to strike Yifan due to the overwhelming pressure from his aura. Despite their threats, they couldn't bring themselves to swing at him. Go ahead. Slash me right here. Yifan pointed at his head, even stretching his neck toward their blades. I'll really do it. I'm warning you, don't push me. Trembling with fear, the two martial emperors' faces twisted in terror, their sabers shaking uncontrollably in their hands. Even with Yifan's neck right under their blades, they couldn't bring themselves to strike. In fact, they subconsciously angled their sabers away, ensuring they didn't accidentally slash at him. Witnessing this, Qiyuan, Qida, Qi Jiao, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was happening? Was Yifan their long-lost father or something? He was practically taunting them point-blank, yet these two martial emperors who had been so arrogant just last night were now trembling before him? Meanwhile, Song Yang watched the scene with satisfaction. Earlier, when Yifan dealt with the two martial emperors chasing him, he hadn't gotten a clear look. Now he realized Yifan must possess some unfathomable, supreme technique. Shaking his head, Yifan strode forward and placed his hands on the shoulders of the two martial emperors. In an instant, strands of red silk overlord spiritual energy invaded their bodies, swiftly binding their parasitic eggs and forcibly collecting Ren. Streams of golden energy flowed through the threads into Yifan's body, replenishing and thickening the golden threads in his dantian that had previously weakened. Once the red silk overlord tendrils forcibly merged with the parasitic tendrils in the martial emperor's bodies, the pressure of bloodline suppression overwhelmed them. Their expressions shifted from fear to absolute reverence and worship. This subordinate pays homage to the master. Thud. Thud. Under Qi Jiao's disbelieving gaze, the two martial emperors knelt before Yifan, declaring their loyalty as master. Even if he hadn't made them call him daddy, the impact of this scene on Qiyuan and Qi Jiao was far greater than any jest could have achieved. Yifan, how in the world did you do this? Qi Jiao's voice trembled as she stared at the kneeling martial emperors. Just a touch and they submitted. Young master, you're truly awe-inspiring. Though Qiyuan didn't fully understand what had happened, recalling the mysterious abilities that the young miss had demonstrated 20 years ago, it all made sense. If this was the bloodline of that young miss, then everything had an explanation. From now on, you are designated number 3 and number 4. Return now. When reporting to Panshur, say that it was Yifan who forcibly took Qiyuan away. As you command, master. Numbers 3 and 4 replied without hesitation, then swiftly departed. Just like that, they were gone. The Qi family's guards were utterly baffled. Last night, when these two martial emperors had forced their way into the Qi residence, the guards had fought them and lost several men in the process, yet the martial emperors hadn't budged an inch. But now they had simply left. The group then drove to the nearby Grand City Hotel. Upon arriving, they saw Qi Ming, the Qi family's butler, pacing outside the entrance with a bruised and battered face. What happened? I sent you ahead to reserve a private room. How did you end up like this? Qiyuan frowned at the sight of his injured butler. Reserving a room should have been a simple task. Why had it gone so wrong? Patriarch, it was the Qin family's young master, Qin Feng. I had already reserved the room, but he insisted on taking it. When I tried to explain, he had his men beat me like this. Qin Feng of the Qin family? Yifan's brows knitted. The Qin family, one of the 4 major families that controlled the Tiankue base? According to Song Yang, the Qin family had fully pledged allegiance to Prince Jin. This was clearly targeting him personally. If he took the room, why didn't you just book another one? Qiyuan rubbed his temples. The Qin family, having secured a powerful backer in recent years, had become increasingly arrogant, barely acknowledging the other 3 families. Qi Ming gave a bitter smile. Patriarch, that's what I thought too. But no matter how many times I changed rooms, he kept taking them. He was deliberately tormenting me. Each time, he made me crawl out. He said unless I called myself a dog, he wouldn't let me in at all. The audacity. The sheer insolence. Qi Yuan's fury ignited. Today, the young master had done the Qi family such a great favor, and all Qi Yuan wanted was to host him properly. Yet, they were being humiliated like this. Ha! Qi Yuan, so what if I'm bullying you? I just heard you call me a dog. Now, here's your chance, kneel down, slap yourself twice, and I'll let it go. Otherwise, I'll ravish your daughter right in front of you. A young man in a Hawaiian shirt swaggered out of the hotel entrance with an insufferable arrogance. It was none other than Qin Feng, eldest son of the Qin family, one of the 4 ruling families. The guy wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with a center-parted hairstyle, a scruffy beard, and a slightly bloated face. He looked like he'd been drained dry by women. While speaking arrogantly, Qin Feng dug his pinky into his nostril, then disgustingly extended his finger toward Qi Yuan. If you don't want to kneel, fine. Here, swallow this and I'll generously forgive you. How's that? Pretty merciful of me, huh? Disgusting. This is too much. Qi Jiao, standing beside Qi Yuan, couldn't take it anymore. She stomped her foot, lunged forward, and swung her fist at Qin Feng. This violent little spitfire already had brute strength comparable to a grandmaster. After her intimate encounter with Yi Fan earlier, the warm energy flowing through her had awakened martial energy within her, boosting her power even further. Now, her combat prowess was on par with a martial sovereign. Whoosh! The air tore with a mournful cry as Qi Jiao's fist shot toward Qin Feng's chest. Yet, Qin Feng lazily caught her wrist and smirked. Heh! My little Jiao Jiao, you're even more impatient than me? Don't worry. I'll give you a good whipping later. Look at that perfect chin. So tender. Bet it'll feel amazing. Let me check how well you've developed. As he spoke, Qin Feng reached to tear open Qi Jiao's clothes. You bastard! You're dead! Qi Yuan roared, his face dark with fury. He rushed forward and knocked Qin Feng's hand away. Let go of my daughter. While shouting, Qi Yuan tried to pull Qi Jiao back. But before he could, a gray-robed old man flashed beside Qin Feng and clamped down on Qi Yuan's shoulder, freezing him in place. Patriarch Qi, let the youngsters handle their own affairs. HM? Besides, my young master taking a liking to your daughter is an honor. You should be grateful, understand? The old man was also a martial emperor, but his strength far surpassed Qi Yuan's. He immobilized Qi Yuan for several seconds before Qi Yuan managed to force his martial energy through his body, barely regaining movement. Exactly. You should be grateful, Patriarch Qi. I was even planning to give your daughter a few 100 million lives. See how generous I am? Ha ha ha. Qin Feng gloated, emboldened by the martial emperor backing him. With a flick of his wrist, he tried to wipe the filth from his nose onto Qi Yuan. Disgusted, Qi Yuan twisted away. Oh? You dare dodge? Looking to die, huh? Elder Jiang, hold him down. I'm gonna shove this right down his throat today. Qin Feng's temper flared. Qi Yuan, you old fool. Who the hell do you think you are? Your era's over. Let me make it clear. Your time is done. Prince Jin's steward, Master Pan, has already arrived in Guangxing. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for what happens next. Boom! Boom! Elder Jiang attacked, trying to subdue Qi Yuan. In mere moments, the two had exchanged 8 blows. Though Elder Jiang held a slight edge, the difference wasn't enough to decide the fight quickly. Boring. You two keep at it. I've got my own battle to start. Qin Feng smirked, gripping Qi Jiao with one hand while undoing his pants with the other. With so many spectators, this'll be extra exciting. I love an audience. What was about to happen was obvious to everyone. Seeing Yi Fan still hadn't moved, Qi Yuan grew frantic. Young Master Yi. Meanwhile, Qi Jiao shouted, Brother Fan, are you really just going to stand there while your woman gets humiliated? My woman? Yi Fan blinked, his mind racing. Sure, he was curious about the dragon-shaped mark on Qi Jiao's body. But since when had she become his woman? He hadn't even done anything improper with her. But Qin Feng only grew more excited at her words. Oh? So you're that Yi family idiot's woman? This just got way more fun. Yi Fan, listen up. Others might fear you, but I don't. You think taking over Tiankue base will be easy? Dream on. His words echoed almost exactly what Qiu Yuanji and the others from the ancient martial alliance had said. As Chen Feng moved to assault Qi Jiao, Yifan finally acted. His physical body remained still, but a purple phantom shot forward, piercing through Chen Feng in an instant. Trash. What kind of cheap trick is this? A shadow? Think you can scare me? Even if you were strong before, with Steward Pan's methods, you're probably just a hollow shell now. You're nothing. If you've got the guts, fight me head-on. Ha-erk. Though Yifan's identity and feats, like the battle at Panglai Gorge and the war in Huadu's Ren family, were no longer secrets, Chen Feng still sneered. He knew Yifan had been corrupted by the soul-locking wood. Even if he hadn't died, the dark energy should have left him half dead. But halfway through his taunt, Chen Feng froze. The moment Yifan's phantom passed through his chest, Chen Feng felt his martial power and vitality drained by a third, as if his body had been hollowed out. Then, Yifan's real body appeared before him, wrenching Qi Jiao free. Crack! Chen Feng's arm, still gripping Qi Jiao, was brutally snapped at a 90-degree angle. Ah! Damn it! My arm! You son of a... Chen Feng howled, staring at his mangled limb in horror. Wasn't Yifan supposed to be on death's door today? Why is he perfectly fine? When Yifan struck, Chen Feng had been completely immobilized. No resistance possible. Terrified, Chen Feng kicked out wildly, trying to flee. Crack! His leg broke just as easily. He collapsed to the ground, screaming, "Elder Jiang, save me!" The Jiang family's elite bodyguard rushed over, but before he could even get close, Yifan punched him into the ground. The old man twitched once, then went still. So, damn, cool. Is this really my man? Cradled in Yifan's arms, Qi Jiao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Now this is the kind of man I deserve. Ruthless. Chen Feng, sprawled on the floor, gaped in disbelief. How? Yifan, you? Today he'd kicked an iron plate. Yifan smirked coldly, then turned to Qi Ming, the Qi family's steward. Steward Qi, make him crawl back the way he came, barking like a dog the whole way. You wanted to humiliate the Qi family? Fine. I'll reclaim their dignity myself. Qi Ming cast a grateful glance at Yifan. Yes, young master. As the steward of the Qi family, he had spent many years serving them and had earned considerable respect in Guangxing. Yet, Chen Feng had humiliated him by forcing him to crawl out of the hotel, an insult not just to Qi Ming, but to the entire Qi family. This was nothing short of grinding the Qi family's dignity into the dirt. Now, Yifan was simply repaying Chen Feng in kind. Yifan was a man who struck with overwhelming force when he moved. With a single decisive blow, he had taken down the martial emperor-level bodyguard from the Chen family. Domineering and awe-inspiring, the Qi family finally had a powerful backer again. This feeling was exhilarating. Qi Yuan let out a long, relieved sigh and bowed slightly to Yifan, inwardly marveling. The young master's future achievements will surely surpass even the ladies. The tasks she left unfinished, he will accomplish flawlessly. You dare! Chen Feng roared in fury as Qi Ming approached him. Qi Ming, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you make me crawl back? Chen Feng felt deeply insulted. In his eyes, Qi Ming was nothing more than a Qi family dog, far beneath his own status. If even a dog could force him to crawl on his knees, where would that leave his dignity? Had Qi Yuan been the one confronting him, Chen Feng might have grudgingly accepted it. But as Chen Feng continued hurling abuse, Qi Ming glanced around, grabbed several large flower pots nearby, and without hesitation, smashed them down on Chen Feng's head. Bam! One pot wasn't enough, Qi Ming swung another. Then another. Bam! 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 Soon, all 10 flower pots by the entrance had been emptied. Damn you! Think you can bully me? Never thought you'd get yours. Did you? Qi Ming had been powerless against Chen Feng earlier, forced to swallow his anger. But now, with Yifan stepping in, effortlessly crippling Chen Feng's martial emperor bodyguard, and backed by the formidable support of the Grand Preceptor's estate and the Imperial Martial Bureau, what was there to fear? Ah, my head! My crotch. Shit, you're still hitting me? Fuck. My balls. H. After a dozen flower pots, the immobilized Chinfeng was battered beyond recognition. His nose crooked, blood pooling between his legs, gasping for breath on the ground. Are you crawling or not? Qi Ming finally eased up slightly, glaring coldly at Chinfeng. Damn you! Chinfeng instinctively tried to curse again, but seeing the situation, he realized stubbornness might get him beaten to death. No, survival first. Fine, you win. I'll crawl. But don't forget, the Chun family has Prince Jin's backing. Chief Pan has stationed 2 supreme martial emperors in our household. When they arrive, you're all dead. Chinfeng surrendered grudgingly, though his eyes still burned with malice. Still running your mouth? Guess you didn't learn your lesson. Qi Ming raised another pot, ready to strike. He was thoroughly enjoying this. Never had he imagined that unrestrained violence could feel so satisfying. But Yi Fan suddenly appeared, gripping Qi Ming's wrist. Hold on. Ha! Qi Ming was confused. Yi Fan stepped forward, looming over Chinfeng. You want to call for reinforcements? Go ahead, here's your chance. Call everyone you can. He even handed Chinfeng his phone, his expression deceptively sincere. What? Yi Fan's move left Qi Ming and the others stunned. They had the upper hand. Why let Chinfeng summon more trouble? Family head. This? Qi Ming whispered uneasily to Qi Yuan. If Chinfeng really brought martial emperors, could they handle them? Though equally puzzled, Qi Yuan trusted Yi Fan's judgment after witnessing his earlier display. Patience. The young master's methods defy conventional logic. Let the situation unfold. Chinfeng was even more baffled. Beaten by Yi Fan, battered by Qi Ming, his strongest protector, Elder Jiang, already crippled. His remaining bodyguards cowered inside the hotel, too afraid to show their faces. He was terrified, broken. I won't call. I was wrong, young Master Yi. Chinfeng trembled under Yi Fan's gaze. A single look from him sent chills down his spine. For all he knew, this phone call was another trap, one that might get him killed. Call. If you don't, I'll have to beat you into compliance. Yi Fan smirked darkly, his foot pulsing with energy, sending a shockwave through the ground. Whoosh! The shattered flowerpot fragments scattered across the floor were instantly ground into dust under his crushing aura. Gasp! Qi Yuan, Qi Ming, Qi Jiao, and Song Yang shuddered at the display. The young master's power is truly monstrous. Chinfeng nearly wept. If that energy hit him, he'd be reduced to ashes. I'll call. Trapped, he had no choice but to play along. Father, send the 2 martial emperors to Guangxing Hotel now. I'm being humiliated. Hurry. After the call, Chinfeng shakily returned the phone. But Yi Fan didn't take it. That's it? Pathetic. Think harder. Who else can you summon? Call every last one of them. Now Qi Yuan and the others understood. Yi Fan wanted to eliminate all threats in one fell swoop, no loose ends. Wah? Chinfeng was utterly lost. You're practically begging for death. Fine. I have connections in the Vermilion Bird Legion's Martial Division. Should I call them? Humph. You think you're invincible? Let's see you defy Imperial might. The Vermilion Bird's elites killed your 3rd brother. Today, they'll send you to join him. At the mention of the Vermilion Bird Legion, Yi Fan's brow twitched. So, everything connects here. The assassins from the Vermilion Bird Legion were tied to the Qin family? Perfect, no need to hunt them down separately. Call them, summon them all, let them come, and meet their doom together. Little did Chun Feng's so-called reinforcements know. This call was their death warrant.